waste my time, get out my way. This life cutthroat, this life no joke. So don't look back, cause I'll be there in the smoke. Rising out the ashes, the phoenix, the blood in the rage. We'll hunt you right down to the end of your days. And I'll be right there at the top of the maze. While the rats in the sewer stay stuck in the days. So now I'm coming for y'all, whether you're lucky or not, you've already gotten involved. Don't take it personal, I gotta finish you off. Cause only room at the time for one gun in the drawer.
Hello and welcome to today's games of DPC SEA action brought to you by PGL. My name is NOMAD and I'm joined by Lizard and Black here on the panel as we get into an exciting day of Dota 2. But you know what? We're already into the day of Dota 2 because we had some lower division games coming on just before that where Young Gun were able to get their very first victory down in the lower bracket, which is super exciting for that team, and some awesome casting by Danong and Aries as well. Watching these lower division games is actually really exciting because the SEA matchups are looking way more competitive than honestly I would have thought, and sure, that's on me. You know, I underestimated these guys, but some of these teams looking pretty exciting, aren't they?
Yeah, but especially in China, SEA, they have a very developed tier 2 scene, whereas like in NA, SA, maybe even Europe, it's not nearly as developed, so it's much more one-sided. There's probably just one team that dominates the whole thing. But in SEA, there's quite a lot of competitive teams there.
There are indeed, yeah, and Yangon just taking the victory over the Galaxy Racer crew, which is a huge upset, KOXY and such, all involved in that matchup. So a very exciting 3-game series we just come out of, and now we're into our day of Dota 2, which again, we've got 2 awesome series coming up. I'm very excited about today's matchups because we're going to start things off with Neon versus TNC. Now, if you haven't been watching the SEA region, then you might be thinking that this series should be extremely TNC favored, and yes, it should be, but I don't think it is. I don't know. Where would you put the percentage chances at for this one, Lizard?
From what we've seen so far, 50-50. Neon did extremely well versus 496, versus Boom. TNC had a rough start. They lost the first series, then they won versus Vice. But Vice right now, at least, is looking like the weakest team in the region, in this division, that is. And because of that, TNC, man, they're a superstar team in SCA. They're the team that you expect to be winning international tournaments, not only regional tournaments, right? But yeah. I'm not completely sold on their form at the moment, so 50-50.
Something isn't clicking with that team right now. We're hoping it clicks into place, but it's very possible that 496 are going to be able to take a game off them because, 496, Neon are going to take a game off them. Because Neon have been looking great. They've been looking super hot. They are at their peak, and TNC are far away from their peak right now. And I think Neon, with the motivation and the momentum coming into this series, are going to put a real threat on the board for TNC. What are the things which you want to see TNC tighten up on for the series?
I mean, it's really just coming down to 2 things, which one is the draft, which has been quite iffy this tournament, has been much better in the previous patch. Feels that they don't really have a grasp on what they want to do yet. And second is the execution has been quite lackluster. Like, they're slow to connect to each other. The overall team chemistry doesn't seem as fluid as it was before.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, there's kind of like this mentality in the group where, they're trying to put that initial loss behind them, in KP's interview, who's just said, we got Medusa'd, it's all it is. We got Medusa'd. We're moving on from that. And I think that's a good mentality to have as long as they're focusing on the other things which they could have done wrong in that series, as long as that kind of constructive mentality is there, which I'm sure with a captain like March, it most certainly will be. So let's have a think about Neon, who have been playing very, very well. This team have been flying through their series. They beat that very entertaining series versus 496, and now they're up against TNC, their biggest challenge yet, and they're at their hottest streak. We're saying it's 50-50. Could it maybe be a little bit even more than that if they're playing on form?
Nah.
No?
Look, I'm stretching it for entertainment value with 50-50 as well, but TNC should still be considered favorites a little bit, even with the recent performances from Neon. Remember, Neon played that extra long series versus 496 as well, 2-1. So there are more games for TNC to prepare with, to look at. If you're looking at the heroes, you kind of know now what they will be picking. You can adjust to that. You can figure out your own playstyle that will deal with Neon. Neon, however, when Natsumi is having a good game, when Yopaj is owning mid lane, is looking pretty dominant.
Yep, and I want to talk a little bit more about that mid matchup between Yopaj and Armel, because I think there's a lot to talk about between these two star players. Yopaj's had some incredible games, especially on that Queen of Pain, and Armel, you know, as we know, he is capable of just taking over the game if he's given that correct start. So just focusing purely on the laning phase, which member do you think has the advantage?
It's hard to say. Like, they're both top 10 rank in SEA, you know. They're both individually very, very skilled. My focus would be more on post-laning stage, because Armel is a much more greedy mid laner. He's playing those storms and everything. He's playing them like a +1 sometimes, and then Gabby's taking the +2. Whereas with Neon, Yopaj is more like, it's definitely just a space maker, you know. Even if he's on a storm, he's gonna rotate early and a lot. Same with his puck. Like, he doesn't really like to farm, whereas Armel, he loves to farm.
Actually, I saw a couple of mid laners in SEA do exactly that, like Mikoto as well. On his Storm Spirit, he's more of a carry than... well, he's also a playmaker and a carry for that team, to be honest. He does a lot. Like, mid laners in SEA seem to be very important. Obviously, everywhere they are, but in SEA, like, they can just carry the games outright.
They can indeed, yeah. They can just take things over, and that's why, you know, we see these names like Yopaj and Armel come up time and time again. And also why they choose to, you know, go for the really high MMR mechanically skilled mid laners, because there's so much focus on them to come through and carry the game for these players. And obviously, you know, Armel is so experienced, and this is a real test for Yopaj to see what he can do in this middle lane. And I think if he gets a matchup advantage, then we could see something special coming out from Neon. And talking about matchups, I think draft is something we're going to be focusing a lot on this series, because it would be fair to say that Neon have outdrafted probably about every single game they've won so far. And in the one they didn't, that was that long game versus 496, where we didn't really know who was going to take it. And eventually 496 did actually take the game off Neon. So it could be said that Neon's strength lies in their draft. And if they don't get an advantage, then we're going to see maybe TNC taking the edge. Is that fair?
So when I would compare these two teams when it comes to drafts, I would say that Neon is your run-of-the-mill, standard drafts, nothing really extraordinary. Just pick a good playmaker, pick a position tree that can actually deal some stuns, initiate your Sand Kings, whatnot. Normal safe lane carry that's in the meta, and that's it. Nothing extraordinary. TNC, however, forever have been that 1-2 cheese picks, right? Your Night Stalker carry, now your Wisp carry, your Lycan on the offlane with the Ursa, with the Aghanims on the Lycan.
Yeah.
They always spice it up. Because of that as well, Neon, they have to be prepared. They have to be careful not to fall into these traps.
Yeah, and we see some curveballs which we really like from TNC, and we've seen some curveballs which we have really not enjoyed at all. Like, what are you hoping to see come out from TNC in terms of these curveballs then?
Really, I'm hoping they don't throw any, because what the team lacks, in my opinion, right now is stability compared to like a team like Neon, which I think all their players are, you know, very good, but none of them is like extraordinary. Like, they all just do their job, which is good. Stable team. They're always gonna, you know they're gonna perform. With TNC, it's a little bit different. I feel they have like a really high, you know, and really low. And if they hit one of those low games, you know, they don't look like a tier 1 team at all. Then if they hit like one of those high games, they're just the best team in the region, and they just need to find like a stable foundation, and just stability really is the name of the game for them.
But that's the risk, right? Like, if you have this crazy idea, if it works, you look like a god. If it doesn't, you look like a pleb, you know, so are you gonna actually try it out or not? TNC, if you remember even the Morphling Shaker, it's something that I believe they invented, right? So overall, when they find stability in the craziness, it's when they look the best.
Yeah, I think, you know, innovation comes from experimentation. I actually disagree with you, Black, that I would love to see them throw curveballs, because I think that's the only way they're going to take an edge in such a competitive upper division. You know, they need to take the series off Neon, and then they need to take series off T1, off Fnatic, these teams which they're yet to even play against. And the only way they're going to do that is by finding that edge which they're always so reliant upon. Alrighty, guys. It's time for the draft. I know, calm yourselves, calm yourselves. So it's TNC versus Neon, game number 1. And we're going to start things out with Neon banning out the Medusa and the Lycan. Meanwhile, TNC, they're going to get rid of the Nyx Assassin and the Puck. Very interesting bans from Neon here.
Yeah, Neon, I mean, they're just banning out that Lycan because TNC played it on safe lane and on off lane, right? You don't want to have that flex pick for TNC. And Medusa, yeah, Medusa just a solid hard carry that TNC have lost to. Haven't really played it, I believe, but have lost to. And maybe they scream a lot, maybe they saw something, so that Medusa goes out. On the other hand, TNC with the Nyx and Puck, that's completely standard. If you look at even TNC's bans, they almost always ban out Nyx in first stage. Puck, that's maybe a little bit different.
A little bit, but big smile on my face as we have Neon going back for that Kotl. Of course, you know, you can't ban out the Ultra Kill Debil Kotl. That would be criminal, wouldn't it?
I mean, not the biggest fan of Kotl if it's +5, which it looks like it might be this game, because Oracle is pretty good against Keeper in lane. Yeah, I don't know what they want to do with this Kotl. Kotl Troll, of course,
It's a really strong lane.
Yeah, but again, I feel like Kotl with farm is just way superior to a Kotl with
especially now
levels.
Yeah,
you know?
like, Kotl right now is a position 4, I believe, again. This hero used to be a 5 for the longest time, but now I believe we should see the resurgence of these Kotls that are sitting on offlane, illuminate blasting your wave, then stacking, illuminating the stacks as well. You can't farm them because the lane is always pressuring you under the tower. You can't go and contest the pulls because the lane is always under your tower. So yeah, I think 4 Kotl is definitely more optimal now. The OD, however, like that went through.
It did. It did. And TNC wastes no time in picking it up. Versus Troll, very strong pick.
Pretty good. You can buy that tags later on as well. Keep him astraled forever. But yeah, the Meteor Hammer, the standard build, you go for that Meteor Hammer. This should be... actually, we don't know where it might lane, but the Puck ban alone might tell us that it could be mid, right? Like, one of the matchups that's decent versus OD is the Puck. I'm not sure right now, though, with all the buffs to OD, how that works, but historically, Puck did well.
Yeah, OD is pretty
busted.
pretty busted. His base stats are just crazy. He has like 6 armor.
Yeah.
They even buffed his natural HP region.
325 movement speed level 1. Like there are heroes that when you pick them and you buy boots first item, don't have that much movement speed. It's insane.
Yeah, can be
To be fair,
offlane.
he does have wings and 4 legs, so, you know, canonically it checks out.
Yeah.
You like offlane OD more, mid?
Like in pubs, I like offlane OD more. Because it just tilts the enemy carry and he abandons, literally. In competitive, I don't mind the mid one at all. I think mid OD is pretty strong too.
I think there's a couple of good combos for offlane OD, like an OD Mirana or some OD Lina. I mean, I don't think any carry can actually lane against OD Lina. It's just way too brutal.
Damage, too much harass, too much setup as well.
Yeah.
Very brutal.
Usually when that happens, teams would just opt to put the offlaner in the safe lane and just let OD dominate the offlaner instead.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see what they have planned. I haven't seen TNC pick OD yet, so.
OD the abuser. Like, do we have a hotline for this? Like, can we?
Victims.
Victims of OD abuse. Can we call him in, report him somehow?
I feel like that would be reasonable. We saw a OD Bloodseeker. Was it Fnatic that did that? I can't remember which team did that, but that was pretty brutal as well. With the Astral into Bloodright. Hard combo to play into. But, I mean, it just feels like OD plus anyone is very strong right now. Oh, there's our combo. OD plus Mirana. I mean, not necessarily laning together, but if they want to, then you've got that setup for the arrow. If it's mid, then you've got that setup for the arrow, vice versa. They will play together at some point in the laning phase, and then, of course, beyond as well.
Yeah, they can just adapt to the lanes, right? Already OD is fine with Mirana on offlane versus Troll Kotl, right? Maybe not the easiest lane for OD, but definitely not hard, and he should do quite well. Together with Mirana, that is.
Another thing about the Mirana as well is it dissuades the Kotl from going for the Ags. He probably still will, but she can just leap in and kill off the Ignis Fatuus really easily if he does go for the Ags. So nice little counter there. But they're going to pick up the Pangolier on Neon Esports. Doesn't seem to be a direct counter to anything which TNC have picked up yet. Any ideas about what this pick's about?
I mean, they love to play the hero. They play it on +4 and 3. It's decent against Oracle, I guess. You can just roll into the back line. You can disrupt team fights, of course.
One thing I am suddenly noticing, guys, sorry to interrupt, but there's an IO still lurking in the pool, which TNC could be thinking about here.
Possibly.
Yeah. Okay, Monkey King.
But they go for the monkey.
Yeah. Counter the Pangolier in the lane.
You don't really have a lot of reliable stuns on TNC too, but yeah, you just...
A lot of setup for the Mirana.
How hard of a counter is it though? Like,
Pretty bad.
Yeah.
Like in the safe lane at least. Mid lane is still okay because the tower is very close. But if you ever get like this Orb of Corrosion or just Orb of Venom, you get on top of him, you need RNG to be in your favor or you can just die very easily.
I'm just thinking if you have like, let's say Kotl and Pango, can't you just spam the living hell out of Monkey? Like you can Swashbuckle, Illuminate, then refresh the Swashbuckle again with Chakra Magic.
Yeah,
spam him.
If they play the lane perfectly, I think it goes into their favor. But if Pango is ever caught out of position,
then he's just...
it's just Fortune's End on him, Monkey King attacks him, and
Yeah.
but they have to play really cautiously on the top lane. It's definitely possible. I like it. But
Esports probably going for their mid laner here as it's the 4th pick, and they do exactly that and pick up the Templar Assassin. Not a hero we've seen a lot of. And not a hero traditionally we see picked into Monkey King, is it?
it's just to force the OD into the off lane. Monkey King can lane against it in the mid lane. It's not bad.
It's not terrible
with
at
Orb
all.
of Venom.
Yeah, yep. I think with Orb of Corrosion as well, like when you get to that, you should own that lane. I've seen a lot of TAs lose to Monkey.
Yeah, I mean, TA, I'm not super convinced by the hero into a Monkey. You can't really fight in the ring.
How convinced are you about the hero in general, though?
What,
like,
TA?
Yeah, do you
I think it has some really good matchups against Puck,
Yeah,
against like some heroes we don't really see too much, like SF.
SF maybe.
Even Ember Spirit nowadays is a really good matchup for TA because the W deals -5 armor now, level 1. He has a lot of really good matchups, but I don't feel like Monkey King is necessarily one of them.
They're still banning out other potential mid laners, though. The Batrider, the Death Prophet.
You have to, right?
Yeah.
The hard counters.
Yeah,
Too
Yeah.
much of a hard counter. But it's still a Viper, though.
There's still a Viper.
No, a Viper's
exactly.
banned, actually.
No, yeah,
TNC
Viper was
banned
banned
it.
in the second phase by TNC.
Okay, so they probably just planned for the Monkey King in the long run, and they banned out the Viper that can be a little bit annoying with the break. Same goes for Neon Esports, by the way. When we were talking about the Pango pick, they picked it. There's not really a lot of counters left in the pool. Puck has already been banned out. You don't really want a Bloodseeker on TNC, so...
I like Draw Ranger for TNC. I feel
That's
it beats
very good,
Pango
yeah.
Kotl really easily. Monkey lanes very well into TA, and they have no jump. Like they can't jump the draw at all.
You know what I'd like? I'd like to see a Razor from TNC. Into the Troll, into the TA.
Actually, yeah, we've seen it yesterday do extremely well. I wouldn't mind that at all. One problem that I have with Drow, on first sight it kind of looks good, right? But my problem is your draft is so goddamn greedy with it. And you have this OD Monkey Drow, like who's frontlining there? Who's preventing them? Okay, they don't have any... with Ricky, I think it's
Wow.
just outright not a pick.
So, where's this Troll? Offlane Troll
Yeah, it's
plus
offlane
4
troll.
Pango? Into Monkey Oracle.
I mean, they just want to dodge the matchup. Like
Wow.
OD, Mirana, absolutely destroy a troll in lane.
I've seen some position 4 Rickies even in Chinese region.
Yeah, we've been talking about that Smoke Cloud. Very good ability.
It was actually Baboka that played position 4 Ricky.
Of course it was.
Yeah. So it's doable, but we'll see what they plan on doing here. It's a very wonky draft from Neon Esports, but it can all come together eventually. You have this Pango for teamfight. You have the Troll perhaps for what do you have Troll here? For what do you have Ricky here? That's my question.
I know, it's seeing pretty galaxy brain from Neon Esports. I kind of worried they might have.
Can you lane Troll and Kotl into the Monkey?
Yeah,
The
I mean, I think that's the
yeah,
plan.
right?
But I think they just
Right.
put Monkey middle, yeah.
Final
Warden.
pickup from TNC, and it's going to be the Arc Warden. Well, I'll have to ask our Arc Warden next, but Do you like this as a game for him?
This should be your safe lane Arc Warden, right? With mid lane Monkey.
Yep.
What are you laning into?
Gabby is playing it.
Let me just see what's on the offlane for. They're not
Troll
picking
Coddle.
yet. Okay, Ricky,
It's Troll Coddle.
Troll Coddle.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be the most difficult lane for the Arc Warden. Overall, the lane is the game is pretty good. My problem is the same problem that Drow has. You're playing into this Ricky, who eventually will be jumping you, but it looks like a very solid Arc Warden game.
Very interesting, very interesting. All right, guys, I'm going to ask you for your predictions for this game number 1. Lizard, well, apparently you've been decided for you.
Well, the production does not give me any chance to make any statements. They just see Arc Warden and they're like, okay,
these
Lizard.
headsets actually have probing abilities
Yeah,
to look
I
inside
see.
your brain and figure it out.
Lizard, 500 games, Arc Warden, he's going for that. All right, sure, why not? Yeah, I'm going with Arc, I'm going with TNC.
Yep, Black.
Why not?
Yeah, me too. A lot of setup for the Mirana arrow. They don't have the most reliable stun, but they got a lot of good setups for the stuns that they have. And the Ricky seems...
Sus.
Yeah.
very
The laning
suspicious.
stage is going to be tough for him.
I don't know, guys. I think this is like Neon have kind of boomed themselves, where they've drafted a little bit too creatively and put themselves in a pretty tricky situation, and I don't think they can play themselves out of this, so I'm afraid it's going to be 3 going for TNC, so we will throw it across to our casters, B-Cop and Lacoste. Can you guys give us any bright news about this Neon Esports draft, or are we going 5 for 5 for TNC?
They have a good late game, you know. You have 3 edgy cores. You have Ricky, TA, and Troll. It's a bit too much. It's too greedy, in my opinion. So kind of a rough one, you know. I feel Neon Esports, so far they did good. They're 2-0, but, you know, they have not been tested yet. They played against Twice. They played against 496. I think this is a big test for them.
All right, Ben, any bright news?
All right, my guess, I'm going a little different this time.
Okay. Some high tier analysis
Choose one.
here.
Yeah, just choose one.
And we have
Going for TNC.
TNC.
TNC, well, 5 for 5 for TNC. Every one of us going for TNC through totally legitimate means.
They're both
Alrighty,
TNC, by the way.
Guys, just before we get into
They're
this one,
both
though,
TNC.
I want to ask you guys, do you think there's any hope of Neon coming out on top from these lanes?
I just want to see the other card.
Yeah, can
was
you
it,
show
was
both
it also
cards?
TNC?
It's all legit here.
Cheater. All right.
God, I don't know if that's coming through. Maybe.
I see TNC there.
We
as well.
believe you, we believe. Yeah, 2 TNCs, you lie, you fraud. Alrighty, guys, the game is live. We're going to throw it over to you. Enjoy the cast for game number 1 of Neon Esports versus TNC.
Thank you so much, Nomad. Yeah, this is a big one for Neon if they can pull through. Like you said, Lacoste, they haven't exactly been tested yet, but this is now a time to really prove themselves. With a victory here, could definitely see Neon just becoming a favorite to make it to the major. I think this is like a make or break for the DPC. Well, I wouldn't say break for them if they lost to TNC, but they can definitely make it so their odds are very high.
Yeah,
with a
if you
victory
win,
here.
your chances are higher. Good job, B-Cup. Love it so far. You need to properly wake up. But you also know who needs to wake up? The other team who's playing against Keeper of the Light, because you know they want to contest these bounty runes. Like you charge Illuminate, max damage 225, times 5 heroes. It's the best spell in Dota level 1, you know, especially if you want to clash straight away. So it's 1.1k damage. Let's see if they decide to go for it. Mirana.
Tim's coming forward, but okay, Natsumi's gonna jump for this one. It's Johnny Lowe on the troll, by the way.
Yeah, the matchup wasn't really that great. You know, playing into Mirana and the OD is a tough one. I don't think it's much easier for Ricky either way. He has still a bit of time if it's not used correctly. Tricks of the trade, try to dodge that arrow. We'll see how it goes. I've seen position 4 troll, I've seen position 3 troll. Position 5 just feels a bit underwhelming. You know, he's still gonna, I think, do well in the laning stage because at the early levels he's very strong. My concern is what do you bring to the team fights? Like laning stage wise, he's really annoying to play into. Just gonna spam those whirling axes, but yeah. Like, compare him to Oracle, what they bring to the team fight, it's just going to be a huge difference.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting 5-position one. I don't think we've really seen much of when you consider all the sports that we've seen up to this point. But my question is it better or worse than the Bounty Hunter that we've been seeing? Is it as cursed, you think, in this position?
We'll have to see. I'm not putting a lot of trust in this Stroll. Like, yeah, you can see he's doing a good job of just zoning out the heroes. But, yeah, not a big fan, you know. You can't really itemize. Like, what are you going to get? Possibly, like, eventually you get a Glimmer Cape, maybe. That's it.
Yeah, it's such a weird difference.
Mid lane, Armel dropping below.
Yeah, but he's got the Jingu proc going after Yopaj. Boundless Strike. It's the Fairy Fire. Survives, but the melee range is just too big for this Monkey King. And TA drops for first blood.
Yeah, Monkey King, you know, it's a melee into range matchup, something that TA loves to play into, but it's a different kind of story when you're playing into Monkey King, who has a high armor. Look at him, 11 armor with the Raid Band, and while he's sitting at the tier 1 tower. So pretty hard to fight into. Like, you need to be using those side blades every single time when it's possible. Try to harass him, so Monkey will need to bring a bit more regen to the mid lane.
Now Armel taking a good amount of damage. He's just the one who gets first blood there. We saw up top the Coddle of Debil trying to mess with that pull, but not too successful in doing that. Armel's sitting really low, but does have the level advantage for the moment. At that level 4, is there an opportunity maybe for Yopaj to get a return kill on Armel?
If he starts trading, oh, this is a good trade for Yopaj. There it is.
Yeah.
Gets him.
Finally gets that kill.
Very
and gets
aggressive
that return.
play there from Armel. Actually trying to trade while he had Boots of Speed and a healing salve coming up.
Ooh, the Illuminate. It's going to help get Febby. They almost got the Arc Warden too. Now you
Swashbuckle connects. Oh,
Gabby.
play hard. He's dead. Looks very dead. But
The
so does
Illuminate!
Gabby.
It comes out of nowhere. You just never expect it.
Fluffy Hat keeping him alive during these cold days, at least in Romania. Man, Fluffy Hat just feels like it's an item that's not from Dota 2. Like, just looking at how it looks. Like, how did you go from, you know, Satanic to Fluffy Hat? What happened?
I'm not really sure. Maybe a little bit too much Maple Story play. Definitely feels like a cosmetic from that game. Looks like it. Armel just dead again to Yopaj, who, after that first blood given up, has played against Armel.
And now it's
with
a huge
lot of
difference.
skill.
You have Templar Assassin, who will be level 6, so they need to bring sentries to the mid lane. Monkey King is only level 4. Yeah, that one mistake when he tried to play a bit too aggressively without the Boots of Speed and a healing salve really backfired. Gave opportunity for Yopaj to actually come back. Monkey sitting at 13 CS, Yopaj 23 right now.
So really starting to overwhelm in the lane. The one I'm interested in is the one we're looking at on screen at the moment, KP up against Natsumi. We saw the slows coming out from the Troll, but they just haven't led to any kills just yet. It's still, though, a good Ricky lane so far. The question is, does this turn into a game, like we've been saying, where it doesn't really feel like there's much impact from the Troll and it's more of like a 4v5 feel?
Arrow is on cooldown, so they can't go for it. A bit of a disconnect there from Mirana and OD. Like, if Mirana leaves the lane and tries to make stuff happen on, let's say, mid, then it's a free farm on the bottom lane for Ricky.
So right now up towards top, play hard. Just trying to pull the creep wave himself. Gets it to come over. Armel slowed. He's dealing with a lot of aggression still from Yopaj, who's about to be level 7. Bottom lane, though, I believe the arrow hit. Tricks of the trade. Natsumi trying to survive. Blink Strike away, trying to get some distance. One more shot is there, and Tims will get the kill. Meanwhile, though, Deville takes out Armel, and he is dropped for the 3rd time in this mid lane. It peaked at first blood, and now it has come crumbling down for this Monkey King so far.
Yeah, now they're putting pressure. With the catapult, Mirana comes there, uses an arrow, instantly kills the creep. Still, this tower will go down. Deny, not timed well, so yeah, Neon Esports, very aggressive considering the lineup that they have. You know, you have this like Keeper of the Light playing as position 4, which I think is the right role for him, and he's making the rotation, getting 3 kills on the top, now moving to the mid lane just to secure the tower. Ricky on the bottom. Oh, there's no Mirana follow-up.
Yeah, that arrow would have been the kill if they were able to land it on a Natsumi. But Tim's not near the lane at the moment, now finally coming back towards bottom. It's still a 1K lead for Neon. And TA is one of those heroes that, given an advantage over mid, can really start to run away with it. It is one of those high-impact heroes with a 1 lane. Extra imprisonment, arrow, timing's there, but the follow-up, it's not much. Just 1 orb from this OD, and they did a lot of damage with the combo.
They lost this tier 1 tower mid so early, 6 minutes in, and this allows Templar Assassin to actually invade the jungle, the enemy jungle, and just farm there, which gives other cores in the team ability to just farm their own jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is why tier 1 tower is so important. The one on the mid lane.
Armel just trying to farm the
Arrow
jungle.
on
He's
the
on level
bottom.
6. Arrow comes in, that lands onto the Ricky. Devil's here, but the ulti dropped down from KP. We'll get Natsumi, and there's no return for Neon in this lane. They almost took out the troll too.
I feel like this should have happened more often on the bottom lane, where their combo is just
Armel comes
that
over.
good.
Balance strike in with the Primal Spring before it. Armel finally trying to make up some ground, and he does that by rotating bottom. So things right now sitting about even, but we do see that this TA is leading by quite a bit. Throws down
Teams
another
one
trap.
more leap. Arrow. All right,
Arrow lands.
nicely done.
Allow him to TP out. Natsumi's now shifted lanes. Is this a matchup that he's better off playing in now that the, now that he's died bottom, the OD's kind of pulling away?
He can't play into OD and Mirana anymore. It's just too much pressure on him. First roll.
Thunder. And that hits up onto the Oracle. Johnny Well moving forward, gets the root, blink strike in, tricks of the trade, Febi gone. Natsumi comes top, and immediately he's rewarded with a kill. But this is going to leave the bottom tier 1 to just be ransacked by TNC.
Mirana is level 6 right now, so Moonlight Shadow will be available for any kind of aggressive rotation, possibly saving his teammates. Ricky still needs to recover. I see Diffusal Blade. Usually we see Diffusal Blade on mid Ricky's when he's paired up with another carry, but I can understand why he's going for Diffusal Blade this time. Like, look at oh my god, the CS difference. 36 on Ricky, 95 on Templar Assassin.
Wow.
So, you are looking for that timing to fight a bit earlier. So I guess that's why he wants to get to the Diffusal Blade. Templar Assassin gets her Deso plus a Blink Dagger. You get your Diffusal Blade, and this is the time you get the first Roche, keep the advantage going. Yopaj, they're setting up, but I don't think they can get this kill with these 2 heroes only.
Under the shroud of Moonlight Shadow, trying to make something happen. They're watching.
At least they're stealing experience. That's one way to use the Moonlight Shadow for.
They placed the sentry to block the camp too, so Yopaj walking over, Febi, and the Mirana just hiding Tims. They were almost spotted. But the Deso's picked up. This is a 10-minute Deso for the TA, and it wasn't just Boots Deso, it's Tread's Wraithband Deso. 6K net worth right now for the Templar Assassin of Yopaj. Quick pause coming in. That's a pause called by Johnny Well. And looking ready to go, yeah. So quick pause, 2 seconds. As KP and Febi are moving over towards mid, the traps down on these power rune spots, so See if anything can come of this as Neon, especially with a TA that's quite farmed, looking to make something happen, and they are into Roche.
Already with just these two heroes, minus armor from Meld, minus armor from Orb of Corrosion. If you're wondering why Orb of Corrosion is picked up so often, yes, it does work on a tower. -3 armor and the slow, plus the one on the heroes, especially on the hero like a Pangolier, where you have like AoE swashbuckle, slow, plus minus armor on top of a lucky shot minus armor. So that's quite a lot. Oh my god, 11-minute Roshan. So, you know, the first Roshan, you can't really finish the game with the first Aegis. You're looking for that second Roche timer with the cheese and Aegis, and just build up advantage from here.
So we'll see what they can do with this first Roche. Yopaj, he's not terribly far from that Blink Dagger. And that's going to be, if he can have the Blink and still be holding on to the Aegis, that would be a big moment for Neon to move in and really play aggressive. They're going to look for KP already. Right click's coming through. He does have Astral Imprisonment, which he'll use, but not defensively. So Yopaj just rips apart this OD. And then right from there, they smoke.
They know. They have Observer Ward, they have a Sentry, so they instantly pop it.
Interesting aggression from Neon, and TA not right there with them.
Actually, just wants to farm a Blink Dagger to be able to reposition Mirana. Wow.
Ooh, arc
5
warding.
HP. Oh, neutral creep. Alpha Wolf showing the dominance. Who's the real alpha?
While that's going on, Yopaj, he'll come over, getting the kill on a Gabby. Natsumi falls to Armel. This is a lot going on all over the map where Ricky ends up dead, but they do take out the Arc Warden as well as the Mirana. The False Promise popped by Gabby, trying to TP
Troll
out.
trying to get a root. First hit, not there.
Not the luck he needed. And there's the Blink Dagger. I talked about if he could get to the Blink Dagger before the Aegis expires. He did so quickly. He had 900 gold when they took Roche, and he's already got the Blink Dagger.
There's still more than 3 minutes left on that Aegis. TNC in a bit of a trouble. Like, Neon needs to keep putting this pressure. You know, Gabby finished his Hand of Midas on the Arc Warden, so he doesn't want to join any fights, just wants to keep farming.
Yeah.
Their tower defense is pretty bad. Like, you have nothing. You don't have any spells to spam out. Your best way to deal with the tower push is pretty much Arc Warden with the Spark Rates. Doesn't have a magnetic field yet. Level 9 at the moment.
All he's really working with is a Midas and boots. So Arc Warden has not much.
Yeah. But you can't stop the push. That's the problem. You have no AoE spammable spells.
Are we sure this first Roche can't end the game?
Yeah, pretty sure. You're playing
Wild
at the Arc
Strike
Warden.
comes in, and now KP, he's slowed down. The Astral Imprisonment was onto the TA. The arrow combined with it, but the Swashbuckle finishes off KP. They've got the Wukongs down. They'll take out the 5-position Troll, but it looks like Neon, they're ready to jump back in. They'll go after Tims. The
Almost
Swashbuckle's there, the Melt
one-shotted.
Strike. Oh, taking out Femi, Rolling Thunder, and Tims is gone too.
Oh, this is a big issue for TNC. They're losing their map control. And you might, you know, see, yeah, we killed Troll, we can fight. Then you realize, shit, that was a position 5 Troll, you know. So he has Urn right now on the Troll. Verlingax is maxed out, of course, for more damage.
This is one of the most poor Trolls at 14 minutes in I've ever seen, but again, he's just a 5 position.
Well, I've seen some Trolls with the Shadow Amulets 10 minutes in.
That's a report, though. Sounds like if they're just using Shadow Amulet, standing somewhere, not moving. So they still have time left on this Aegis. I mean, they've already done so much with it.
Yeah, they got a couple of kills out of that. And remember, they killed Roshan 11 minutes in.
Yeah. That means potentially an even, early, you know, a really early second Roche.
Imagine one team having cheese Aegis advantage 20 minutes in. It's like having 2 extra heroes. Oh, that's an
False
early
promise.
false promise.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder comes in. Armel trying to get into the trees.
Okay.
Play hard, trying to destroy the trees that he was looking to jump into.
He just wanted to stop the damage for Monkey King to able to use the tree dance. That's why it was so early.
And helped him escape. Play hard now TPing over towards bottom. You've got TA, who has a Dragonlance finished off. 3,000 ahead of the Monkey King that Yopaj was laned against. He's really going off at the moment. They're waiting for somebody to just show themselves mid. It might be Febby. There is Armel in the trees. Primal Spring down. And back into the trees, but there is the jump. 2-shot. Febby, as the Aegis is expiring, is taken out in just 2. Yopaj with the double tap and goes after Armel. However, his TP can't be stopped. Bottom lane, KP TP's out. Natsumi trying to chase after Tims. The swashbuckle leaves Tims with just 20 health. As Blink Strike available, Tricks of the Trade, and that's going to help him catch up to the Mirana. Using that Tricks of the Trade to close the gap, so he was in range to just Blink Strike.
There's still Tier 1 tower and Tier 2 on the bottom for TNC. Arc Warden slowly recovering, still 3,000 gold behind Templar Assassin. He is going for Gleipnir. Okay, I've seen some Arc Wardens building it. I think it's a huge debate. Just doesn't feel as good as Mjolnir, and it's a lot of gold investment. Sure, it keeps people in place, but for what Wukong's command, that's it pretty much.
We'll see if it pays off. Monkey King, I'm not too upset with this build. I'm not upset with it at all. I actually like
Why would you be
the
upset,
Maelstrom
Bika?
Axe. I don't know. Maybe just...
It's me, you know. Sometimes I'm watching the games and I get really upset. It's like I'm part of the team. It doesn't, you know, doesn't get to me. And then, what is he doing? Why is he putting 3 sentries? Febby, top lane? What? He just put 3 sentries. That's griefing. Thank God we have the new Overwatch system. Let me check if I can report. You do not have any reports left.
Gone.
And now
Just immediately take it out.
I don't think I've seen anything like this before. You know, they were just trying to de-ward the high ground ward, possibly the Tinker one. But okay,
Value for the troll. Got 2 sentries and one of them was an observer, even though they all looked blue.
oh, one of them was observer.
Apparently.
Okay, so then I can understand. He misclicked the 2nd sentry.
Balanced strike. Astro Imprisonment lining up the Meteor Hammer and the arrow, but he gets
got
the
the ulti
battle
off.
trance off in time. False Promise coming through onto the OD. The Wukong's command is down. Sanity's Eclipse is thrown on top of Play Hard. Tims is trying to help out as best he can. They got the counter to the troll. The Rolling Thunder getting away and into the trees. One more tower shot follows him all the way through. He's unable to escape, and there's the 2-tap again from Yopaj, killing off Febby for the 5th time. Arrow in, not gonna land.
TNC still getting quite a lot from these fights. You know, they kill a core. Whenever there's a Wukong's command, I don't think anyone can just stand their ground and fight. Like even Pangolier during the Rolling Thunder struggle. So what they need to do is possibly use a blinding light on a Monkey King, try to knock him out of the Wukongs. And he is getting very close. Oh, top lane, it's just a clone. Never mind, fake hype.
Oh. Yeah, but it's 200 gold for a 5-position troll. Like, that's nice.
That's what he wants to do. You know, just go in and use Whirling Axis a couple of times, try to prolong a team fight with the Battle Trance, and just die.
Moonlight Shadow is used, trapped, or trap popped. And KP, Febby, and Gabby all nearby. Tim's also leading a charge through mid. They don't quite spot anybody yet. Natsumi though into BL. Primal Spring down. Smokescreen not in time. Charging up the Illuminate. Maybe looking to chase. Recalls this troll. And now the Force Staff and the slow on a KP might be able to catch the OD, but the Blinding Light pushes him onto the low ground. So they'll put the pressure on again over mid. Roche is up.
alive. Yeah, 20 minutes because they killed it at 11. So yeah, time to go in. Surprised he does not have a trap inside the pit.
Definitely value to have one there, especially when you've taken Roche so early. You can expect it again. This second Aegis, at this point in the game, feels like it can finish it off as Tim's just getting chased down by Natsumi, who's got that Diffusal Blade going Diffusal Axe.
And we can see the power of Ricky. Diffusal don't see that often. But yeah, just the slow to keep him inside the smoke screen. And usually Ricky doesn't buy agi items. Oh, he'll spot Armel.
Almost bring down, trying to destroy the trees. He's hopping around, tricks of the trade,
got it.
and he got him! Spots him, and then will kill him off. There's nowhere for him to go. Armel gets taken out by Natsumi, who's having a fantastic game that's been enabled by Yopaj's play in this early part.
Yeah, Ricky, you know, still kind of recovering. It was struggling a bit early on, but I like his item choice this time around. Like, understands that the TA timing is just too good to miss out on. So, gets that Diffusal Blade, keeps fighting with the team, getting the pickoffs. Like, man, OD, I don't feel like, you know, OD has done much this game.
Oh, Rolling Thunder!
Wow, that was so close.
Millisecond away, maybe?
I thought that was gonna actually hit.
Yeah, so did I. But they found him
Boomer
top.
Eyes deceived me.
They just
He's
caught
out
him.
of mana. He's out of life.
Yeah, it's just all over KP. Like you said, you're not feeling his impact, and you're certainly not going to feel it when he's in the grave.
Top tower is under attack.
Well, the longer you are dead, that means you cannot feed the enemy. So
Dire's top tower is under
gotta
attack.
find something positive in all these deaths. You can only die once. Raid King would disagree, but yeah. So TA getting straight Nullifier. Nullifier is just an extremely good item, a ton of damage, and you know, just allows you to dispel things. There's the one Ghost Scepter on Mirana, dispels any glimmers, Force Staffs, you name it, dispels Monkey King's Jingu, and now they're inside the pit. Man, Neon Esports looking hot right now.
Looking major worthy. They've got this second Roche. They'll have Aegis Cheese 23 minutes into the game and a 10,000 net worth lead. It is looking prime for Neon at the moment, and that first Aegis, it pushed him close. The second Aegis might push him over the line. And that is the finish line I'm talking about of this game. It feels really tough for TNC as they need to buy a lot of time, because they are behind and this TA has taken over.
Guys, you wanna buy some time? TNC's like, hell yeah, you know, we'll take all you got, because they definitely need time in this game. Arc Warden, yeah.
They trying to buy time from Justin Timberlake from that movie.
Oh, that was actually like the cool concept of the movie, but yeah, the execution was not
alright.
really
Was it Time
top
Stoppers?
notch.
Something
I'm
like
not
that?
sure what was it called.
You guys have all seen it. It's okay. You get what we're talking about. Ricky was going for the Nullifier. He's now switched to the Blink and now switched to the Manta style. He's indecisive in what he wants to pick up. Meanwhile, the TA, who you said was also going for the Nullifier, now back to the Nullifier after finishing off the Hurricane.
Yeah, you
fight.
do not want to have two Nullifiers. There's no reason to go for it. Yeah, it's a great item, but one is more than enough. You do not want to invest too hard into it.
So, Natsumi looking to put some pressure on this bottom tier 2, the last outer tower that stands for TNC. And you can see just Yopaj, he 2-taps the creep wave and it's gone. So they'll work on the tier 2 tower. They're still working with an Aegis as well as a Cheese that is sitting on Natsumi. You've got Monkey King, who's going into the BKB. Arc Warden, who has the Gleipnir finished off, and he's also going for a Hurricane Pike. Interesting Arc Warden though.
You don't get too much value out of BKB this game outside of
Sentry
TNC.
down from the Radiant side. They're going to jump and look for KP. will immediately try to TP out the Blink Strike onto Tims. They've also got the Tempest Double here, but the Battle Trance is popped by this Troll. Will stay alive, goes after the Tempest Double.
Looks
And
very
eventually
dead.
will fall as it doesn't run out in time. However, that being said, KP, he doesn't make it out alive.
Wait, Yopaj is in the base while the rest of the team is not there. This guy's mad. He just blinked in and, you know, he still has Aegis up and running for 2.5 minutes. Hurricane Pipe to work with.
That is balls of steel.
He blinked into 4 heroes on a mid lane and managed to survive. Also get the ulti off the Oracle. So 1, 2,
Radiant structures
3
are
Ghost
fortified.
Scepters already. So, you know, getting that nullifier, the second nullifier on Ricky doesn't sound like that bad of an idea anymore.
Double nullifier.
Sure, but not now. I'd still prefer if Ricky gets like either Manta Style or a BKB, because of Gleipnir route, this is something that he doesn't like to play into. Like the arrow combo could actually just kill you. You do not have any kind of counterplay to that. Let's see, 1
Febby.
shot.
Rolling Thunder, waiting for the Ghost Scepter, and 2. Took 3
Actually
this
takes
time.
him 3 to kill him. Oracle, very tanky.
At times. I think if he was able to hit him a second time consecutively, he probably would have 2-tabbed them. Top lane, Tempest Double. Tims is here, but you've got Deville as well as Natsumi ready to go. Tims shows himself, and the damage comes in. You can see Gavi getting close inside the jungle. Tims with the leaps. Is it far enough away? Yes, it is. Just in time with the TP out. But still, Neon, it definitely feels like they're maybe not pressuring the high ground as much as they'd like with this Aegis, and it's about to time out. Got about 45 seconds left on it.
Armel, bottom lane.
They've caught him. He tries to TP. Do they have the damage? No, they don't. And again, another TP away. So heroes are getting close to dying. They're just not dying. And they're not really pushing in onto the high ground anymore from Neon.
Yeah, there's still no damage onto tier 3 towers. So Arc Warden is more than fine with that.
Radiant's top
Slowly
tower
getting
is
his
under
levels,
attack.
level 17. Building into that Hurricane Pike, has a 4-staff right now. So like double 4-staff that you get from the Arc Warden is going to be really good against like Ricky and against the TA, but Nullifier will be up
Radiant's
soon.
bottom tower is
Natsumi
under
top,
attack.
dusted up. Into the trees he gets, and now Blink Strike back, avoiding them with the jukes. The Rolling Thunder from Playhard is out and away. But KP finally gets spotted. They've got the silence. This is an OD trying to survive, but it's not looking likely as the last shot is a Meld Strike from Yopaj for another kill, and that will get the Nullifier into his hands. They've also killed off Tims.
Yopaj did not die a single time after First Blood. So he's 10-1 and 4. Also, remember, they killed Roshan #1 pretty fast, so the next one could spawn in 2 minutes. So we might see some refreshers, some Aghanim Scepter upgrades. That's just gonna be real good. Like free items, why not?
Potentially a free Axe just 30 minutes into the game. That's... I mean, you were talking about Aegis Cheese at 20, but Ag's Blessing at 30? That's insane.
I think you just give it to... Wait, what? I did not see that. Scam, he has Hand of Midas on Keeper of the Light. I did not click on him. I was like, where's his second item? He's holding a Philosopher's Stone.
And a
Kind of
Midas.
hidden in the bottom right. But yeah, definitely not the item that he benefits from in terms of the attack speed. It's just straight up gold.
Benefits from being higher in the net worth than the OD, that's for sure. Tim's caught again, Nullifier. Look at the distance on that Blink Strike. Natsumi, he'll
Yeah,
get credit
try
for
to
that
use
one.
a 4-staff, but Nullifier just takes care of that.
And they find Armel too over bottom. Play hard. Trying to keep on him, but inside the Moonlight Shadow, don't have the vision. 30-minute mark hits. You've got Roche potentially in a minute. And then Blink Dagger again for the Ricky as he finished off the Manta. Nullifier was finished for the TA. I like the shard on TA.
Radiant are scanning.
I'm a big fan of
Yeah, it's
that
not too
pickup.
bad. The up to 3 seconds silence when fully charged.
You've already got the BKB. It's at 9 seconds. You use that BKB to jump into the base.
She's out of slots. That's the problem. Like, what do you get on TA right now? Like, Aghanim Scepter just doesn't feel that great of an upgrade. Even if they get the free one from Roche, I'd still prefer if either Pango or Keeper of the Light. Most likely, it's just going to be Keeper of the Light. Have that ulti, but they have still a ton of attack speed on TNC to deal with the Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah.
Like just Mirana leaping in, the attack speed that you get from the bubble. Arc Warden clone can easily deal with that.
So unfortunately, it's going to be a pretty long Roche. 2.5 minutes until that one comes up, but it's still a third Roche pre-35. That is pretty early for a third Roche. It's a 20k lead for Neon at the moment. TNC, I think they've lasted a bit longer than I expected them to, but Yopaj taking out Gabby's courier, and that was holding an ulti orb.
It's just hard to push a high ground against the Arc Warden, against the Monkey King. One mistake and the game could easily swing their way.
You can see Neon have basically spent the entirety of the last 20 minutes on the opposite side of the river. It really hasn't felt like they've had to back up for anything or really anything other than getting a kill on their side of the river. But that means TNC, they're over here trying to farm up in the Radiant jungle, in the Radiant triangle right now. Moonlight Shadow gets used, and now they've got some distance here to catch up to KP. Astro Imprisonment on himself. They'll take out Tims. Natsumi gets credit for that one. KP will come out of the Astro Imprisonment, try to get a Meteor Hammer down, which does land onto Yopaj, but it doesn't mean he's going to get a kill. Instead, he'll be killed. So Yopaj gets credit for that, and again, since he's died for that first blood, he is 11-0-5. Continuing to roll forward, continuing to sit top of the net worth. That being said, Arc Warden's got 21,000 net worth. He's slowly creeping up towards the top, and this is a hero you don't want to give too much time to.
Great
Blink
keep.
Strike, what
Big jump.
distance! Silence, no way to save himself just yet, but the Force Staff back, tricks of the trade again. Players going in with the Rolling Thunder. There's the Blink Strike again. They'll get the kill on a Femi. Natsumi in and out of the Dire base pretty easily.
Oh, even Troll's actually going for scaling items. He understands, you know, if things don't go well for us, TA, a hero that could potentially fall off compared to like Arc Warden and Monkey King. So he gets a BKB after an Urn, which I really like. You know, they are giving him a bit more farm priority than Keeper of the Light right now. And yeah, Basher done. So he can be that guy running in, popping the ulti, just trying to get the most out of it, bashing people, holding onto the Mindbreaker.
And he's getting more farm priority. Is this also of a result of the fact that Coddle does have a Midas and Philosopher's Stone, so he's just like
Hand of
passively
Midas
making
is
this
just
income?
something that he should not buy, you know, but okay. It's eventually it will pay off. Also holding on to Philosopher's Stone, that means a lot of free gold for him. I would love to see the Aghanim Scepter. Let's see. Okay, so Aghanim Scepter will be dropped from Roshan. Let's see who picks it up. Also, the one on the Troll is not too bad, you know, dispelling those Ghost Scepters with the Ags, dispelling Jingu, dispelling things on yourself. Because Ricky already has one. So TA actually decides to pick one up. Let's see if she handles it to someone else.
Looks like it goes over to... Oh, no, puts it on himself. Okay.
She got it, and she also has the shard right now.
Yeah, I thought he was walking over to play hard with it. I thought he was going to give it over to the Pangolier, but Yopaj playing the Ultra Greed and taking that and the shard. Uses that Axe immediately to get into the base. Balance Strike is thrown, but look at this. Playhard's in deep with the Rolling Thunder. And we'll see if anybody follows it up. They've got the arrow, Gleipnir, TA in trouble, Force Staffed out of the Wukong's command, as well as the Blinding Light pushing these heroes back, but the Gleipnir's used by this Tempest double. That'll lock up the Troll for a second.
They also have two cheeses at the moment. One on Ricky, one on Troll, Aegis on TA. I think it's time to go in and try to make stuff happen. There's no Wukong's command. They're a bit low on HP. Does Troll have any? No, he does not have any earn charges, but the recall is there, so this is how they're going to deal with the potential.
Dallas strike, arrow, TA caught again, four-step back, Gleipnir's in. That lands on a 3 heroes, but they still can't follow that up. Playhard goes in with the Rolling Thunder once again, and they're going to send KP back. A couple more shots coming out from Yopaj. Just needs one more. It's actually the Troll who gets the kill with the BKB being popped by Armel. They've got the BKB popped by Yopaj. They'll get the kill on Armel. They'll look over at Febby. They've put the nullifier on him. The Saturn's clips come down, but it doesn't mean it's doing a lot of damage this far into the game, and it really doesn't get these heroes even close to low. Gleipnir thrown from the Tempest double once again. The arrow is out, but it's not going to land on the hero. Instead, into the face of a creep. KP. Gabby's Tempest double, they're trying to frontline here.
My finest creation, Arc Warden, you know, just pretty much single-handedly keeping TNC in the game right now, because it's very hard. You need to enter the bubble, and then you're putting yourself in a bad spot for a possible arrow. It's still tough, you know, they have 32k gold lead. It still feels like an even game because of the Arc Warden. Like, do not underestimate the power of this hero.
Blink onto the trap, but then the blink over down towards bottom. TA going for a swift blink. Illuminate thrown in, but still, you look at where these heroes are sitting for the side of the Dire, and they're just trying to hold via this Arc Warden. Spark Wraiths are down. You've also got the magnetic fields keeping these buildings alive. Arc Warden, a one-man save machine. Not saving of heroes, but saving of buildings.
Yeah. What they can try to possibly do is a bit of a split push where you put pressure on one side and then TA jumps in, gets a couple of hits. Ricky can do the same thing. Arrow on Yopaj.
Damage is felt, but it's not enough. Now they've got the silence. Ricky. Natsumi was looking for a way in. Almost had his opening.
So yeah, it's been a while since I saw, you know, teams just going for a real split push in terms of like just going for the tier 3 towers separately. And this is what they're doing. Like, it's an old school strategy that still can be applied when you don't have the real answer for the Arc Warden in this case.
Something they might want to try to execute. So far, it's...
Yeah, you can see Yopaj doing exactly what I just said. From top to the bottom, arrow
lined
plus
up.
a meteor.
Meteor hammer! It's all there, but the four staff back.
And the blinding light just pushing them away. Now top lane.
It's just getting
Giant
pressure
Whale
by Troll.
Also trying to put a bit more pressure on the top tower.
And the thing is, the movement for Yopaj with this Axe is so available to him. He can go from bottom to top. Just going from trap to trap, just lays one down, comes back, goes over.
Well, to be honest, you know, Arc Warden kind of deserved this. What he's doing right now, how he plays the game, like Templar Assassin's like, well, you know, we have the answer for it. I'll just jump in and look at TNC. Everyone is just holding one tower right now. One side in case someone decides to split push.
Back over to the trap, clean up the creeps, put a trap down, go over to another lane. Rinse, repeat until you make it happen. I like the idea. I didn't even think about that when he picked up that Axe. Now the Aegis is reclaimed.
Arc Warden getting scarier and scarier. MKB done. Full Scotty on top of that.
Oh, Spell Prism.
Spell Prism is just the best tier 4 item, no doubt about it. You get stats, you get mana regen, you get CDR. It's just too good. Like, if you removed 12 attributes, that item would still be really good, one of the best one.
So Ricky's gonna hold it. He took the Tricks of the Trade cooldown. Doing math again, 4.9 seconds.
Yeah, you can just click on the ability. You do not have to do the math VCUP, but okay. It's 4.9 seconds. Let's make it easier for everyone.
I tried. I don't know how to explain.
I mean, if
Matt.
that's your thing, you know, to look stupid on the stream, I'm down. Like, dude, I love that kind of stuff. So feel free.
I think it's just from school. Whenever I used to answer a question with no work shown, my teachers would give me no credit for it. So now I'm stuck in this whole show your work, don't just say the right number. Glepnir, nullifier, thrown back and forth. Gabby's Tempest, double. Ooh, anybody going to claim the gold? No, not yet at least. They're moving up on it, and finally, it'll be 300 gold for the Troll. Deep in, tricks of the trade, smoke screen, pushing these heroes on the side of TNC back to Balance Strike as well as the Glepnir. Now the arrows in with the Wukong's command. Can they get the kill at least onto the Troll? Pops the BKB as well as the Battle Trance going after Armel. Blink Strike in, and the smoke screen
already
down.
split pushing, she
and
understands.
yeah, this is TA trying to get everything done as Natsumi gets the kill on a KB.
Force.
They'll take out the Troll. Rolling Thunder comes through. That's going to hit into the Tempest double as well as the original Arc Warden. His finest creation, but not fine enough as they get the kill on a Tims. They'll look over at the
Flash needs to
Oracle.
be careful
They
a
get
bit.
the kill on a Gabby. They'll take out the Arc Warden, who buys back immediately. And look at Natsumi just trying to dive in onto this Monkey King, who's hit with the False Promise, trying to survive, but eventually his time will run out. And there's the damage, but the Glepnir, ooh, Yopaj finally falling. Febby claims his life.
I think Yopaj wanted too much. Instead, he could have taken the top tier 3 tower. He could have taken the melee barracks. So regeneration right now will kick in. 1, 2 buybacks on side of TNC. And they got the buyback out of Gabby, which is pretty big.
Yeah, so still an opportunity, and you know, giving them an end game with just killing off Gabby again.
So they know there's not going to be the bubble. Well, the buyback is there. Never mind. I'm just talking out of my ass right now. So Arc Warden will keep this mid barracks alive.
Once TA's
Wait for the
up.
next Roche. You're playing into Arc Warden. He just used the buyback. Do not risk it. 41k gold lead for Neon. I feel like TNC only managed to get like 2 kills in the last 20-25 minutes.
Might even be longer than that. And there's not a lot of red squares on that graph. So, not many in the last 20 minutes, that's for sure. Monkey King up in 10, TA up in 27. And, well, can travel to any of these traps. So,
Yeah, I mean, the man just wants to travel with all the travel restrictions and bans. He's like, you know, I'll try to find my way.
make his own way of travel. No middle seat rules. And you could just use a trap to travel.
It's called travel.
Trapful?
Yeah.
Sounds like a new wave of music. They've got the defusal. Arrow comes in, stuns up
Ricky.
Natsumi. And they got the Wukong's command as well as the balance strike. The force staff from Yopaj, but Natsumi is dead. Armel gets the kill. He popped that BKB and going into the Rolling Thunder, but the Fortune's End stops it. Now rolling forward and trying to catch up to these TNC heroes. The Blink Dagger allows him to hit Febby as well as Armel. Goes towards the trees, bounces off these little obelisks and play hard. He gets back with a swashbuckle,
Gets arrowed
but
once again.
Ballast Strike comes in, lands on a 2, and this is a troll just diving in with an Abyssal Blade. It's a 5-position
Still
troll,
has
right-clicking
cheese.
away. Armel dead again. He's gone for 88 seconds. They pop the BKB, but Gabby's in trouble as he's bashed up by this troll. KP
Troll is
has
mad,
fallen.
man.
2 heroes are dead. Down goes Febby, make it a 3rd. They all have buyback, swashbuckle, Glepnir, and now Tims is gone. 4 heroes on TNC evaporated.
I cannot believe Januel actually lived there.
Barracks are under attack.
Keeper of the Light, keeping him alive with the Blinding Light, Force Staff, Lotus Orb. Still, they only managed to kill 1 range barracks. Roche, let's see the respawn time. Will respawn in
22
20
seconds.
seconds. They have a courier inside the pit.
Dyer's middle barracks are under attack.
No buybacks from the OD or the Monkey King in that
Dyer's middle
exchange.
barracks has fallen. Dyer's
Tier 3
tower
bottom goes
has
down,
fallen.
and it'll be Aegis Cheese, Refresher Shard, Ag's Blessing. But that's if they go for it. Neon showing up back towards mid. Monkey King still dead for another 25 seconds. Glepnir hits 3. Play hard though. He's invis. This is just a Tempest double, so Gabby
Dyer's top
letting it stay forward, at least for the moment. No
Oh,
fire. And look
nullifier.
at the damage on a KP. Nothing he can do. Den again does have buyback available to him.
Dire's top barracks
Yep.
are under attack.
Yopaj pinged the bottom lane. He wants to travel to the trap. There he is.
Immediately over, and now the buyback was used by KP. They've got the Gleipnir on to play hard. But TNC running out of buildings, running out of options.
So now 2 set of racks is gone. No need to rush things. You know that Arc Warden still does not have a buyback for 3 minutes. So go inside the pit. There he is. Traveling with the traps.
Yeah, traveling going all the way over to Roche. Now Play Hard and Natsumi are here to join. 50k lead for Neon. And if you're a fan of Neon, you're hoping this lead doesn't fall to the wayside like it did for LBZS in the Chinese region up against Vici.
I don't think this game is throwable anymore. I've seen a lot of stuff where I probably said or thought the same thing, but this one just, you know, feels they should be able to take it. Good thing for TNC is you lost 2 set of barracks, so now you know where they're gonna enter.
There's only one option now. I think maybe Neon are also going for the record. They're up 60k. I think it was the record claimed by Elephant. Biggest net worth lead at the finish of a game. I want to say it was in the hundreds of thousands. I forget the exact number, but it was very high.
Are you trying to do math again?
No, just guessing numbers. Not adding or equating them. Not at all. I wouldn't do that.
So yeah, Ricky with the Arcane Blink, Spell Prism. I see a Divine Rapier queued up. It's just the item build to go for on Ricky these days.
Shard for Gabby, MKB for the Troll. The Troll has 18,000 net worth. I mean, look at this net worth graph. It's kind of wild. That Ags, I believe, was given to the Pangolier, by the way. So Pango does finally have that Ags Blessing. He's working with that. They're pushing in bottom, like you said, only one way to go. Place down a Sentry Ward as well as an Observer, and now the Gleipnir, Yopaj does have that Aegis again, so he's holding onto his second life. Trick to the train, Natsumi going in with the Rolling Thunder coming through, as well as the Silence on 3 of these heroes with BKB being popped by Gabby. He's trying to run away, but the Balance Strike as well as the Wukong's command is down. They look over Natsumi, he's gone, dead with no buyback. Things are potentially falling apart for Neon as the Bastions are coming through onto the TA. They've got Johnny who's trying to man fight into the Monkey King, and he's got a lot of items to do so. He was a 5-position troll, but it doesn't matter when you've got 20,000 net worth.
They want the Arc Warden.
It's onto the Monkey King. They'll go after Gabby. They'll try to find KP. They'll take out the OD. Down goes the Monkey King looking for more. Gabby on the run. And Play Hard. Swashbuckle finishes off Tim's, and down goes Febby and Gabby. Full team wipe for the side of Neon.
Arc Warden does not have buyback for
And
40
there
seconds.
is the GG call.
There's not enough time, actually. Man, Arc Warden is such a nuisance to play against. He's so strong. Like, you can see the team having a 60+ K gold lead, and I'm not gonna say struggle to finish the game, but he's one of the heroes that definitely makes the hardest for enemies to finish the game.
Yeah, it was such a big lead, but you can already see, like, Arc Warden, even 60k down, does make it, like you said, not a struggle, but annoying.
Great performance from Neon.
Yeah.
Like, we doubted it. Everyone probably was like, what is this position troll 5 doing? And yeah, I like the itemization overall in Neon Esports, and very crisp execution.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the Troll ends the net worth over everybody on the side of TNC except for the Arc Warden, of course. So he was doing a lot at the end there. He did transition into a 5th core. It was basically like they had 5 cores, and Neon now 1 game away from taking a series over TNC. And when you take a series over a big team like this, it really does up that percentage. I know winning percentage higher. Yes, that's the simple stuff, but it does, again, with the opponents like this, it means quite a bit for Neon. So Neon have a 1-0 lead. They're 1 game away from taking the series over TNC. The panel is ready to talk about it, so we'll throw it over to them. Back to you guys.
5 predictions for TNC. 5 idiots, in my opinion. No, I'm just kidding. There was a interesting game between these two teams. Certainly a close one. Kind of felt like they couldn't end for a long time, and I was wondering if TNC were going to find that magic and turn it around, but they didn't really give them the option to do so. I think in a lot of times when we're looking at games like this, we would be saying that Neon should be worried that they couldn't close out this game, but considering the drafts, I'm not sure that was the case this time around.
Okay. So production put my name instantly for TNC in that first series.
Ah,
I'm
you
not
weren't-
backing.
you
I'm
weren't
not
do-
backing down for
Okay,
that. From
okay.
that, no. I still think that their draft looked solid. But when you're thinking about it, like you had 3 cores. We talked about Neon and their cores and how they have these 3 edgy heroes. Eventually, one was 5. It doesn't matter. But when you look at TNC, who's actually playmaking here? You have OD, you have Monkey, you have Arc Warden. OD and Monkey, they need to really pull a lot of strings and carry a heavy load in the mid game to give Arc Warden enough space. And if one of their lanes fail, your whole draft falls apart. And Monkey King, sadly for TNC, his lane failed. Like
Yeah,
the mid lane
like-
was really rough. After that, the triangle is completely open for the TA. And you can't even farm in the safest positions as an Arc Warden. If you looked at Neon and the way they were rotating after the tier 1 fell on the mid lane, Arc Warden, after leaving the safe lane, he has nowhere to go. The triangle is occupied. That hard camp that's right next to the tier 2 on the middle lane, they're ganking him constantly even there. I'm surprised this game even went this far. I thought this will be just a stomp with that first stages.
I feel like there isn't actually too much to really read into or analyze here.
Just the
If your
lane,
mid lane gets stomped this badly, like the mid tower is gone minute 6, TA has like more than double the net worth of the enemy mid laner. So, you know, like Armel messed up big time, and Joe Pudge, he made good use of it, you know?
Yep.
Like he punished those mistakes really badly, and he carried the game pretty much single-handedly. Like throughout the entire game, he always killed the supports first. He was super fat. He was just way too big.
The fact he adapted to this Arc Warden in the late game too. So at the end, Lacoste made a joke, so they don't have to worry about, they have only one lane now left and they can play around that. That's the scariest actually versus Arc Warden, because when he has multiple lanes, at least you can play those mind games, split him up a little bit, push one side and the other. When you have to go all in on one lane, he always can position himself well, bubble it up, you know, and then creepscape and split push with his clones. So
Yeah.
I was a little bit concerned at the end that they won't be able to close it, but they were just way too far ahead.
I mean, I really liked the TA Ags into the Arc Warden, and especially at the end there we saw it came into play, because the way they took that final fight was when she actually trapped in the trees, and then the Arc Warden tried to go to the trees, and she's like, oh, hello, I can be there
Yep.
too. And that kind of led to the overall downfall. I mean, it didn't kill the Arc Warden in that moment, but it put enough pressure to force them out of position, and that really was the aim of the game, you know? Cause pressure, split push, split fight, just be annoying, jump in and out with the Ricky, with the TA, utilize your mobility, and a really kind of, I can't call it clean because it took so long, but it really was clean from Neon in a way. You know, every kill which TNC were able to get, Neon would get 3 in response. They were making all the right moves. And then also utilizing this POS 5 troll, which was a really interesting thing, which we'll talk about here from Neon. And actually, Januel is going to be our MVP for this this game #1 on that POS 5 quote-unquote troll. I don't know. Is this something we're going to see more of?
No.
Was it
I
special?
mean, simply, again, you know, like we all have our own opinions, of course.
Yeah.
I don't completely agree that he's the MVP. For me, it's definitely the TA. I feel
Yeah,
like he single-handedly
I mean,
won that game.
This is for the memes. I
Give
think
some support, love.
I
yeah.
think production has had too much of Lacoste influence.
Yeah.
The memester is in their head. They're memeing. No, the troll, he did fine, but I think
he's
the
not
MVP.
game winning.
Yeah, it's not game winning. He's just position 5 troll, and that's why he's an MVP. It's something
Yeah.
different.
But again, you know, the TA had like a masterclass performance. I've never, no, not never, but not in a long time seen Armel get destroyed so hard.
Yeah.
He even had the first kill.
Yeah, even with the first kill, he still... Was that maybe the catalyst? Like, you get that first kill, you feel, yeah, I can crush this.
Easy.
Yeah, it's easy, man. It gets to your head, and then suddenly you feed twice in a row.
Did you see how he died? He got
Yeah.
side-bladed 5 times in a row. Just like full health dead.
Is it
That's
him,
pretty
or is
sick.
it Yopaj?
I feel like it's both, right?
It's
I feel like
both,
if you
right?
played against TA, if you mess up, he's playing really well and you're playing really poorly. It's like both.
Yeah.
Like, you're catching everything.
Could have gone the other way, though. I mean, Monkey King versus T, I feel like...
I mean, he killed him even once.
Yeah, he did
Yeah.
straight at the beginning, but then TA got revenge and then kind of just kept on hammering it down.
Too
and really didn't
cocky.
let it come
He
back.
had 100 health and then he wanted to contest creeps. He died in one hit.
And one thing that you were talking about, like this Mirana OD combo, after watching a game such as this one, even though it's difficult to get a lot of info from the game, from a game such as this one, because of that crush on the mid lane. If you have OD Mirana, you need some frontliner. You need something that's going to go in first.
It's supposed to be the monkey, right? They're supposed to have a fast BKB.
Yeah, and then
supposed to
maybe
jump
supposed to,
in.
but
Yeah, but the way it ended up happening, they had like 5 backliners.
yeah, pretty much.
They did, yeah, and you can't win Dota without a frontliner. Guys, it is coming up to that all-important break time, but we want you to send us some memes in those breaks, because, you know, Lacoste, he's been asking time and time again, he wants those Bernie memes, as we see here. So use that hashtag DPCSEA and make Lacoste a happy man as he continues waiting there in his lovely little mittens. We want to see a Bernie, or any memes, anything you guys can come up with. We want to see a hashtag DPCSEA. Show us what you guys got, and you stand a chance to be shouted out here on the show and have your art beautifully brought before our panel of judgment here. We shall be merciful. But guys, it is break time. We're going to throw it over to a break, and afterwards we will be back with game number 2 of Neon Esports versus TNC here at the SEA DPC by PGL. We'll see you very soon.
Right down to the end of your days, and I'll be right there at the top of the maze while the rats in the sewer stay stuck in the days. So now I'm coming for y'all, whether you're looking or not, you've already gotten involved. Don't take it personal, I gotta finish you off, cause only room at the time for one gun in the drawer.
Hello and welcome back to the DPC SEA region, where Neon Esports are one game away from making a big upset against TNC Predator. Wow, what a series we could have on our hands here. TNC come in the first game, try to do some cute stuff with an Arc Warden, but Neon, they make it even cuter with a +5 Troll, which ends up taking them through to the first game victory, and now we're into the draft for game number 2. Guys, you know, game number one's behind us. TNC, what must their mentality be coming into the second game?
Probably not the greatest, right? After that first loss with an Arc Warden, but probably there is some unfinished business, let's put it that way, for Armel. I feel like after getting that first kill on the TA, I think he feels like he should have won that lane, but with some unfortunate circumstances and outplays, obviously, by Jopai. Jopai, he lost. Yopaj. How do you pronounce it properly? Yopaj?
I always say Yopaj.
Yopaj, yeah. So remember, when the production was asking us about which players we want to see in the matchup screen, I called for Armel and Yopaj, and I really think this is the most interesting lane in the region. Like, these two players are extremely flashy and extremely skilled, so I'm just looking forward to watching mid be complete mayhem once again.
Absolutely, yeah. These two players playing up against each other. But of course, I think in the carry role as well, there's certainly notable names there also with Natsumi and Gabby. But Neon Esports, they're giving TNC a little bit of the PTSD here as they pick up that Medusa, the hero which beat them twice when they played against Execration.
Yeah, I like Medusa a lot. I think actually a lot of teams, not enough teams at all, are picking it. The hero is, for me at least, borderline broken. No matter whether you have BKBs or not, you cannot fight into the Stone Gaze. His laning is always going to be strong because of the Mystic Snake and the Mana Shield. He can go middle and safe lane. He, just with one item, Manta Style, he can actually fight already. I feel like the carry is not very greedy, can defend towers by himself pretty much. It's a frontline carry, very rare to see that.
Is there anything Medusa isn't?
I mean,
it's not a playmaker.
It's not a playmaker.
Let's put it that way. Everything
it's
else,
like a walking tower.
Yeah,
basically.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So this is my comparison between, let's say, Medusa and an Arc Warden. Arc Warden, yeah, he has that late game power spike, right? But even when you reach that power spike, you're kind of worried when you're going high ground on where you're going from your high ground down, right? You're worried if you get ganked, if you get picked off, you can die easily. Medusa has the same amount of potential late game, but is so difficult to kill, like at any given point in the game.
I feel Arc Warden is like, I don't like the hero super much because it always feels like teams that are picking it, kind of like Naga Siren, what we've seen so far, they're just playing to lose.
Yeah,
basically.
pretty much.
Like, they're
I
not
agree.
putting on any offensive moves at all. It's just Arc Warden, infinite high ground defense. Yeah.
The problem with Arc Warden is I feel like the hero itself isn't hard to play. Okay, it's arguable. If you're good with micro, it's not that hard to play. The team composition around it has to be very well thought out. It can't be just this hero, okay, does it look like a good Arc Warden game? Yeah, let's pick Arc Warden. I think really you need a good strategy around it. If you're looking at Liquid, if you're looking at, not necessarily Liquid, if you're looking at Nigma and Miracle, the way they play around it, they always have this lineup that's really strong as 4, and then they're always ready to fight once he gets those travels. Always fighting around creep waves, he travels in, he fights around with them. With that clone, right? And they always protect the triangle.
Yeah, but that's the big
and they always
difference.
pick these brawly drafts when they play on Nigma as well, so that these heroes can just kind of jump into the team fight, not really worried about being blown up immediately, and be able to trade and stun and fight, whilst the Arc Warden can sit back and do his thing, which is what we were lacking in that last game.
Yeah,
Sorry, Black.
I think it's also a big difference between the players, though.
Yep.
I feel like someone like a Miracle understands the hero much better. He knows when he has to join fights and when he doesn't.
Yep.
What I've seen in SEA in China, when the hero was picked, they just farm. Like, they don't even actively try to defend towers or join fights. Like, they just treat it like a, super hard, like an anti-mage. It's not an anti-mage at all.
It's not at all, yeah. The hero is completely different. You really have to start joining fights early on. The problem is in that last game, man, you couldn't.
It's tough.
Like, there's no way. When your team is completely crushed, you just can't do anything.
Playing into Ricky and TA, like the catch on those two heroes is really hard for him. But in this draft, we have a bunch more heroes picked up, so I'm just going to run through the full drafts quickly. We've got TNC with the Oracle, the Mars, the Shadow Demon, and the Morphling. Meanwhile, Neon Esports, they have gone for the Morana, the Medusa, the Brewmaster, and the Sand King, a hero they've been using quite a lot throughout this tournament, one of the teams which has been favoring it, whereas everyone else has kind of been ignoring it. Firstly, good Morphling game? Yes, no, yes, no?
Very good Morphling game, I think.
Yes.
They have, like, no way to really instant stun him. Like, even a Sand King Blink stun, a really good Morphling player can react to that, no problem. team fight control. I don't know. I just feel like this Morphling should have a free lane and game.
It's a pretty good Morphling game. You have an obvious target to morph into it, that Sand King later on as well.
Yeah.
But Morphling for me isn't really the focal point of the heroes that are picked so far. Is the Shadow Demon.
Yes.
Shadow Demon in a game such as this one, you can do quite a lot. Like if he has a good start, if he dominates the lane together with the Mars, suddenly you get that disruption versus the Medusa later on, which can come really, really handy. And I think that might be the main aspect of TNC's answer to the Medusa.
Gotta be careful though. If you disrupt offensively and your Morphling gets initiated on.
Oh yeah,
you don't
that
have
definitely.
like I feel playing Shadow Demon against like really good hero to disrupt is always very tricky, because if you waste that disruption, it can really mess your team up.
Yeah,
we'll
they do have
see
the
how it
Oracle
goes.
though this game, remember, so
They
they've got
do.
that secondary save, allowing the Shadow Demon to be more aggressive if he wants to. I also really like the Mars as an answer to the Medusa, because you stop her right clicks a lot of the time, and you can kind of have that counterplay option available where you can disrupt the team fights enough to stop her getting her damage off.
Yeah. They need something like a Storm on Neon's side. Something that initiates, something that's good against Morph, cut the back line, the Oracle and Shadow Demon. Actually, I feel like the Storm is like the perfect hero already for Neon. Not many disables on Radiant. What, like one spear? That's it?
Puck is banned out.
Normally I'd say it's greedy, but when the way Neon play it, I would like to see it actually, yeah. Any of the spirits, really.
Not necessarily any of the spirits versus the Morphling.
I'd rather. Now definitely Storm. Like
Definitely a Storm. Or Quap, right? Is Quap banned? Okay, Quap is banned out. Yeah, you just go for Storm. The problem with other spirits is they outright get countered by Morphling. You don't want... Void Spirit maybe not as much, but Ember Spirit...
Oracle too, right?
Yeah, can be really difficult. So you Storm, good. Everything else... possible, but not really.
Okay, and especially against Bat, right? I don't know, you don't want to go for Ember or anything like that. So, yeah, let's hopefully see the Storm Spirit. Anything else you think they could go for? Any curveballs you think they could throw?
They just need a solid playmaker. You're playing with the Medusa, so...
What else is there? Storm or
Legion Commander mid versus Bat, Kappa.
Kappa 1, 2, 3.
I mean, it's doable, right? But not really Abaddon.
I don't know. Every time we've been in the situation, I feel like, where there's been an obvious last pick, where we're like, they just go for this, and everyone watching is like, yeah, that seems like a good idea.
By the way, Void Spirit was also banned out by TNC. Man, we talked a lot about the Arc Warden that we didn't discuss most of these bans.
Yeah,
the
we
Arc Warden
glided
ban
through.
also that we didn't mention on Neon, one of the heroes that actually matches up well versus Medusa. So even because she's so slow and she's a tower, and he can do the same thing just a little bit better with Magnetic Field versus her. So
Yeah. I mean, I've been trying to think of like another option, but Storm is really the most obvious one. They go for Tiny. What the hell?
Yeah.
I told you guys. I told you. They will never make it that easy for you to call the last pick.
Well, they just
alrighty.
lost.
Well, I'm going to let you guys digest that one. Meanwhile, we do have a tweet to look at. Of course, you guys can get involved using the hashtag DPCSEA, and I believe the Neon Esports account has tweeted out to us directly and said, we just wanted to say, panel predictions, tongue out, even more relevant now. Jesus, we've been wrecked.
Okay.
Yeah, Neon.
We deserve that one.
They're flexing on us.
We deserve that one. Yeah, why not?
Respect.
Position 5 troll, we couldn't see that happening. I'm sorry, Neon. Our expertise falls into water when you have such master drafters behind you. But this time around...
Honestly, I would just say it's 100% TNC with this kind of draft, but the way they're playing lately, I don't even know. Like, Neon just seems to be much better individually right now.
All right, fast predictions, guys. Lizard, starting with you.
Draft TNC. Play. I'm same. I'll go with TNC. I really think
Black.
Storm was the pick.
Same. I think this new Tiny is not good. Like, he doesn't do that much damage anymore with his combo.
Yeah.
Don't understand the pick. It has to be TNC.
All right, well,
I don't know.
I will be devil's advocate and say that, you know, Neon, they have that momentum and they don't seem to be able to be stopped right now. So I am going to go with Neon, and I don't want to be flamed by their Twitter account again. So that's what I'm going to go for. Let's bring in our casters, B-Cop and Lacoste, and get their opinions onto the draft for game number 2. Guys, give us the breakdown.
I'll go with TNC. I just want to see one more salty tweet from Neon Esports, you know, see what they have prepared. If we're wrong once again, B-Cop, let's go. Let me choose one. And it is actually Neon. I don't know if you can see it.
Damn. Ben, you've just been sticking with me. Even when you're doing the random cards, you're sticking with me. It's kind of impressive at this point and somewhat creepy. But you know what, guys? We're going to throw it over to you guys. The game is live, so get into it. It is TNC versus Neon Esports, game number 2.
So ready to go on game number 2. Neon with a 1-0 lead over TNC. A chance to sweep the series over this big powerhouse in Southeast Asia that we have known and loved in TNC. But here it is. It's the full fight already. Here we go. Disruption. Fortune's End. That's going to land on a 2. They're going after KP already, trying to take out the Mars. They've got that shot from Yopaj with the tree thrown from a distance. Comes in via a Tom Brady toss. And take out KP. They got one out of it. It was a big exchange. A lot of heroes there showing up in the triangle. Try to get a little relevant with Super Bowl QB. I don't know if anybody caught that.
Yeah, good start for Tiny. You know, he is a mid laner. He's playing into bad matchup against the Batrider. His turn rate is really, really bad. So that's something that he's going to struggle against. Febby and Tims trying to set things up. Disruption.
Secure the bounty rune. And now Fortune's End. Okay. So Fortune's End should be Purifying Flames afterwards, which is the usual standard from an Oracle to steal some kills. But obviously, of course, do that damage. Burrow strike in, as well as the arrow. That hits onto Tims. Now getting body blocked by Playhard. Into the trees he'll go.
Boots of speed. I think he should still possibly die here. One more Burrow strike.
They just need it to hit, and it will. So Playhard gets the kill onto Tims, and already 2-0 for Neon.
Yeah, I mean, this lane should be pretty easy for Morphling. He should be able to get the free farm, but they're also securing farm for the top lane for Natsumi's Medusa. So, yeah, teams TP's back to the top lane. Januo, once again, will be playing a bit more greedier position 5, something that we've seen in I believe one Southeast Asian game and in multiple Chinese games so far. All you need on this hero is levels with Cinderbrew plus Mystic Snake. You have an ability to actually ignite them, so that's going to be a ton of damage. There's the Mystic Snake, the combo that I just mentioned. A lot of slow, overtime damage.
Nostradamus. Predicting it as it comes out. I like that. Something I wouldn't be able to say. And if it's not math, I'm not getting it right anyway.
You know, we'll just wait until we have to do the math, then your expertise will kick in.
That's all I've got going for me. You know, Arcane Blinks and Octarine Core is doing the math, getting it wrong. But still, just a little bit of a lead right now for Neon. The stacks of Sticky Napalm on Yopaj. Last time we took a look at him, it was 8. This time it's 7. Finally gone. Like you said, this is going to be a lane that he might struggle in. How much is that First Blood really going to help him kind of keep up here?
He always has the toss ability, you know, when Batrider gets on top of you. But needs to be very careful about these sticky napalm charges. Toss back into the tower.
And now Yopaj trying to survive. Armel, though, under the tower in some trouble. He'll fall just after Yopaj. They do end up trading, and then immediately Dabila comes over mid to clean up some creeps and get some solo experience.
He will get level 3 from that until Tiny arrives. It's a worth trade for Batrider because he got the first kill, he got the XP and managed to pick up a bottle.
KP, Tims, both being aggressed on and sitting quite low. KP just burning this Cinderbrew Mystic Snake combination, already proving to be a pain.
Mars really struggles playing into range heroes like a Drow Ranger, something that he doesn't like to play, and this Troll, and this is also a very, very strong lane. We've seen this combination already. Troll plus Brewmaster position 5. Again, Cinder Brew into Whirling Axes to ignite them. And now John will drag the creep wave. Already trees are cut down. Let's see if he succeeds. Yes, he does. Man knows what he's doing.
Making it look easy with that pull. Definitely one that we've seen become pretty common.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And it's worked out pretty well for Januo so far, cleaning up that entire creep wave, and it's a lane where Mars as well as the Shadow Demon are already struggling in. So
Mars is doing
definitely not.
okay in terms of CS. He's almost level 4, 15 CS, has a bottle. He should probably give that bottle possibly to Tims.
Disruption, Avalanche comes in, Januel's here, and the regen will be picked up by Armel. Immediately, Yopaj trying to TP back under the tier 1 tower, but he's stopped with the Fortune's End from Febby. Yopaj killed off by Armel, and this time it's Armel who's getting the better of the mid lane matchup.
He has a better hero for sure. You know, just the matchup is... He had an okay matchup still. TA still Monkey King favored against the TA, but this time around I feel Tiny is definitely not the strongest mid lane hero anymore. Especially after the nerf to his combo, so he doesn't deal that much damage. Slow just cripples him too much.
It seems like there were obvious other choices mid. But
Pano talked about the
Tiny.
Storm Spirit, where they have no real lockdown for him, something that would have probably been a better choice. Tiny, as a mid laner, doesn't really like to play from behind. You want to be able to snowball, get your levels, get the kills on these two squishy supports, Oracle and Shadow Demon. But the one thing they have very good for TNC in this game is like double support duo that takes care of each other. Let's say Shadow Demon uses Disruption offensively on Medusa, because that's the target that you want to go for, and then follow up with the Demonic Purge, so she kind of kills herself. And then you still have Oracle save to play with that.
Play hard. Ooh. Out of the Sandstorm, Fortune's End after the Burrow Strike, now in trouble. Purifying Flames, one last shot from Gabby.
Gabby TP'd, okay. Was stuck in the trees.
Immediately goes to TP back to the tier 1. Efficiency. Even though probably would have been fine.
I don't think he would be able to get out. Fabi didn't have any tangos, neither did Morph, no Quelling Blade, so had to TP out.
Off the Flame Break, and more trouble for Yopaj. 5 sticky napalm stacks, make it a 6th. He'll burn away and crumble. Now they make the rotation and don't catch up.
But his Burrow Strike was on cooldown, so couldn't stun there. Yeah, I think this Batrider will get out of control, just completely dominating Tiny in the laning stage. He's sitting at 21 CS, Batrider 40 right now. So yeah, there's already a full 1k gold difference.
Yeah, 1k lead already for TNC. Look at where the bat is. This is similar to where we saw the TA at. I guess you don't get the benefits like the TA did, where you can take such an early Roche, but you can certainly play pretty aggressively, as you're already level 7 on this Batrider, and he's leading into Boots Travel so far. Early Boots Travel, get around the map, play aggressive. It's the play style we've seen from a lot of these teams in the Southeast Asian region, just that high aggression. Arrow, just missing Tims. Probably would have led to a kill with an Avalanche toss to follow up from Tiny. He's working on getting that level 6. He's 2 levels behind Armel and almost a 3rd. It's really been a struggle.
That's why we were surprised, you know, that they decided to go with the Tiny, because the matchup is pretty bad. You're putting yourself in a really tough spot, and we can see why. One good thing that's going for them well is Medusa getting the farm in the jungle, finds the Royal Jelly, something that she really likes, you know, the mana regen, the HP regen, and decides to give one to Tiny. He picks up the regen rune this time. So far, TNC has been doing a really good job just controlling the runes for Bat.
Fortune's End all the way there to DeBeal. The leap away, the flame break brings him into the hands of Armel. He'll get another kill. KP getting low. Yopaj and Johnny Well trying to get something happen, but Tim's is over here, and they might have saved the Mars, who squeaks away with 20 health. Goes back towards the Brew, throws out a God's Rebuke, but the Burrow Strike
is available.
ends up getting the kill on a KP. Flame break again onto Yopaj, who's got 6 stacks of sticky napalm on him. And they rotate over Natsumi.
Yeah, you know your team is struggling when Medusa is forced to TP out 8 minutes in just to help out. She doesn't even have ulti at this point. Batrider trying to steal some creeps in the jungle. Reduce the farm on this Medusa. Like, Batrider will be the king of this game. Once he gets that boost of travel, I want to see a BKB straight away. They have no abilities except Stone Gaze that pierce magic immunity.
Also have the Yasha, Medusa. Medusa's keeping up in farm with the Morphling, which is nice.
We didn't talk about Morphling too much. He's just been silently farming. Now switching to the top lane. Gabby understands, yeah, there's going to be some pressure on the bottom. 2 of my teammates already on the top. Let's push and pressure the top tower a bit.
Yeah, and that's going to lead to them going after the Brewmaster, trying to take out an Observer Ward before he dies, get some sort of value with this life. But Armel pushes it to 5-1-0. And the only death that this Batrider had succumbed to was being under the tower and getting a kill on a Yopaj. So his game has been pretty pristine up to this point. It's a long road away from that Blink Dagger, as Yopaj really did want the bottle, but his lane just not going well enough for him to afford to be able to do that.
It's a tough one. I'd still want him to invest possibly in the bottle unless he decides to bring more clarities. At least he has that Royal Jelly Mana region coming in. Tim's bottom lane will drop.
Burrow Strike to lead on that one, disrupts Natsumi. They do get the kill on the Tims. They're going to try and pressure this tier 1 tower. At least get an objective while they sit so far behind. Yopaj just trying to farm up the enemy jungle. There are some stacks here for him to take. This could definitely help if he can get to an earlier Blink Dagger. Not sure the Blink Dagger, though, is going to be a massive difference maker. It will be that bit of initiation, Blink Avalanche toss, but again, you're going up against an Oracle and a Shadow Demon, which have saves, have ways to really make the fight from Neon that much harder.
You want to be able to just jump one of these 2 heroes, blow them up instantly. Sand still doesn't have anything queued up. If they want to keep fighting, like Blink Dagger is the item. Lasso.
That's on a Natsumi. They'll bring over KP, Arena, and the Spear. That all lands. Burning out from the Firefly. Natsumi trying to survive the onslaught that's coming in from TNC. Just does not have the life and just does not have a way to get out of this one. Is now Yopaj and John Noel going after the Oracle as well as the Batrider, but KP's behind them. Spear hits onto Yopaj, who's drawn in too far. That'll land, hit him into the trees, and the Primal Split's now forced out. They bring over Tims, and the side of Neon, they're not
enough
rotating.
damage from Tiny at the moment.
They might be able to get a kill on a Febby, but there's the disruption from Tims. That'll keep him healthy. And now there's the False Promise. So Oracle survives, Yopaj is dead, Jean-Yuel now back to form, Spear lands, False Promise runs out, and they do get the kill eventually on a Febby. Nobody coming over for Neon, and they just allow both the Tiny and the Brewmaster to take this long fight that ultimately leads to both their deaths.
They just don't have enough damage at the moment. Once Sanking decides to join in, he has enough money to buy a Blink Dagger. There it is, just needs to get one more CS and put the point in the epicenter. It's smoke time. Like, you want to get the kill out of this. You would want to kill the Morphling if possible. He's showing up on the map right now. Let's see if they decide to smoke. Brewmaster doesn't have any. Sanking didn't have enough money to actually buy the smoke for himself.
They do have the Blink Dagger, though, on Sand King. See if they can make something work with this. Yopaj coming in, Moonlight Shadow, Blink
that's
Burrow
not
Strike.
a good Moonlight Shadow.
Avalanche as well as the toss still under the tower. Gabby with the waveform, getting some distance. Arrow missing. Gabby morphs into the Sand King and will burrow strike away. All that used by Neon and no results.
Yeah, Moonlight Shadow used on a mid lane. Morphling could actually see that happening, so he instantly uses the attribute shift. And I think this time around, Sand King needed to initiate with the Epi. So now they're chasing.
Yeah, they smoked
Trying
again.
to find the Batrider. He's gone.
Smoked again, didn't find anything from it yet, but they are going over towards mid. Might be able to find Tim's, which would be a little bit of a consolation prize. They do have the Blink Dagger now available on Yopaj. So the double blink in, a possibility. Tim's just not far enough away from this tower. Oh, they're still going to go. They've got the arrow to follow up the burrow strike. They have the damage to get the kill on Tim's. That's something for Neon, with pressure coming into the mid-tier 1.
Is under attack.
While TNC, they continue to get farm on this Batrider. He's got his bots blink, and the Morphling working on the E-Blade. And I believe he's already got that Eagle Song. Yes, he does.
That's going to be a really good timing on E-Blade. Another
Burrow
burrow, arrow.
And now the Blink Avalanche toss. KP just gets blown up.
This is a reveal of Tiny's Blink Dagger, lasso.
Pulling in the Sand King, no way to save him. Burning out quick, Burrow Strike attempt away, but there's the Purifying Flames to get the kill. They've also used the Stone Gaze. Now it's time for Neon to run, but the Flame Break keeps Yopaj close to Armel.
Neon needs to back off. They already used Stone Gaze and the Panda ulti.
They don't have Lasso, and I believe Yopaj was trying to get a toss back towards his team. Won't get it. He's able to blink away, and now Neon have fully escaped. So not the worst engagement from Neon overall. And Tiny, by the way, still has that bottle queued up, but also looking for an E-Blade of his own.
His combo got nerfed in the previous patch, so wants to have more damage amplification coming out from that, which is okay. Like, not gonna say it's a standard item build, but since Thompson started to buy E-Blade on every single hero, yeah, people are doing that on Tiny nowadays as well. He's really under-leveled. Level 9, 15 minutes in.
Avalanche toss on Gabby, but really no worse for wear.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, Tiny needs to get some experience going. Maybe he can get that with the Blink Burrow Strike and the Avalanche toss combo. False promise. There's the save. Moves into the Sand King. Gets a Burrow Strike out immediately. Now looking for the TP out is Play Hard. They look over. They kill off Yopaj. They've got the disruption that does hit Play Hard. So that stops him from TPing away. They do lose Gabby, but it cost them 2. So they get the Morphling. They slow him down. And is this really... I want to say this is just becoming the game plan for Neon, right? Where... if you can disrupt the progression on the Morphling and disrupt TNC's net worth lead extension just to make space for Natsumi.
It's still, they lost 2 cores. Medusa is farming. Man, Batrider, I already said that he's going to be the king of this game. I decided to buy a 4-staff. I'd still prefer if he just gets a BKB, because they can't touch him. He goes in, but I can understand why. You know, there's still 2 saving abilities, Disruption, False Promise, also like just Fate's Edict against the combo from Tiny will keep him alive. Their initiation is very limited. Now that Mars has a Blink Dagger, it's going to be much easier. So you have 2 guys with the blinks. So I can understand like why he was getting that Blink Dagger straight away after the Boots of Travel.
So now he's got the BKB queued up. They do have vision though. They've got the Sentry down. They have the Observer. He's invis, but he doesn't know that he's visible to the side of the Dire. Avalanche toss, and they'll get the kill on Armel. 7-time spree out of his hands and over to the Mirana. They'll work on Febby. They land the stun. They take a second. A good movement there from Neon to get them a very important kill on the Batrider.
Scam's arrow were on point this game. You know, it's easy to play with the setup, with the Tiny, with the Sand King. You still need to be there, and yeah, that's a full mech finished on him. Working towards the Guardian Greaves, just so that his team is a bit more tanky. Tiny with the free throw, checking if anyone is there. Medusa still farming, you know, now at top of a net worth. Manta style finish, going into the Scotty against the Oracle heal, against the Morphling attribute shift. Like, it's just too good of an item.
1,800 gold away from the Scotty already. And we'll be getting that Quicksilver amulet sent over. That feels really good. But now they're coming in, they'll throw it down the arena, they get it onto the Brewmaster, but KP slowed down quite a bit. Avalanche toss comes out from Yopaj. They're under the Shroud of the Moonlight, Shadow of the False Promise, just in time to save KP. The question is, will it be enough of a heal? It looks like it should be. Burrow Strike hits onto Armel. He's trying to run, but now morphing into the Sand King. Burrow Strike back onto Play Hard. Can they get the kill onto the Sand King? Yes, they can. They've taken out two. The Brewmaster as well as the Sand King are both gone. Neon turning tail and trying to get out of this one. Tim's tossed into the air. Yopaj came back into this. They've got the disruption. The arrow through doesn't hit any of these heroes on the side of TNC, and they land the spear. They get the kill. They'll take out Yopaj. 3 heroes
He's diving
gone.
the tower. He wants this Mirana real bad. He knows there's no stuns, so he just goes in and actually gets the kill.
So 4 heroes dead.
Lasso.
Armel still has lasso after the fight, and that's going to be a lasso on a Natsumi. But do they have the damage to get the kill? They throw the spear. Natsumi back up to full mana. They've disrupted Johnuel, who doesn't have the primal split for 18 more seconds. Flame break thrown forward. That'll hit on a Natsumi as well as the Brewmaster. They'll stop their aggression there as, well, that was pretty close for Neon, but at the end of the day, TNC, they come out way ahead on that.
I feel like Neon just needs a tiny bit of damage if they get off an epicenter in the fight. This is something that we really haven't seen used much. Also, they need to have a better vision fight where they have actual vision to be able to jump the Oracle or the Shadow Demon. It's always hard to fight into 2 defensive supports. We've seen that quite a lot. You know, just having Oracle +1. We've seen a lot of Winter Wyverns being picked up. When you pair him up with another saving support, it just feels very hard for the enemy team to fight into that. Like, it's just it's a mental thing where, you know, like, yeah, I'm just going to initiate on this guy. Where's the follow-up? Can we burst him? You're putting yourself in a bad spot if you are not able to do it. Sinking.
Burrow Strike, Epi, now Armel. Saved again. The false promise from Febby. They've got the arena down to the back lines of this one. That will be a spear that locks up this Brewmaster for a second. The Burrow Strike hits onto Febby. Can they at least get the kill into the Oracle? Yes, they can. But now coming back is Gabby. He throws the Adaptive Strike on to Play Hard with the Gods Rebuke thrown from KP. But they're still with the Primal Split. So they've cycloned Gabby into the air. They'll start their retreat. Neon, they did lose to Beal. Johnuel in trouble. Blink Spear is there. This should be a second one dead and will be, as Gabby finishes him off with the Adaptive Strike, and Neon lose 2. Just in the nick of time, again, the Oracle gets the false promise off.
It's really hard to fight into that
Lasso on a Play Hard. That means the Sand King's gone, so that's technically a third. They
have enough
numbers.
time to actually go inside a pit and kill the Rose Shadow Demon using those disruption offensively, trying to deal more damage to Roshan. Are they still going to take this fight? Sand King does not have a buyback, nor the epicenter. Arrow will connect on Gabby. He is 500 HP.
Avalanche toss coming through.
Wow.
On the Morphling. Down goes KP. 2 heroes got on the side of TNC. This is going to go sour really quickly. They'll look over at Armel. Natsumi, meanwhile, had finished off the Scotty, but they get the kill to Yopaj. Febby gets credit for that one. Debil burning out. He's getting low, down to about 130 health. At the same time,
like, this is a big turnaround of this game if they can get this Roche. Thames, while scouting things out, has a disruption on Medusa.
So trying to disrupt as much as possible.
KP with the buyback.
KP buys back. Fortune's End thrown over at Debil, but they've got Play Hard available. 20 seconds till the Morphling's back up. And now this is a fight where TNC, they have their abilities up. Arena. You've got the Demonic Purge in 20. The False Promise is available again. Lasso in 40. So this Roche is going to be contested. We'll see for how long. Aether Lens picked up for the Bat Rider, who is now going into the BKB again.
He's going into that BKB for a very long time, just delaying it. Spirit Vessel also done.
Smoke from Neon.
On Brewmaster, that's going to be a lot of damage, a lot of field
KP,
mitigated.
he just bought
He was
back.
waiting, man. That was such a good play from Sand
Arrow
King.
hits on a KP. They should be able to kill off the Mars. Disruption save again. Can they keep KP alive? He'll get the arena down as well as the false promise. But the Burrow Strike hits from Play Hard. They've used the Primal Split. They've got the last one of the Medusa into the hands of Gabby. Gabby now waveform away as they've used the Stone Gaze. They're going to continue to chase these heroes on the side of TNC. They look over the Shadow Demon is under the tier 2 tower, but it's not going to give him enough protection. Tims is gone. Avalanche out as well as the toss. Burrow Strike to follow it up. Armel is gone. 3 heroes dead on the side of TNC and Neon. They have evened this game up and potentially given them the reward, which is Roshan.
So yeah, they force a buyback. That was such a great initiation from Play Hard, where he goes in, waits for Mars to actually blink, and I don't think Mars blinked the full distance. So he was still in the range. Arrow.
That's an Axe if they could kill the Courier, but not in time. Axe gets delivered. Moonlight Shadow for the disengage. They've got a sentry down, but they should be able to spot all this, yeah.
25 seconds without Mars. He bought back in the previous fight. Roshan, 1/3 of his HP. Do they still decide to take a fight? Shadow Demon needs to scout things out.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
They've got Shadow Poison being thrown forward now.
Oh, this is such a nasty combo.
God.
Soul Catcher into Shotgun.
Jeez, just blew up the Brew, and that...
It's always going to be potent. Like this combination of these two heroes, if they're alive, you need to be very careful.
That pushed him out of the pit. Again, though, Epicenter in 10. Stone Gaze is up. No Brew for 26. Are the Radiant... Are we going to go back and forth at Roche 100 times? I'm so ready for that.
Mirana scouting things out with the Courier. They want this Roche
TNC.
real bad.
Natsumi and Yopaj are close. They go for the God's Rebuke. They miss! They miss the arena! There's the Avalanche. It hits on a KP, but they've got the disruption on Natsumi. They get the kill on a John Yuel's Courier. That's something, but it's not what they needed.
Mirana will
Jinzan.
scout it with the Courier just to see that they are actually doing it. Without Arena, that's their big team fight. Armel wants to jump in. There it is.
Blink Lasso. It's onto the Brewmaster who just came back. Oh, John
Buyback
Yuel.
is available, but TP is not ready, so he needs to be careful with the buyback. Needs to walk back straight. Uses it immediately.
Arrow hits on a KP. He's inside the Roche pit. And there's the toss to throw him back towards the team. KP, spear, and that's going to land.
Nice spear.
Natsumi, though. Nobody else is here for the side of TNC just yet. They'll use the Burrow Strike as well as the Epicenter, and that's not going to be on anything. The False Promise committed on the KP, so a lot of these abilities down for both these teams as they look over at KP trying to get under Natsumi. He's out of mana. Morph into the Sand King. Burrow Strike hits under Natsumi, but they go after KP. They've got the Burrow Strike coming in for Play Hard. The Adaptive Strike hits onto Yopaj. They get the count of the Tiny, and now they've used that Primal Split to look over as they've got themselves a Cyclone onto the Batrider. Now the stun as well from the Earth Panda.
Medusa
Burrow Strike from
is out of
such
mana.
a distance away. The Burrow Strike hits onto the Morphling. Can they keep alive the Medusa? This is a real problematic fight for Neon as they've got a double damage onto the Morphling, who's cycloned into the air once again. The arena is down as well as the spear that hits on Natsumi. They get the go into the Medusa, and they'll look for more. Waveform, Burrow Strike turns back into the Sand King. They found Play Hard, and they'll get themselves a third.
Yeah, this is where the game actually breaks. TNC with a better initiation. Armel gets a good jump on the Brewmaster, who also uses buyback there. And just the combination of Soul Catcher plus E-Blade is so powerful. Then Sand King whiffs his whole combo onto Mars. I think you need to be a bit more patient, like try to go in with the blink. Use Yule Scepter or the Sandstorm to keep yourself alive and then get back out. Batrider still does not want to buy a BKB. That's, you know, very, very concerning. Going
risky.
into Octarine Core, it's very risky.
Look at this replay. Just the distance he can cover. Once Gabby's picked up this Axe, I mean, the Burrow Strike covers so much ground in the waveform, too. Because he went from, like, in between the Roche pit and those stairs, all the way over to the tier 2 tower and just a waveform Burrow Strike.
Yeah. One thing Medusa needs to care about is getting her like mana down. Also could try to possibly turn off the mana shield, then use the wand charges to have enough mana for the Mystic Snake, and then replenish her mana. Because in that fight, she was completely out of mana, not even enough to use Mystic Snake to be more tanky. So now Morphling has that Aegis going into S and Y. Yeah, it seems very tanky, especially with the 2 defensive supports behind him.
E-Blade still being built for Tiny. He went into the 4-staff. You've got Daedalus next for the Medusa. We'll see if that's enough damage. Potentially thinking high ground hold for the Medusa. How can we accomplish that? The Chrysalis has been finished, but is it enough? Staying right there with the Morphling in terms of net worth. And then, I mean, the big drop-off from Bat to Tiny, that is a massive cliff. 13.8k to 8k. Just about 9 now for the Tiny.
Tiny just doesn't feel as a core right now.
No.
And also his item. Sure, I can understand, you know, 4-staff, push yourself out of the trouble. But, yeah, I think you need to try to go for a scaling item. You will fall off. Medusa, I believe that's full Daedalus done.
Yeah. Such a stark difference from Yopaj's last game to this one.
Like, he really popped off in the last game. This one, it was tough for him to play the lane. Just the matchup is really, really bad for him.
Interesting. I guess I thought it was the Daedalus finish as well, but I think he just doesn't have it queued up anymore and goes into the Moon Shard. Because his
That's
courier's
definitely
not
not the item to go for here. Sure, attack speed is good, but yeah, I don't think you get too much out of that. Like, just Butterfly seems fine, because Shadow Demon will be using Disruption most of the time offensively on you, so you also want to have a miss chance.
Would it even be worth going defensive in something like a Lincoln's, or is there just so much to break it here where it's
I think
not
it's
worth
too much
it?
investment,
Yeah.
and it's a bit too late to go for it. But yeah, buying double Hyperstone, getting that Moon Shard is a huge no from me.
He'll buy 1 right now. I guess the question becomes, does this turn into anything else? Would anything else that this turns into be worth it?
200 bonus night vision. Maybe they want to see more during the night, but I don't think as Medusa you want to like invest into this kind of stuff. It could help out against the initiation that they have coming out from the Batrider, but still you don't have any kind of counterplay to that anyway. So once he jumps in, you're kind of locked into a team fight anyway.
Bottom tier 3's getting pressured by creeps. That'll send KP back. Moonlight Shadow used here by Neon. Still, it felt like with that victory at the Roche Pit, things fell into TNC's favor pretty heavily. They're only up 3k.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we've been talking about it and maybe harping on it.
I mean,
how Tiny
I'm
feels.
just looking at Medusa hitting the Ancients. She needs like 10 hits to kill the whole stack, which is something that we don't usually see. Like, it's just not enough damage. Finishing Daedalus first would be much better.
And he could have had it instead of the gold used on the Moon Shard, right?
Yeah, just straight up damage is much better.
Inside the
Still,
corner.
you know, in terms of net worth, 3k gold lead, the Neon managing to find a farm on the map. One problem that I have with this type of lineup is it's really not going to scale that much besides Medusa. You kind of have 4 protect 1 at the moment.
Wink Burrow Strike comes in as well as the arrow. They're going to clean up KP potentially, but again, the false promise is through, and they've got themselves the lasso. That's out on a play hard. Hit with the E-Blade as well as the adaptive strike. They get the kill on a play hard immediately, taking him out so fast. They'll look towards the rest. They've used the primal split. Neon maybe expecting to do a little bit more. Stun thrown at Armel. He's away from his team just a slight bit. They don't have the false promise. They've got the avalanche toss. The arrow misses, but the burrow strike comes in from the Morphling. That's on a Natsumi, who's committed the Stone Gaze. And now the arena as well as the spear. Down goes the Brew. They've lost 2. They've bought back on play hard. He's going to try and get something done, but the burrow strike hits again. This is Natsumi getting low and in a lot of trouble, but takes out Armel first. Looks over at KP. The damage isn't going to be enough. Double kill for Gabby. Takes out Yopaj. No more time. Tiny. No more sinking.
comes
He's gone
Morph.
again. Morphling now can focus his attention onto the Medusa as he's one shot away from getting the kill onto the Oracle. But Devio goes down to the Adaptive Strike as well as the E-Blade once again. Natsumi low, Natsumi gone. Full team wipe for the side of TNC. And this is actually 6 kills as they killed Sand King twice.
He bought back in that fight. Neon, I'd say choosing the wrong fights for them. Already used the Primal Split to be able to control the Morphling, Medusa ulti. Probably better play would try to just fall back and try to reset. But yeah, it's kind of hard against the Morphling who turns into Sand King. That extra cast range is just very hard to get away from.
And we look at the replay, arrow missing onto Armel, who eventually fell. You can just see in the Morphling how much he gets from being that Sand King. And the Burrow Strike distance so much, like you just said, like it just disrupts the fight so much. Like he's hitting 3 heroes with these Burrow Strikes.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job in the team fights. Neon, like the way this fight started when they jumped the Mars, great 4-stab from the Batrider and then False Promise. Like the burst damage is really not there compared to what TNC has with Morphling Shotgun, Soul Catcher.
It has been pretty impressive from the Morph. 13-2-7. Blink, Burrow Strike, Armel getting caught, not getting the lasso off, and now he's tossed into the air and killed. So Armel goes down, the BKB's move pop by KP. They've used the Primal Split once again. DeBeal moving forward, but when you just get 2-tap shotgun killed like that, blap, blap, see you later.
That's a Glimmer Cape, and you still get killed through that. Tiny's chasing.
Avalanche toss with the E-Blade he just completed. They'll take out Febby. It's like the first time he wasn't able to get a false promise off. Spear doesn't connect.
Medusa, I want to see that Daedalus completed. I see BKB into Blink Dagger. Like, you can't afford to get a Blink Dagger on this hero.
Avalanche toss onto the Morphling, caught with a disruption. Spear, and that will land. Down goes Yopach.
Because Blink Dagger right now is upgradable to a Swift Blink, most likely on Medusa eventually. But yeah, I just feel if you're in this kind of a spot that you might try to invest into Rapier.
Is Divine Rapier the... it would have to come after the Daedalus BKB, right? Can you afford to go for it earlier than that?
You could. I mean, like, the itemization is questionable on Medusa this time around. Getting that Moon Shard, like finishing Daedalus, seeing how the game develops. You can buy a Demon Edge, see if Morphling will go for Butterfly, then you upgrade it to MKB, or you just go straight, into Daedalus. Both of these have a True Strike anyway, so you're kind of covered, but see how things are going to go. Having a casual Demon Edge in your inventory doesn't feel as bad as like some other choices.
So just an 8K lead right now. Morphling ahead of the Medusa. Roche in 4. Both couriers will spot this. Ooh. They both evacuate the pit, and Gabby spots it just as it respawns as he's looking for the exit. And now they lose the Brew courier. Scotty being built for the Morphling. Feels like Natsumi, he's been trying to get to this Daedalus for a little while, but he's just 300 gold away. Could potentially be the difference maker in this next exchange as he's bought out on it, and now it's going to be coming his way. Trickster Cloak, Illusionist Cape. Trickster Cloak is for the Dire, Illusionist Cape for the Radiant, and a Flicker. So, Illusionist Cape for Morphling. It's a good amount of agi, a little strength in there. Full 5-man team smoke.
Roshan is up. Shadow Demon scouting things out with his courier inside a pit. So Daedalus already finished, as you mentioned, on Medusa. So this is where the damage is going to come from. They need to protect their Medusa. 1 4 staff on Tiny, like Glimmer Cape and the Guardian Greaves. Like, Mirana decided to buy 2 fluffy hats after finishing Guardian Greaves and a Sentry Ward. One for the Tiger, one for herself.
Gotta keep those ears warm.
He just does not want to get blown up by a Morphling.
Yeah.
Oh, Spell Prism as well, found by TNC. I guess you just give that one to the Batrider. And here it is with the Octarine Core and the BKB finally finished. 38 minutes in. Lasso cooldown 67 seconds.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Jeez. Just a lot of cooldown reduction going his way at the moment.
Dire's
Medusa needs to be careful. Like, if they get a really good jump before she can get the Stone Gaze off, I'm not gonna say they can take her down from 100 to 0, but they can put her in a spot where she needs to use the Stone Gaze and just back off after that, which is something that you do not want to happen.
Tower is under attack. Dire's middle
Ooh,
tower
interesting
has fallen.
movement from Neon.
Wrap around.
Tims, he's spotted. Avalanche, that's going to whiff, I believe. They get the kill into Tims. They'll take out the Shadow Demon. Now
There's
the
the
Arena is
buyback.
down as well as the BKB being popped by KP. They'll go after Yopaj. BKB's been popped by Gabby. They've got the buyback coming up from Tims.
Double
So they'll have that
damage, more.
disruption. And now they've got the lasso on a play hard. Play hard inside the Sandstorm. But is it enough? Fortune's End comes in late now. He used that Euros to try and survive, but the God's Rebuke as well as the Spear is there. Gabby taking a lot of damage from Natsumi, who's out of mana, out of time, and out of hope. Down he goes. Gabby gets the kill onto that one. They'll look towards the rest. They'll take out Yopaj. 3 heroes gone. Disruption will lock up this Mirana. And these 2 heroes from Neon are not long for this world. Triple kill for Gabby. And, well, it'll be one for Tims as he bought back, and it will be a full team wipe again in favor of TNC.
Neon does not have enough damage to deal with the Morphling, and Morphling once again picked up bottle the DD, so this is hard to fight into. They're not getting inside a bit. Mid lane is actually being pinged out.
Under attack.
Like Medusa against the Morph. Morph has, once he has all shifted, 51 armor, which is 75% physical resist. So he doesn't really feel those right clicks coming out from Medusa.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Through the tier
Dire's
3,
middle barracks are under attack.
through the racks.
Dire's middle barracks
Demolished at the
has
same
fallen.
time. Some coordinated demolition happening inside the Dire base and back towards Roche. Blink Dagger for the Oracle. So Febby, his positioning a lot easier to accomplish with this Blink Dagger.
Yeah, Febby this time around, he had a really good positioning, got some
Dire's top tower has fallen.
very nice false promises off, and now back into the Roche pit after taking the mid barracks. So that's Cheese and Aegis. Mirana trying to TP to the outpost. It's still not gonna be enough. Maybe an arrow will delay it a bit.
Arrow. Just
Onto
on
the
an
illusion.
Oh, Yopaj
Oh, he
snatched
gets it!
He's stolen the Aegis! Yopaj showing up just like a rolling boulder, and Jean Yuel, he's gone. They get the first life out of the hands of Yopaj.
There's also
He was
Gem on the
perfectly
ground.
in.
Gem on the ground, no one wants to pick it up.
That's big. Takes the Aegis out of the hands of TNC.
Dire's middle tower is
Cheese was
under
picked
attack.
up by the Morphling. So they've got the Aegis nullified. And you're working with a Medusa trying to hold the high ground, about to get to that level 25.
It was a sick play there from Tiny, but you know, it's gonna keep them in the game a bit longer. Medusa, what is she building? I see a BKB into Divine Rapier. I'm not sure if you have enough time to farm both of these items. I can understand BKB against like the Sarm coming out from the Oracle. Disruption is something that you need to care about. Shotgun, Soul Catcher. There's so many things to focus on. But yeah, once again, this Moon Shard really not paying off. If it was a BKB into Divine Rapier instead, would have been much better. I think right now Medusa is in the spot where she might need to invest straight up into Divine Rapier just to keep them in game.
Going for the BKB meanwhile. Shadow Demon's picked up the Ags. So he's got the charges on the Demonic Purge. That Ags is disgusting if you can get to it as a Shadow Demon. Feels very strong. Brewmaster, I believe he's also looking for Nags. And then the Dagon for Tiny. Okay. Lincoln's for Play Hard, as he's been the focus of that lasso more often than not. And just about to hit that level 25 for the Medusa. There it is. So, level 25 there. Level 26 for the Morphling. Takes the split shot, uses modifiers. But Armel over to the side.
He wants to jump.
Trying to find it. Maybe on Natsumi. These heroes on the side of the Dire, they're waiting over in the wing. They've used that Moonlight Shadow. Armel will go back towards his team, away from this Dire side. And look at Febby. He was ready, just in case there was a turnaround. Arrow in, not going to land. As TNC posturing continue to hold their position. Natsumi leading the way. Is this a point where Neon should be reaching out this far, or should they just go back to their base?
Medusa has to get farmed somewhere. On the mid lane, she doesn't get that much gold. Top is also not in a good spot, so right now Neon just needs to play for Protect 1.
So has to be out this far at the moment.
I don't think you get anything from defending that tier 2 tower. It's much better to just fight in the base. But maybe they're trying to, you know, surprise them, see how it's gonna go. They don't expect us to do this kind of thing. Get the first jump. Still very hard to fight into 2 defensive supports.
They have the BKB now finished on the Medusa. So that means work is being done on a Divine Rapier. And the question is, down 23,000, holding your high ground. If you can get there, will it be enough? Dabil, Glimmer Cape. Clearing up these trees. Medusa with the Lincolns on him from Play Hard. Adapt to Strike, pops the Lincolns, now backing off. Needs to be careful of a blink into the lasso. Again, just
a lot of attack speed. You see those numbers, but those are not big numbers, you know. Less than 600 crits coming out from Medusa at the moment. I don't think they're in a rush. I don't think they need to play like this. You know, just try to farm that Divine Rapier. Roche may respawn in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Because they stole that Aegis, which is actually keeping them in-game right now.
Yeah, maybe not as much confidence as they get. The Avalanche as well as the toss. The Burrow Strike comes in, but there's the Arena down. And it is around 3 of these heroes. They got the BKB off on the Medusa, turning this one onto KP. They have the False Promise that lands onto the Bat Rider, keeping him alive. And now Morphling trying to go in on this. But he's hit with the Cyclone up into the air. Looking at KP once again with the E-Blade, as well as the Avalanche out onto this Mars. Flame Break pushing them away. There's the waveform over, as well as the E-Blade attack to strike that kills off Yopaj. KP, he's dead. He's got buyback. Buyback comes out from Yopaj. Jean-Yuel running away from Gabby, who's going to use that waveform. Has Armel over to the side. Medusa, not a lot of mana to work with, but over with Play Hard. They get the kill onto the Brew. He doesn't have buyback. Yopaj does. He might look for the Avalanche as well as the toss. He gets the toss onto Gabby, and now they're going for the epicenter as well as the Burrow Strike. Do they have the damage to get the kill? Gabby,
the
save with the disruption!
Save. He's morphing.
He's trying to stay alive. He goes to the waveform, trying to TP
Toss.
out. They have the toss. They'll stop the TP. Can they get the kill this time? They've got False Promise. But Gabby, he's away. False Promise, use TP attempt, but there's the arrow that hits from this Mirana. They take out Febby, but keep Gabby alive multiple times.
This game, he's definitely my MVP. His saves were insane. So how many buybacks did they use? Only 1 buyback. Like you can see that Medusa still doesn't deal enough damage. Morph is really not afraid. But once she gets to that Divine Rapier, this game is still very winnable for Neon.
Look at this replay, and False Promise the first time saves Armel. He's able to retreat. KP's in with the BKB. They've got the Arena down placed really well, but the BKB was popped by Medusa. Cyclone keeping Morphling out of this fight as long as possible. They finally will take out KP, but Gabby's in and blows up Yopaj. And this is all during a pause, so we're not missing anything at the moment. Jean-Yuel trying to TP in the trees. Gabby's there. Down he goes, and then Armel, he's active in this fight because he was saved by Febby. They almost get this Morphling. Again, look at how low he gets. 900, 800, 400. There's the disruption. That saves him the first time.
Yeah, also he got the Morph off inside of it, and now we're going to see the False Promise.
Yeah, he gets to the low ground, and then he's False Promised and saved again. Wow.
Oracle just 1 creep away from getting level 20, minus 20 seconds. cooldown on the False Promise is going to be big. Also, he has Ether Lens plus a Psychic Headband. Cast range is just insanely good.
But here's the thing now. So you've, I think, won that fight. Yeah, you didn't kill the Morphling, but I think you've won that fight. Because it keeps Batrider, Mars, and Oracle dead to the point where maybe Natsumi can get an objective and get into the Divine Rapier. That might have bought them enough time. And I think that it should be considered a win if you can get to the Divine Rapier.
For sure, that was a win for Neon. Now they're getting some extra gold on the mid lane, need to be a bit more careful. Let's see the damage coming out from Medusa Illusions. Still not that high, but AoE Eye of Scotty is something that they need to be afraid of. It's very hard to fight into that.
Roche, potentially a minute 22.
What they need to do is just stick around and play around the Medusa. Try not to get split up. Brewmaster has one job. Either like, it's actually more jobs, depending how the situation is, where he controls one of the supports with the Earth Spirit Panda, and yeah, probably Cyclone the other one. Depends, you know, how it develops. Most of the time, you also want to Cyclone the Morphling, pre-BKB possibly. You know, a lot of stuff to focus on. I don't think you can just go in and try to deal with Morph straight away, because there will be at least one save looking at him. So try to take out the supports, deal with the Morphling in the end.
Januel can get into an Axe, which he's only 500
like
gold
having
away.
those 2 charges, and
It's going to be massive.
you want to be in those prolonged team fights. Just control the Morphling, deal with the rest. Now they're popping some Lincoln Sphere on Medusa. At this point, you don't save for buyback.
Spear,
Good job.
E-Blade, Adaptive Strike, down goes Zabeel. He's got buyback. Neon trying to run away. Manta, now the right clicks coming through. They've got the toss onto the Mars, but they hit the lasso onto the Tiny. And that was a long-range
There's
lasso.
no buyback
Thanks to the
on
help of the
Tiny.
Aether Lens. They get the kill into Yopaj. He's going to be dead for 109 seconds with the BKB, as well as the Stone Gaze being popped by Natsumi. He's trying to chase, trying to get something, but he's not finding anything. He's slowed up on the run. Spear hits. That's going to connect. They've got the stun onto the Medusa. He's in trouble. E-Blade hits and should be dying. But the epicenter from Play Hard, he used it and then ended up leaving. The Medusa's alive for a little bit longer, ends up dead, has buyback. They'll find themselves Januel. He's dead once again. He's got buyback too.
It's just a wrong fight to take as Neon. Your Medusa is very close to the Divine Rapier. Like, you take the fight outside of base, you could have waited another minute and get her to that Divine Rapier. It's the item, you know, that could make a lot of a difference, but right now, after using 4 buybacks, it just feels very tough for Neon to win this game.
31k behind, still their hopes lie in the back of Natsumi, who is trying to keep Neon on the path to a 2-0. But it's tough. Take the outpost over top. Roche is back up and available.
Also a casual double damage spawn, so that's gonna help out with the Roche. Does anyone still have a bottle? No, they sold all their bottles.
Let's see. Smoke out. And leading forward again, Play Hard. In the trees, Sandstorm Blink! And the Burrow Strike into the Moonlight Shadow. They need to try and get out of this one. Play Hard on the run. They've broken this Lincoln's, and now he can't get away. He does have buyback and will probably be forced to use it immediately.
Shadow Demon Axe. He also decided to go for a level 2 charges of disruption on level 25.
Avalanche toss, damage coming in with the BKB hop, but here by the Morphling waveform right into the hands of the
early
Brew.
Stone Gaze. So what they need to do on TNC is just go back to the Roche, kill it. It's Cheese, Aegis plus Refresher, possibly on a Batrider. So yeah, now you need to deal with 2 charges of disruption.
Which it's already been tough to deal with 1.
Exactly.
So 1,000 gold away from the Divine Rapier. Has the courier ready to pick it up if need be. Now make it 800 gold. They're in Roche. They'll pick up the Aegis.
Okay, so Shadow Demon picks up Refresher.
Okay.
So there's 4 charges of Disruption.
Okay. Jeez.
Potentially, you know. And he already has an Octarine core. Like, Octarine just feels so good on many heroes right now because it's made out of Ether Lens.
The Divine Rapier was picked up. They've got the blink as well as the toss. Arrow misses. BKB's been popped, and that's going to be arena around everybody. They land the spear onto the Medusa. Do they want to follow this up? That's the question. BKB already gone. Armel looking for an opportunity. They're under the guys in the Moonlight Shadow for right now. Armel still looking for an opportunity.
Medusa
Down 40K.
is super slow. She does not have Boots of Speed, sold the Power Treads. Decided not to consume the Moon Shard against the Batrider. Like, you're not moving in a team fight.
They need to be careful. This throne's getting hit.
Like, they should probably give Medusa Ninja Gear instead. Like, it's agility, it's some extra movement speed. Leveler is fine, you know, 60 attack speed, but you need to move inside of team fight to be able to deal the damage.
Yeah, if you can't keep up with these
And now
heroes,
he's going
you're not
back
going to do
for
anything.
Power Treads. I guess he just wants to consume the Moon Shard, understands that, yeah, 297 move speed Medusa is not going to be able to do it.
Do you just consume it now and pick up brown boots?
And then you sell boots 5 minutes later. Because you are going to have enough money for another Divine Rapier. I think just, you know, getting a second Divine Rapier is the play here. Finishes that Power Treads, some extra attack speed. Once they actually get the Swift Blink.
Ags picked up by the Brew finally.
So 2 charges on the ulti, which will allow him to create more chaos. Oh, Lincoln's popped.
They'll go after Natsumi. They've got the lasso, and they have found the Medusa out of mana and out of hope.
That's game.
Natsumi gone. Divine Rapier on the deck. Immediately a GG is called by Neon. TNC, they will even the series up at 1, but it was almost there for Neon. But TNC, they prove to be the superior team in Game 2.
Overall, they just had a better draft, better execution, some like questionable choices from Medusa about the items in this game, and it was 4 Protect 1. Tiny was just really struggling from the start, from the laning stage, didn't really feel like a core in this game.
Yeah, and TNC played an outstanding game. Got through the Medusa, played it really well, and ultimately even the series up at 1. So we'll have our panel break it down, hear what they have to say, and then go on into Game 3. Back to you guys over on the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, BCOP and Lacoste. Yeah, this series gets evened out with a 1-1 against TNC and Neon. Guys, it kind of felt like a same game as game number 1. One team were ahead out of the laning phase. They didn't drop the ball. They kept it going. That pressure was there. And eventually, all it took was one little mistake of the Medusa, just kind of dangling herself a little bit too hard. And they get killed. And the Rapier does absolutely nothing in a huge anticlimax. And now we're at the 1-1.
It wasn't truly this last moment that won the game for TNC. It's a series of events that went in their favor.
They're like the tiny pick.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's very bad.
Get over it, Black.
Yeah, it's very bad to say, like, okay, you lose the lanes, you lose the game, right? It's not how the game works. But you had such a clear opportunity to pick Storm Spirit that does exactly everything that Tiny does. Is not maybe is a little bit more greedy, but nothing extraordinary. Still can play with Medusa and wins versus Batrider. This game, it was pretty much Armel's domination, right? Morphling, he did get enough space, and eventually he was that hard hitter. But it's literally the Batrider. He's had the freest game of his life versus a Tiny that had the first blood.
Yeah, I mean, Tiny, honestly, this patch is not a core hero. His avalanche damage got nerfed way too much for me to even be considered the core for me. I don't know. Like, I feel he does everything just as well on position 4. And how the game played out, it was just a glorified support. It was a 4 protect 1.
So
You guys are really not letting this tiny thing go, are you?
look, there's this like one perspective that we can include. It's if Tiny has a good lane, and then they set up their wards properly, he can blow up the Morphling if Morphling is not like properly prepared, right? A couple of times when the Morphling is farming the triangle, you can jump him and kill him off alone. Like, it happens, it truly does. But in a game in which Tiny does not have items and he's completely delayed with everything that he does, you saw what happens. Tiny jumps the Morphling, Morphling shrugs it off, continues farming. So
Tough. It's tough. I also didn't really like the Medusa. Even though the Tiny was a bad pick, you know, I feel Neon still overplayed what they had, like the cards they had. They played really well. But the itemization was weird. The Medusa going for this Crystallis Moonshard.
Yeah.
If it was like, I think the correct item builder is you just go BKB into Rapier because it's a 4 protect 1, and your teammates build a Solar Crest for you, which they didn't.
Yep.
If it's a 4 protect 1 draft, you just build all these aura items, all these utility items just to support your Medusa, but we haven't seen that. And
You can't play 4 Protect 1 into Shadow Demon, though. I mean, surely that's what we've learned from this game.
but,
and it's so hard. If he gets that ulti off on your 1, then...
I think you go for Butterfly as well.
Right.
That's also one of the ways to deal with the Shadow Demon illusions, so they don't at least hurt you, right? You go for that Butterfly, the illusions can't pierce it, and you're just chilling there, hitting them, and killing everyone else around you. So.
Well, our MVP for this match will, of course, be Tim's for this one on the Shadow Demon, because, you know, he was the nail in the coffin, really, at the end of the day for Neon. He was the one always saving the heroes when they needed to be saved, always allowing this Morphling to be able to get off, along with the Oracle.
What about the Oracle?
Yeah, okay.
If you're
Almost always.
If you're gonna talk about saving heroes, that's the Oracle. If you're gonna talk about killing heroes, preventing them from rushing, preventing them from having good team fights, because Medusa is just spreading her arrows all over the Nirvana and the other support. It's like, I'd say Oracle savior of TNC this time, but Shadow Demon, he did well too, I guess.
He did well too, I guess. I thought Tim's deserved it. I liked his Shadow Demon performance. I mean, it was more the pick than the performance, which I was really sold upon, though. And I feel like this is probably TNC's answer to this Medusa, because I thought it was almost brave for Neon to come at them with the Medusa, because TNC aren't a team which are going to get Medusa twice and then be like, oh, that happened. Oh, well, moving on. They're going to look back. They're going to try and figure out this Medusa. Do you feel like they did figure out the Medusa, Blank?
They did. I mean, Shadow Demon was always good against Medusa. I don't know how well they figured it out, to be honest, because even though they were really far ahead, they still struggled a lot.
Yep.
Like, I really can't, you know, think about what would have happened if they had a backline jumper.
What happens if Batrider does not have as good of a game as he had, right? And what happens if there's a Storm instead of that Tiny, who wins versus Batrider, and then suddenly does... Like, look at this Tiny. What was he doing? He jumps behind, he sets up for the Sand King stun and the arrow, right? That's literally it. Storm can do exactly that, plus Storm gets out afterwards, right? And he wins the lane versus the Bats.
We don't want to harp too much, but it was...
But we are harping too much.
But it was a massive mistake. Like, it was just, like, game losing. Like, this pick was game losing. That's why I'm harping on it so much, but it's just how it is. Yeah.
You guys are the people who are, like, still complaining about that Harambe thing, like, 2 years afterwards and what's caused all those memes about it. Yeah, that's what you guys are. But you're still, when you're right, and unfortunately it didn't work out for Neon in this game number 2. But we got game number 3 right around the corner, so don't worry, my little pog champs, as we will be back after this short break for that matchup, like a conclusion of this very exciting series here at the DPC SEA.
right down to the end of your days. And I'll be right there at the top of the maze while the rats in the sewer stay stuck in the days. So now I'm coming for you all, whether you like it or not, you've already gotten involved. Don't take it personal, I gotta finish you off, cause only room at the top for one gun in the drawer.
Hello and welcome back to the DPC SEA. We are here with PGL for the third game of this best of 3 series between TNC and Neon Esports, and things are really starting to heat up. We do feel like there's a bit of a draft advantage throughout both of these games. What we're looking for here in game number 3 is a nice even draft to really see what these teams can do. Guys, are we still favoring TNC if the drafts are even in this third and final game?
No.
No.
They're getting outplayed pretty heavily. Even though they're in the driver's seat, their draft is an advantage. They have a gold advantage as well. It just feels like Neon is always getting the better initiation. Or, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what happened to TNC, honestly.
They're
Very flustered.
I'm not sure if something happened to them besides the Febby change, that is, or if Neon is just playing very well. Like, if you look at Neon's movements across the map, like the first dive behind the tier 1, even when they were behind, they get a couple of kills, disengage afterwards with Medusa ulti. Then all these fights that they set up on their high ground triangle, right, next to their base, the fights that would always start with Tiny tossing someone back, always protecting the cliff ward. Like, most teams would just be satisfied sitting on the high ground and waiting, but they go out, they make a good shot at coming back into this game many times. So
I get what you're saying, but I've seen TNC like 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
The chemistry is not there anymore that they had before. They won a tournament just prior to this, and
So
they
what do you think?
completely dominated. I'm not sure. Like, the draft was really solid. Now the draft is very all over the place. But more importantly, the team chemistry in the game. There's no connection. Like, they're always going in very slowly, one by one.
Yep.
There's an initiation. Follow up is very slow.
You can't really blame the patch or something like that, can you?
No, you can't. So that's why I'm wondering what's up, because 3 weeks ago they were completely different. Maybe they had like a break or something. I'm not sure.
Alrighty, well, we do in fact have our draft up for game number 3. We're going to start things out with the Puck and the Kotl banned out by TNC. Meanwhile,
Nyx.
Neon Esports will get rid of the Oracle and the Lycan.
yeah, we have the Nyx, we have the OD. We also have the Nyx Assassin. There you go. That's picked up by Neon. On the other hand, Spirit Breaker. Oh, hello there, sir.
One of the best heroes against Nyx, of
Yeah,
course.
pretty solid.
Yep. Follow him around.
Does have a lot of weaknesses though, as well.
It can like fall very flat. Spirit
Yeah.
Breaker, if your laning stage
0-10.
doesn't give you anything, yeah, then suddenly you feel a little bit useless. But yeah, it's a hero overall that's been buffed up with the new patch too. The shard is pretty solid. The BKB that you get, that is magic immunity after your ulti. But most importantly, Aghanim's, man. Aghanim's Spirit Breaker, it's just so much use in fights.
It's very
Morphling
funny.
again.
It's very funny.
A Morphling,
Ooh.
Spirit Breaker, one of the most broken combos in Dota as well.
Really?
Yeah.
You get a double charge, but of course the
Bulldoze.
Bulldoze on Morphling is how much status resistance? 70% or something? 60?
Everything.
Sounds something crazy.
100% stats resistance. That's it. You can't be stunned.
It's something crazy, yeah.
I mean, literally, did you try stunning Spirit Breaker with maxed out Bulldoze or doing anything to him? He just walks away, shrugs it off.
Yeah, he kind of like blinks for a second. He's like,
Yeah.
yeah.
What happened,
Yeah.
He's a big cow, You can't throw darts at him.
True. If you throw a rock at the cow, probably not going to care.
Yep.
But don't throw rocks at cows. That wouldn't be nice.
Did you do it? You're talking out of experience, or?
No, I'm a vegetarian. Lizards, we respect animals.
I see. Okay, I understand.
Unlike you animals.
Like us animals.
Yeah.
What?
Which means I respect you.
All right, so TNC banning out the PL. I really think one hero that Neon could pick here that would be really good is put Nyx on 4 or even 5, whatever, but pick Ancient Apparition. And it can be problematic versus Spirit Breaker perhaps, but you have this Nyx plus AA versus Morphling. That could be so troublesome for him. Impale, AA ulti, seek him out with your Vendetta.
You have to make sure to get a very strong safe laner though, like something
Yeah.
like a troll then.
Yeah.
Because AA by itself, it's an it, right?
Yeah, but you don't lane alone with A, right?
Yeah, of course not. But you need a strong like core hero.
I'm kidding. I agree. Yeah, you definitely do.
Is it an it, he or she? It's an it, right?
It's
an ancient
2021.
apparition.
Yeah. Whatever he chooses to be. And there,
Yeah.
I said he, though.
Lore-wise,
Whatever.
I heard he's the strongest. It is the strongest thing in
What,
Dota.
AA?
Yeah.
Is
that
it
true? Because it's like,
I don't think so. I think that's like Weaver or something.
really?
Or I don't know. I can't remember.
Weaver is
I'm
a
not
god.
so good.
Weaver is a god or something, right?
Weaver is like the
Yeah.
god of time, so technically can't really be beaten because he's just like.
But Elder
then
Titan created
Elder
the
Titan
world.
created
But
everything.
Arc Warden says he's going to shatter everything.
Arc
because he's
Warden
so
is like
OP.
the third sorry, not the third fundamental. The third, there's a Mad Moon, the Radiant, blah blah, and then Arc Warden's like the third one in there. He's the one who originally separated the Radiant and the Dire, so he's very strong as well. I don't know. It's widely contested as who the actual strongest is.
And
I'll
then
ask
you
my
have
lore expert.
Venomancer. Then you have Venomancer, who's just a poison dude.
Just a snake.
Well, no, Viper's one is even better. 'Cause he's just a dude that walked into the jungle and got like bitten or something.
Wasn't
and
it
was just
Veno?
like, oh,
I thought it
was
was
that
Veno. I
Veno
thought it was
instead?
Veno.
Maybe
Yeah,
you're right.
That's
yeah.
more likely Veno, yeah. What
What-
about
what
Oh
is
yeah,
it?
Viper was
Wait,
Pugna's pet.
what's up with Pugna again? I forgot. There's
Pugna's a small child who got turned into a wizard, basically, but
By
is still
who?
stuck
By-
in a child's body for the next 300 years.
Who made him a wizard? That's the.
I can't remember, but I know
Yeah.
that he imprisoned Viper
Gandalf.
and made him his pet.
Yeah, exactly,
and
right?
That's that for some reason. I bet there's some like lore experts listening to this and going, "Oh God, they're butchering everything. It's way more complicated than that." But we're simple people.
Okay, we have a Mirana again. TNC Predator picking it up. What do we have? Spirit Breaker, Mirana, and Morphling. Do you like the combination of these two supports, Spirit Breaker and Mirana, if they're supports? Because I don't
When it's
really.
B6, I think it's okay. But before level 6, they don't really have any synergy together. Like, it's very hard to follow up with an arrow on a Spirit Breaker charge.
Yeah, and also like the full team fight composition of these two heroes, they don't contribute way too much, right?
Yeah, no team fight. Whereas Grimstroke is a pretty boss team fighter,
Yep. Especially when you can combo it up with something cool.
which they can't yet.
No, double mana burn. Ooh,
That hurts.
a little bit.
Beastmaster.
A little bit of a tickle.
Isn't Beastmaster pretty weak against Grimstroke? Like
it's-
the stroke can just kill the board pretty easily, right?
Yeah, Stroke of Fate is problematic, but you can also purge off Inkswell later on with Necros, right? Which is nice. You bring a lot of push. Grimstroke brings a lot of deep push. Depends who jumps who first and who makes that initiation. But yeah, I like Grimstroke in this particular matchup. Like, I don't mind him at all.
How about like a nice like PA or Ricky? I think Grim
Ricky's
Ricky
really
could
nice.
crush this beast Mirana lane.
Yeah.
Easily.
Ricky Grimstroke is one of my favorite lanes right now as well. It's disgusting.
Blink Strike with Inkswell on him is
Too
pretty
good.
solid, yeah.
And
You-
then later on, the cloud plus the Inkswell, you're just silenced, you get stunned under the cloud.
Sounds great.
It's really good. It's really good. Wraith King.
Okay, this is a different option. When
Okay.
we were talking about Ancient Apparition, I was thinking about Wraith King combo because of
Very
the
good,
it's really strong. With Grimstroke, it's pretty much the same thing. You have the stun, you have a lot of boars to deal with Mirana and Beastmaster, and the Inkswell plus Wraith King stun is obviously very strong. So I dig it. Is it really the optimal carry for this game versus Morphling though? And Necro 3 eventually.
If he gets really big, it can be, because they don't have like super much burst damage. Bringing down his Wraith King twice could be difficult, but I'm just afraid for him. If Beastmaster is ever in a 1v1 against him, like if both supports have to rotate away, these boars really destroy you. Like, he's not a good anti-Beastmaster carry.
Okay, but there is one thing in the way they max out the Scullies now without the crit. Like, max out
The lifesteal.
the lifesteal, and then you just send the Scullies at the beast. That might be problematic perhaps for beasts too.
Yeah, what's stronger, beasts or skelly boys?
Skelly boys. Spooky, scary skeletons.
They do so much damage, like 40 per hit.
Yeah, and they
The thing is-
they outchase you. Like, you can't run
Yeah,
away.
360 MS.
It's
You
very
can't run.
annoying. The boys just constantly whacking away at you with their swords. Like, what are you doing? You're little tiny skeletons. Yet apparently you smack me just as hard as I smack you. It's very, very rude.
They never stop either until they die. They just keep right-clicking
They're
you.
committed.
Yeah.
Like Black at the gym. Never surrenders
Until he dies.
until his last possible rep. That's it.
And then
Till his muscles die.
Then
That's
I die.
hardcore, bro.
Yeah, I saw your new Instagram post, by the way.
thank you,
That's
thank
it.
you. It's amazing. I know.
Beast
Gyrocopter.
mode.
What about Gyrocopter? Is Gyrocopter beast mode?
Gyro into
It's a mid
Morphling.
gyro.
Yeah, but still into Morphling is a
Ooh.
little bit.
It's weird,
Yeah.
right?
It's
So you give
weird.
him the flag cannon.
Yeah, you're literally giving Morphling an opportunity to morph into you and have something useful every
Take
single
my
fight.
body.
But what is that? Like, it's not even that great of a mid laner.
I've seen it pop up a couple of times on mid. Right,
Yeah,
with,
going for the magic damage build.
Yeah, magic damage build, with Veil or whatnot, possible E-Blade.
I mean, it's not bad. It's just
Why though?
Yeah.
Right? Like why?
yeah, like I mean, it can do a lot of magic damage. Have a lot of catch. They don't really need stun from the mid lane, but
There's nothing on the side of TNC which makes me think they'd care about a lot of magic damage as a thing. And now we have Kunkka.
Kunkka.
Seems good.
That matchup is
Seems
terrible for Gyro.
Yeah, right? Seems good. Like you can just blow him up as Kunkka. Double bracer build, just whack him, whack the creeps, cleave him. Gyro has
Just
low
hit him.
HP. Yeah, I mean low HP Gyro does not like to be cleaved by Tidebringer.
Certainly does not. Certainly does not. And his move speed's pretty useless against Tidebringer anyway. You can't get away from it. And X marks as well. Yeah, really feeling pretty good about this last pick from TNC. Guys, I'm going to ask you for some predictions. Which direction are we going in? Black, why don't you start us off this time?
Okay, I think I like.
It's easier to talk when you're not holding your lip. But
Yeah, but I'm thinking.
Okay, sorry.
I'm struggling.
Don't mean to interrupt your
All right, I'll start
process.
it off. I like the Kunkka not only because of that, but you can set up the arrow as well with it. Just rounds their draft up very well for the mid game to late game.
It does.
I don't like the duo of supports on TNC that much. Like this Spirit
You don't?
Breaker and Mirana, I don't think they bring enough in the late game.
Can see that.
But
I feel like they can get run over pretty easily on TNC.
Yeah, right?
By this Nyx, Pango, Grimstroke. They have a lot of... it's
like
so tough.
I love the Kunkka more than I like the Gyro, but I don't like the duo of supports at all on TNC. And because of that, I'm swaying Neon's favor.
Ooh, Lizard's going to go for the neon bet. Black, are you following suit?
Yes, sir.
You are indeed. See, I don't want to give us the 5-0 curse again. But then again, I'm number 3 to vote, so I don't have to. So I'm going to go for Neon as well, because I like their draft a tinsy little bit more. And we said if it was even, then we would lean towards Neon. So yeah, it's going to be 3 out of 3 for Neon from us. Let's find out what our lovely, handsome casters have to say. It's Beacop and Lacoste. Guys, what are we thinking?
Shuffle it, Beacop. Let's go. Show me what you got. It's Neon.
Again, dude.
Once
You're
again,
just
yeah.
always following me. I'm a
I'll go with
trendsetter.
DNC. You know, I'm not a big fan of this Gyro mid. It can work Raid King into Beastmaster with the mana burn. They're still shard to work with, but it's a lot
Good
of gold
point.
investment. So yeah, I think we can hop into the game because it feels like this one's ready.
Alrighty, again, you guys take it away for game number 3 of TNC versus Neon.
Thank you, Nomad. Ready for game number 3 here. It's not do or die time, but it's certainly time to rise up the ranks if you do win this one. Neon, they are 1 game away, and so are TNC from potentially being top of the table. I think Neon hold on to it if they win this one at 3-0, and TNC would push towards the top at 2-0. Or 2-1.
2-1. 2-1 they would be, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens in this one. Both games have been very competitive and pretty close. I know the last one ends with a huge lead, or both these games are ending with huge leads, but throughout it, it seems like it's been quite a close, game of Dota throughout. So I'm very excited to see this third game, this rubber match between the two. I'm always expecting the Windrunner in third games. I listened to that Slacks video a long time ago, and it was always Windrunner. But I guess it's not an elimination game, right?
It's
So-
not,
Somehow the Windrunner doesn't find its way in. Now, to me on this Wraith King, you've got Gyro, which is a hero we rarely see, but it's on Yopaj, who, excluding game 1, is here with another unconventional mid.
Arrow will hit, but yeah, they will not commit to it. Bottom lane, Gabby. It's a Morphling with the attribute shift. Stun is ready once again in 2 seconds. Will eat a tango, get himself through.
land the stun, and Gabby's still on the run. Left here with just 150 health, so harassed up pretty heavily. This is an interesting comment. I know the panel was talking about the Mirana Spirit Breaker, a combo that is completely different from the one they had in the previous game where they had Shadow Demon and Oracle both giving saves. Here, you've got a more aggressive, offensive support duo.
Not too much synergy between these two heroes, relying on Arrow to hit during the charge, Greater Bash, something that's hard to execute. Spirit Breaker uses one more attack, pushes him out of the Arrow. Yeah, kind of hard one, but I want to see how the mid lane's going to go. So far, Yopaj doing really well for CS 4 denies against Kunkka. Once you start getting levels on Kunkka, it should be much easier. The constant harassment from the Tidebringer is something that Gyro could struggle a bit against. Has bottle queued up and going for a bit of a more magic damage build. Has that null talisman for the mana region. I would not be surprised if we see like E-Blade. All right, bottom lane. I was just talking about the mid, was not paying attention. I hope Vepas caught that one on the camera. Something that should definitely not happen. Like your Morphling getting a kill with just attribute shift, not having any abilities.
Should never happen. Or well,
I guess Febby God was just
being
bashing
Febby
them.
God.
Yeah.
I think the thing is, for me at least, I know you're talking about that mid matchup, but that's what interests me the most too. Like, I don't want to say it's equivalent, but it is certainly as exciting as when you see like Ori Somnus. Two very proficient mids just going at it, and that's what we've seen out of both these games between Yopaj and Armel. Like, it's been very back and forth.
For sure. And we can see some disconnect between Armel and Febby here. Armel uses Torrent before Spirit Breaker arrives. This one will hit. So a lot of harassment. Yeah, another charge.
Yeah,
Can't
another
stop
charge
it.
on Yopaj, going under the tower. Rocket barrage onto Febby, taking a lot of damage, but over bottom, Dabil dies again, and that's with Gabby by himself.
He might get another one.
He might even
One
get
more
a second kill.
Ooh, Fairy Fire.
I can't believe it. They were trying to play aggressive on Morphling,
how's
too.
that possible? You have Boots of Speed. How do you die to Morphling who's alone?
They tried to play aggressive on him. They pushed up, wanted to get a kill on a Gabby, and all of a sudden he's able to turn it around where, I mean, I would say that shouldn't happen, especially without Febby in the lane.
Well, if you asked me before, I would say that it's impossible 100%, but somehow they managed to find a way. This is why Dota is such a beautiful game, you know? Anything can happen. Now Morphling is level 4.5, almost has enough money to buy a Morbid Mask. Like, this bottom lane is just done.
Top lane, KP taking a lot of damage from Natsumi, and this bottom lane is going to be a problem, and now what do you do with that? As Natsumi's getting pressured pretty hard by the Boars as well as the Mirana, he might just drop. Slowed up, one more shot, there's the kill for
double
TNC.
kill. Fairy Fire is available, so they need to be careful about that one. One more. One more.
Yeah, leap under the tower. He's got it. Demille makes the rotation. The tower, the stun, it misses. Tim's, though, still gone. Finally a kill for Neon, but already a 1K lead for TNC.
So your carry died, and look what's happening on the bottom lane. Play hard, can't play that lane, because Morphling attack speed is just way too high. He would deny everything. He hits 3 times while you hit once, and now Morphling having the freest lane of his lifetime, probably.
We talked about how it's already a hard matchup for the Gyrocopter up mid and now, or over mid, and now it's just like, well, you're also giving Morphling a very easy lane. We say it's supposed to be a hard matchup, but Johnny Welly's come over, the Inkswell pops, they'll land this Rocket Barrage onto Armel and get the kill. The combination between the two is nice.
Not how matchups work, you know. We're talking about 1 versus 1, not when the 2 heroes rotate and kill you. Gabby, once again, gets a kill with the Febby. Febby's all over the place with his Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, I guess that's not how the matchups work. You never see the UFC do the tail of the tape,
like,
and
yeah,
it's
my
2v1.
coach is going to fight with me.
Dyer's bottom tower is
That might
under
have helped
attack.
Connor if Danis was able to fight with him up against Dustin Poirier, but, well, too bad. So now Dabil as well as Jean-Noel up towards top and looking to make a move here. There's been some aggression coming out from Neon in the top lane. They've used that Inkswell multiple times to follow up the Wraithfire Blast from the Wraith King to put some pressure onto KP, and, well, it ended up being counterintuitive when you end up losing the Wraith King as well as the Grimstroke. but they were looking and potentially trying to make something happen. Charge coming out, and that gets stopped as Febby shows up over mid. Yopaj now level 6 to the level 4 of Armel. This is going fantastically for Yopaj.
They need to gank this Morphling as soon as possible. Nyx Assassin needs to get his level 6, just burst him down. So this is something that TNC needs to be careful about. You know, get the Sentry Ward in his lane to be able to see this type of gank coming out. Because if he doesn't get the chain locked, he doesn't die. Like, this Morphling will have Attribute Shift maxed out in the next minute.
Regen room shows up bottom, call down, looking for Armel. He's trying to get the torrent off, and now the rocket hits. They've got the impale, Inkswell, Yopaj, another kill on Armel. The Morphling's having a really good time, but, well, the Kunkka, it's not going as well as maybe we would have thought. Certainly not going close to as well as what we would have thought.
There's constantly 1 or 2 heroes on the mid lane. Now we see Charge on play hard. Let's see if he decides to use the Swashbuckle straight away, and he's gone.
Could have potentially helped it, but better safe than sorry, for sure. Tim's KP up top, having a good time together. Although that being said, KP only about 1,800 net worth there with Playhard about equal, and that's surprising considering Playhard's just been killed off a couple times. You got a couple of kills up towards top.
Man, Gabby is just going ham on this Pangolier. No mercy.
Charge coming through bottom. Homing missile chasing. Not as fast. The best homing missile cosmetic in the game, in my opinion. Januel and Tims will spot each other inside the water, inside the river. Arrow hits. Tims just putting some damage onto the Grimstroke. I don't think he should get this kill, but now the charge is coming out. They'll turn this around, and he's got to leap to the low ground. Phantom's Embrace just doesn't
Easy
catch
money.
him.
Plus 10 for Tims, killing that Phantom. Torrent on the mid lane. Will hit him. Both is available.
They've got the X. Call down used. Go ship in. Gabby's made the rotation. This is not going to be in time from the Dire side. Yopaj. He's killed as 3 heroes make their way over towards mid. They actually have Spirit Breaker's Courier following the Nyx Assassin to keep vision on him. Double damage showing bottom, and Playhard will be the one who picks that up.
Gabby not just dominating the bottom lane, he also TPs with the Morphling to just to secure a kill on a Gyrocopter. Raid King, casual gloves, going straight into Radiance. Might decide to switch things up, you know, if he feels like he can get away with the Hand of Midas.
Yeah. Now, Gabby came mid, and when we talked about it in the previous game, when Natsumi came over with the Medusa, we felt it was a crutch to his game.
Because nothing happened after that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there, they get the kill on a Yopaj, and that feels way better,
Sure,
right?
and he got the last hit as well on top of that. No one's farming his lane. Rocket on the mid.
Febby. The stun hits. Also gets on Armel, who's been disarmed. The Rolling Thunder coming through. Torrent's a whiff. Armel getting chased. They've got Circuit Fate over onto Armel, and they'll get the kill onto the Kunkka.
Febby decides to just TP out. Save bottom. Natsumi. TP to the bottom lane. Morphling took the tower. Man, Morphling is staying 1,300 gold ahead of Raid King right now.
And really far ahead, and Wraith King's gonna have to try and make that up with a Radiance. Is Radiance the call that you make when you're fighting from behind?
I'm still fine with Hand of Midas. Raid King has a lot of gold.
Inkswell, Impale hits, call down there. That's going to be a dead Spirit Breaker. Febby taken out again, but the leap forward from Tim. Starstorm on a 2. Torrent misses Primal Roar. That hits onto the Pangolier. They've got Armel coming in. They'll land the arrow, the Ghost Ship too. Down goes Playhard. Debil and Yopaj can only just watch.
TNC understands that both of their supports are kind of limited on the damage right now, where you have like Marana, Arrow, and like there's no follow-up to that. Starstorm only level 1, Spirit Breaker is mostly just for the vision and the initial damage. Let's see. Yeah, well, they get another one.
Yeah, Inkswell onto the Kunkka, but nothing more to really work with as he was all alone. So 2K lead for TNC. KP getting some space to himself, extending that lead over his counterpart of the Pangolier. And then, of course, Morphling up by quite a bit. So we'll see how this ends up progressing as, you know, you've got a Morphling going into the Manta first.
My question is, you know, I just focus on the important stuff. Ocean Heart dropped for TNC. Does Kunkka take it? He is the one controlling the oceans, or does Morph take it? He is the ocean.
I guess if you're taking the Ocean Heart on Kunkka, you're saying you're taking the heart out of Morphling. Because he is the ocean.
He is the Davy Jones.
Never been to his locker before. Morph into the gyro, and now looking to throw the homing missile onto Yopaj. Impale hits, but the charge comes in from Febby. They've got the cooldown as well as the X. The Rolling Thunder coming out for play hard, bouncing around and back again. They look to kill off Armel. They'll find themselves at least one. Morphling getting low. The Soul Binds on Febby as well as the Morph. They've got the Primal Roar. That hits Yopaj, locks him up, kills him off. Impale hits. Morphling got Gabby dead, and Febby and KP, can they respond? Stroke of Fate comes in. They get the kill on Jean-Yuel. Debiel on the run, leap forward, Starstorm, and another shot from Tim's. 3 heroes dead on the side of Neon. Play hard gets away, but the entire time Wraith King is just farming up.
These fights are just straight up 4 versus fight. Wraith King has no intentions of joining any until he gets the Radiance. So yeah, Neon a bit too aggressive, you know, playing underneath tier 2 towers. I love the build on Pangolier, just the bottle, you know, magic wand, raindrop to be as tanky as possible at this point, and going into Spirit Vessel against the Morphling, it's kind of a must-have item. One of the best ones, for me at least.
It lasts so long. That feels equivalent to the Skywrath prediction one. In terms of length. Arrow hitting on Yopaj. Debiel moving forward, and there is a sentry down. Vendetta, but the Impale misses. Homing missile on the Gabby, and that will land, but nothing more. Febby charging in, looking for Debiel. Gets the Spike Carapace to pop, but they won't follow that up with anything. And again, the entire time Natsumi is just looking to get towards that Radiance. Only 150 gold out of that Sacred Relic. And then Gyro. Yule's E-Blade Force Staff. Interesting build coming from Yopaj.
Just wants to have some extra mana regen, and I guess Yule's Scepter very good, dodging the charge, and the Kunkka's combo, most importantly. So yeah, E-Blade, we've seen that before. I'm not gonna say a standard build on your mid gyro, but Dota has changed, has evolved over the time, and the spellcasters are really, really popular right now. E-Blade also got a buff. Eagle Song costs 200 gold less, so yeah, very viable item at the moment.
So Morphling, he's got the Yasha and going Ags. Interesting move. Ags this early? What are you looking for if you pick up this Ags?
Spirit Breaker all day long. Double charge, lowers the cooldown.
Interesting. Increasing the speed, lowering the cooldown. X onto Yopaj, Ghost Ship coming in, but there's the power of that Yule's already. They've got the ulti from Febby hitting onto the gyro. They're trying to land a Torrent as well, but now the response from Neon. We'll see how big it can be. He waveforms onto the high ground, but Armel gets hit by the homing missile. They've got the call down, Swashbuckle coming through, and they're gonna chase this Kunkka. Is there any response from TNC? He's morphed into this Nyx Assassin, but they get the kill on Armel. Gabby moving forward. I don't know if Nyx Assassin is the best call.
Radiant's middle tower.
And once again, Wraith King not joining. He is just slowly farming. I mean, it's not slow. He actually caught up with the Morphling. What am I saying? Like, there was almost 1,500 gold difference between these two, and because Morphling is joining fights and Wraith King, just a natural faster farmer with his Skellies.
Still just a 2K lead. Okay, double Radiance queued up for Wraith King, sure.
Yeah, the more burn. Just get the 6 Radiance.
Just feel like the sun. Just sunburn him. Axe for the Morphling could be next. Blade of Alacrity is the pickup first. Seems to be the case with many of these Axe builders these days. To pick up that Blade of Alacrity to have a potential item to dip out into.
What if Gyro is like, yeah, I'm not gonna give away Morphling Flag Cannon, so I will not skill it at all. It's a possibility, you know. I've seen. I'll hold that thought for a bit later.
Charge coming through. Yopaj hit up into the air with the torrent. They've got themselves the Soul Mine. That's going to leash up this Beastmaster over onto the Spirit Breaker. They get the kill into Yopaj. Deville comes over. They've also used that Rolling Thunder to pick up the double damage on a Play Hard. And now the Impale hits, but they've waveformed forward. They get the kill onto the Nyx Assassin. The look over is Natsumi finally joins the fight. They've got themselves the call down. That's going to land on the 2. KP on the run. Femi is 2. They get the kill onto KP, and now they look for more as the Ink Swell pops. But that stuns up Yopaj. They look over and find the kill on a Gabby. 3 heroes dead as Femi follows suit into the grave.
And finally, we can see the power of Wraith King. He joins with the first Radiance buyback, actually 2 buybacks committed from Scam and Yopaj.
They landed the dust. Tim's in trouble. Wraith Fire Blast again, blowing up Tim's.
They got so much out of this fight. Even though they committed 2 buybacks, 1 on core. So yeah, Gyro actually gets a Flak Cannon, but if you are not actually like dealing the damage, because I was trying to say, you know, when Earthshaker Morph was very popular, I've seen Earthshakers not getting, enemy Earthshakers that were playing against Morphling not getting more than 1 point in the Enchant Totem. Because, like, you don't need that extra damage, you just want it to have it for stun, and you do not want to give it away.
So we'll see if he holds the points, as he will be level 12, so he's putting the second point into call down regardless, but it'll come down to what we see at level 13. Blink Dagger being built here for the Wraith King of Natsumi, who's sitting top of the net worth. And he is overtaken the net worth lead over Gabby, who has died a couple of times. Maybe a little bit overconfident in his positioning, but for the moment, still close. And Yopaj kind of recovering to the point where he's close to the Kunkka as well. So he's got that Yules, and like we said, he's going for the E-Blade. Stacking for himself, too. So gets that stack. Look over, Debil as well as Jean-Noel. Coming in as, what does this Grimstroke have? He's got Tranquils. Okay. And that's about it. Not building into anything just yet. Only level 9. See what he's able
just
to
being
accomplish.
modest, you know. I have 60 gold and I do not want to queue up Aghanim Scepter and Hex.
Also gets the Fairies Trinket. Good one to have if you're on this Grimstroke.
One of the better tier 1 items for sure. Smoke, Nyx Assassin does not have Vendetta Yeti. Okay, ready, but yeah. It's an easy jump onto Morphling, something Morphling doesn't like to play into. Is also Mana Burn. There it goes.
Yeah, they've got the Blink as well as the stun, and no way for Gabby to survive on that one. The Torrent hits. They've got the Silence on the Febby Arrow coming in. That's hitting onto the Nyx Assassin.
Nicely done.
But Tim's still in trouble. Swashbuckle forcing the leap away. This is really cool from Natsumi. Obviously pretty simple. Turning off the Radiance, not showing that Blink in lane. And then they smoke over, have the Blink for the Wraith Fire Blast to stun up the Morphling. So, I like the move from Neon.
Radiant's top tower is
Game sitting even, just about 20 minutes in.
Nyx Assassin scouting them out. He knows he's going to get possibly a double stun.
Just one onto the Kunkka. Wraith Fire Blast to follow it up. The right clicks come through onto Armel, who ghost ship to try and survive. Torrent lands, gets some distance. Doesn't have a TP to work with. But Moonlight Shadow is there, and they don't get this kill.
It's time to go. They showed 2 heroes on the bottom. Febby.
Mid, Primal Roar used. Yopaj in trouble. Starstorm Waveform gets the kill. Down goes the Gyrocopter. And now they'll look for Jean-Noel. So he'll Ink Swell. That'll pop onto Febby. Swashbuckle deters the side of TNC. And they brought over Natsumi. Armel. Torrent not going to do anything. And he loses his life. And One True King has claimed his head.
Yeah, and he really is One True King right now. Picked up that shard, just needs it to be delivered, so doesn't care about the mana burn coming out from the Necrobook units.
KP Necro 3 going Blink Dagger. Nupaj has that Ghost Scepter. We'll see if it can keep him alive.
Radiant's
But it'll
middle
be a
tower
long
is
road to
under
the Eagle
attack.
Song. So,
Radiant's courier has
Gabby's
been
courier
killed.
killed. What's Gabby got so far
Radiant's
going
middle tower is
into
under
that
Okay.
attack.
Axe?
At least he didn't have anything on the courier, was just using it to buy a point booster, so no items will be delayed.
Which could have been close. Considering he just picked up 1,200 gold, the timings would have been almost pretty poor had he bought that point booster. So Natsumi with 1,500 gold to his name. A 14-14 game, even in net worth. What are the options coming out for both these teams?
Dire are scanning.
What are the options?
Radiant's
Now, what are
top
you looking to
tower
do
is
with your
under
next,
attack.
say, 5 minutes
Radiant
if you're both
structures
sides?
are
Morphling just finishes Aghanim Scepter. I'd still prefer if that's like a BKB. They have no abilities that go through magic immunity. And yeah, like Aghanim Scepter turning into Spirit Breaker is okay-ish. Cast range is okay. Still,
Radiant's
like
top
I
tower
still feel you want to be Gyro in this team fights. You know, just having that flag cannon instead. But yeah,
Radiant's top
even
tower
though
is under attack.
game is pretty even in terms of net worth. Still a bit worried for TNC. Like, you have this Great King who's extremely powerful, and now they run in straight into Roche Pit. Oh, let's see if yeah, give it to Raid King so he can farm the lane with those illusions. Radiance burn.
Arrow came in and I believe spotted it being done, or well, Roche walking out of the pit. So TNC should be wise to this. The question is, do they come over in time to make anything happen? Another arrow being thrown forward. That'll hit on a play
I don't think
hard.
they want to fight there. They feel Neon is much stronger with Raid King being level 18. Jesus, that's what's Morphling at right now? 17, not too bad. They will get the tier 2 tower. Scam scouting things out.
Looking for Tims. They land the dust. Natsumi, though, not quick enough with the Wraithfire. Blast arrow missing, and it's play hard again. Who gets bashed up by the Pangolier, or by the Roche.
If they wanted to go for a split push, I think TNC could have played out this a bit better. Use Morphling and Beastmaster on the bottom lane while they're doing Roche and try to make stuff happen. You know, Beastmaster with the aura, with the Necro units plus Morphling attack speed would be able to threaten the tower, possibly Barracks if they don't TP out on time.
So smoke from Neon. Not in a Roche this time. Courier getting some vision away, but there's the blink, the Wraithfire blast, swashbuckle in. Tims is gone very quickly as he dispatched by Neon, and that means no arrows being thrown across. They can go back into Roche, feel a little bit safer. The question is this given enough time for TNC to have a response?
Not really. They do not want to take this fight. It's very hard for them to just go in. Like, Spirit Breaker doesn't provide you with that much. Kunkka, even though he's third on the net worth, like, he still doesn't deal that much damage with this type of an item build. It's more like he wants to be tanky, just survivability. Double Bracer Hood into BKB.
So Blink Dagger available on the Beastmaster. Maybe they're looking to set up. They've got Nyx Assassin spotting Gabby, who just picked up the Manta. Charge. That's over to the bottom lane of Creeps. They land the stun onto Gabby. Spike Carapace. Is he waiting? He's waiting for Gabby to make a move. Ink Swell, waveform.
It's still gonna chase you down, but Morphling has a lot of attack speed. With Manta, we'll get rid of that.
They use the Soulbind. Rolling Thunder coming in, as well as the call down. Stroke of Fate's not going to land on a Gabby, but they've got themselves finally the Blink Dagger, which helps them get the Rolling Thunder out onto the Morphling, who's able to use that charge and get away.
Oh, play card. What a play, man. That was
Upping him off
dope.
with a pass. Look
That
at the
was
tips coming
such.
in.
He knew, like, he saw the angle that he is coming from and just TP to the mid lane, finishes him off with the swashbuckle. This just shows the level of skill that like Southeast Asia has. Not anyone else try to TP because they can't get that kill since he's magic immune.
Charge. Okay.
Radiant's bottom
Onto this
tower
neutral
is under
stack,
attack.
and now Febby trying to leave.
He's not magic immune, he's just strong, you know, that's what I wanted to say, but whatever. And yeah, Febby.
Spear Vessel on him, looking for the old D. Primal Roar, both committed onto Debil. They'll get that kill onto the Nyx Assassin. That's not entirely what you'd like to use to just get this Nyx.
Arrow. Ooh.
Natsumi with the Sanjin Yasha playing forward, going back, almost spotting KP. Won't catch him within the trees. He's able to TP away. Yopaj, we haven't really spoken about him recently. He's got that E-Blade going into the 4-staff, picked up a regen rune. He's only level 15. He's keeping up with the Kunkka at the moment.
I still feel Gyrocopter provides so much more to the team fight. Like, even though there's a boat coming out from Kunkka, still, like, this E-Blade, he's the one holding that Aegis. You do not want to give it to Wraith King. Really doesn't feel like they can kill him twice unless they isolate the rest of the team. So Wraith King finishes his S and Y. Teams.
Swell, Tim's TP, Natsumi in time. Wraith Fire Blast, the Phantom's Embrace to make sure you don't leap away. And Jean-Noel will get the kill onto this Mirana.
Complete and utter bullshit.
That's a good one.
Level 25 more. Some of the lines, like, are just too good. Like, I don't think we appreciate enough the voice lines in Dota compared to the other games. Like, Dota is just way too superior. And, the, you know, the thing that heroes say, bullshit, dum-dum, whatever, just makes Dota such a beautiful game. Morphling his in.
Wills to survive. Debil lands a stun, but he was dead to rights, only extending the inevitable. This is still a lot of heroes coming down on an Nyx Assassin, where Natsumi's just farming. He's sitting way ahead on the net worth now. Like, they haven't really done anything to stop this Wraith King.
You can't really stop him now. The mana burn doesn't work against him. Aghanim Shard already consumed. Cloak of Flames also picked up. Like, this item feels really, really strong. So magic resist, armor, 45 damage per second, like on top of Radiance. So that's a lot of overtime damage. Rating for now just decides to keep Orb of Distraction, which, you know, is a much better choice for him, of course. But yeah, Pango holding on to Cloak of Flames at the moment.
Charges. Oh, it looked like they were both going to commit. And that is a scary sound, the double roar from a Spirit Breaker, but they find the cold, or not the cold embrace, Jesus, that is the Phantom's Embrace. It's not even that cold, it's a warm, cozy silence. Just right on top of the Morphling. No way for Gabby to get out.
Scary sound when he morphs into Spirit Breaker, even more scarier sound when he dies. So yeah, seems like an easy tier 2 tower on a mid lane. Wraith King, I like that. He's going towards AC. I saw Abyssal Blade being queued up at first, but yeah, he changed his mind. Like, even more tower damage combined with the Orb of Destruction. It's just gonna feel good.
So Natsumi going onto the high ground, looking at this tier 3. Not many options without a Morphling. Immediately going to the TP down towards bottom as they want to go after these heroes that are trying to pressure in the bottom tier 3. KP hit with the Spirit Vessel as well as the call down in. They take out this Beastmaster. And just the Spirit Breaker will retreat successfully. While this is happening, Debil, 10 seconds into... Oh, stun. Immediately on Armel. Nobody else is here just yet. Tim's is looking over. Charge
he's using that
out.
Carapace. Kunkka holding onto Cloak of Flames. Easy to set up a Carapace stun with.
Febby, he was charging in, play hard moving forward. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but the swashbuckle hits. There's the impale from Debil. Stroke of Fate lands. Febby gone. And back mid onto the high ground again. Felt like they were just here and backed off to their own tier 3 bottom, but they have closed the gap again and gone up onto the high ground and broken it.
That's full AC plus Orb of Destruction, minus 9 armor on the buildings. Not too bad. So next Roche may respawn in a minute and 40 seconds. Like Neon, seems like they're in full control of this game. TNC, after the good lane stage that they had, Morphling, like you don't really feel the impact of the hero because of the item build that he went. Like getting that Aghanim Scepter, yeah, it's all cool, you know, but it doesn't provide you with like survivability. There's a ton of magical damage still. Not going for a BKB is a mistake here.
What was the thought process behind that, you think, just going
Like,
into the Ags
yeah,
first?
we'll just run at them, you know. I'm having such a free time. We get a couple of kills. I'm going to turn that Aghanim Scepter into BKB easily. Now, let's see what they can turn this one into.
Yeah, they will catch the Morphling. They've got the call down as well as the Ink Swell. That's about to pop. They
He's
got the
not
stun on
morphing.
the Morphling. They get the kill on Gabby. They look over at the Spirit Breaker. Charge is not going to be available for him to get out as the Rolling Thunder comes in from Play Hard, knocks him up into the air, and then he falls to his death. BKB, TP from Armel, but that is a 10-second BKB. Just a homing missile is enough to make him use it to get out.
Natsumi just having a completely free game, like falling back to jungle, understanding I do not want to fight with the team. My job is just to hit creeps until I get the Radiance. First showing of the Radiance, they get like 4 kills even though they had to use 2 buybacks. And now this is another free set of barracks. It's not going to be contested. Like they don't have the heroes that actually deal the damage, and Beastmaster will fall. So yeah, TNC falling apart here.
Yeah, they lose the Beastmaster. Dead for 60 does finally have buyback back up. They get themselves both racks up top, finish off the mid-range racks, so sets are gone mid and top, and they're looking towards the tier 3 bottom to potentially put TNC on megas and really on notice. This is a tough one, 11k behind. And I'm looking for outs for TNC, but it's certainly tough.
Now there's, you know, always there is one way out, the easy one. Shift enter, GG enter, that's your way out.
I was hoping a little bit
You
more
thought
of
I was
a
going to say
game
something
plan.
smart? Nah. It's a tough one. Neon, full control of this game. Roshan will respond in a minute. Just wait for that. Get the G's, get the Aegis. Like, you can literally feel like this next fight could potentially be 8 versus 5. But, yeah, Neon seems like they want to close out this game instead.
Yeah, they're going to put the pressure on over bottom while a couple of these heroes are top for TNC. Natsumi obviously leading the charge. Has he had to reincarnate yet? I don't think so. He's only died once, and that was up towards top early on into the game.
I think it's time to fall back. Like, they can still deal with the Raid King because there's no BKB, and if he's just pushing like that, could be a bit problematic. There's no reason to rush things here. Like, Roche is a much safer choice, but yeah, you know, watching some of these Southeast Asian teams play, when they are ahead, they'll just want to close it out.
Arrow hits. That's on a Natsumi. They've got the Ink Swell called down to protect. They attack, but they also protect. And, well, that's what they're going to do to keep Natsumi alive. Still holding on to that reincarnation. I'm not sure they could get the second life unless everything really falls apart for Neon. If you were to give him an Aegis, too, he had to kill him 3 times. I just don't think that's happening either.
Yeah, so now they are inside a pit. Like, you give Aegis to your gyrocopter. Eon Disc already completed on gyro, so like the first jump is not gonna be there, not gonna be available. Nyx Assassin also building one. They just want to survive through the initial stun. Oh, Febby,
Trying to make
stuck.
something happen, but he is stuck. The Lincolns is popped and the kill is there. Febby, he's gone, and the Aegis now into the hands of Natsumi. Like I said, killing him once,
Okay.
maybe. Killing him twice, probable. 3 times, impossible.
Gyro feels secure because of that Eon Disc that he built. Does not feel like he needs the Aegis, and they can slow push with the Aegis on Raid King. I hear a BKB.
KP. It's another BKB that was, BKB that was used pretty defensively. Just catching these heroes a little bit too far out in the lane, right?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Arrow comes in. Natsumi still trying to get the tier 3, the glyph. No longer available. DeBeal just waiting over on the side. They'll send a Hawk out. Now they've got the charge. That'll hit Natsumi into the air. They've got the ink swell as well as the stun onto the Kunkka. They get the first life out of the hands of this Wraith King, but is it enough? They've soul bound the Mirana onto Gabby, who pops the BKB. They get the kill on Jean-Noel. They're going to take out the group stroke. He's going to buy back immediately, and now the Ghost comes in. That's going to land on the Yopaj, who has his hand just popped immediately. They'll charge all the way into the back lines looking for DeBeal, but is it enough damage? Charge coming out from this Morphling, but there's the Yules into the air as well. The E-Blade throwing at Gabby. Can they get the kill in with the adaptive strike? Yes, they can. Femi's gone. DeBeal is dead. Buyback used by the Spirit Breaker as well as the Nyx Assassin. So both those heroes that just ended up dying are back into the life of the world again.
Neon wants to end this one. You can see the buyback coming out from Nyx Assassin. They're ready to go. There is no glyph available. Wraith King also wants to have reincarnation. Smoke up. Time to go in.
So reincarnation back up, smoke use, no tier 3 standing, just the racks are standing between Neon and Mega Creeps going the opposite direction. From their base to the side of TNC, there's the blink as well as the Wraith Fire Blast. They've got the Ian Disc popped on Mirana, Inkswell, but won't catch anybody. They also use that call down. So Natsumi, arrow not landing, only hits a siege creep. Natsumi's still going to stand forward. They really don't have any answers for this. And barely able to kill him once, and he's got reincarnation back available once again. The charge comes out. Natsumi low once again, but still man fighting. Finally, he's dead, but Armel is gone. DeBeal is dead for the second time. He's dead for 76 seconds without buyback. They also taking the Grimstroke who got back earlier in this fight as well. But BKB's been popped around the horn. They've got the damage to take out Fetty. He's gone for 72 seconds. Armel is popped back. The Ghost Ship is thrown, but now Natsumi's still leading the charge. They've got the homing missile thrown over onto the Kunkka as Mirana just makes it out with a little bit of health. Arrow hits, down goes Yopaj. Buyback immediately. They're looking over at Natsumi. Can they get the kill while his reincarnation is down? They've got 15 seconds to do so. Gabby pops the Manta. Natsumi moving forward. These tier 4s are getting low. They'll lose
still one. Alive. They get the kill on the Tins. They'll throw the E-Blade over onto Gabby, and they will push him back. And this is going to be Megas.
Melee racks are gone, range racks too. Mega Creeps blink forward, and now looking with the Wraith Fire Blast. They look over as Armel is dead and in the grave again for 104 seconds. Reincarnation was back up, so he's going to reincarnate, still holding on to the Aegis. The tier 4s are gone. They're not focusing on the throne. They're focusing on trying to take out this Wraith King, which is absolutely impossible. And Neon, they are going to upset TNC. There's not much that they can do or say about it except for GG. The throne is low, the throne is gone, and Neon have proven themselves here up against TNC, taking the series 2-1.
Man, Neon Esports, what a showing so far in the DPC League.
Yeah, 3-0 now, and a big victory under their belt in TNC.
Yeah, TNC looks a bit disorganized. Like, not everyone has the same feeling how the game should be played, I would say. But Neon looking very crisp.
Yeah, so Neon take the series 2-1. Here to break it down is the panel hosted by Nomad. Back over to you guys.
Wow. TNC, they get their salami sliced here in game number 3, and that's going to put them behind 2-1. Wow, they actually do it. Neon Esports come through big, pull off the upset, and now they are 3-0 in this league. I mean, that is a huge result for this small team.
What's up with your Brits and food? Salami sliced, the way the cookie crumbles, butter your, what was it?
Oh, buddy or crumpets?
Yeah, butter your crumpets.
It's not all Brits, it's just me. I have a thing about food.
I love it though. I'm constantly hungry being on the panel with you.
Yeah, I think mentally I'm a fat person. Physically I'm kind of just holding off, but...
And throwing it to Neon, they were the hungrier team.
Oh, they were, Lizard. Yes, they were.
They were definitely the hungrier team in the series. I love this last game and the last performance. Black, we had a discussion after the panel about these two drafts. You said that you definitely liked Neon more. What do you think really gave them the edge?
I mean, just the disconnect of the TNC supports. I mean, they played well individually, I think.
Yeah.
Fabi, as well as Tims.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, both of them played really well individually, but when they started trying to play together, there was just nothing, you know. Beastmaster roared one guy, then a Kunkka boat on the other guy. None of them died. I don't know. As I said before the series, there's like a huge disconnect going on in the team.
Yep. I actually saw some things from Neon as well, like when they go back to defend, Gyro gets caught on mid lane, but they still make it work somehow. They still turn, which is commendable. Overall, I really like their draft a bit better than TNC's because I just see damage and potential from the supports, and I see the offlaner as well that's going to be able to do work all the time. Meanwhile, you have this Mirana, Spirit Breaker, and Beastmaster. It just feels so raw. I don't know how to explain it, but when you look at these heroes, you know, you have this one arrow, you have this one charge, you have this one roar. It's just, there's no team fight there.
Yeah, and Morphling also itemized into the axe rather than like a Manta E-Blade or something.
Yep.
Which is also considered quite defensively because you just want to be that Spirit Breaker, you know, so you don't die. But yeah, they just had no damage, especially with this Wraith King. Like, he just completely free farmed the entire game.
Like the Kunkka last pick, if you're playing versus some squishy, edgy cores in which you can itemize in a tanky way and still deal enough damage to take them down is nice. But when you itemize in this way that you are tanky, but you're playing versus Wraith King, there's nothing to kill him, right? Literally nothing.
Literally nothing. My favorite moment of that game, I think, was when we had the Morphling turning into the Spirit Breaker. At one of the earlier points in the game, they both charge the same target, and then they nearly reach him, and they're like, wait a minute, this is a terrible idea. What are we doing? Shit, cancel. They both cancel.
That's why you lose.
The Morphling dies. I mean, yeah, it kind of was like a metaphor for Game 3 as a total. You know, they had this draft. It was pretty smart, but then not quite there. Just a couple of elements missing with that key gameplay or execution. But they charge into Game 3. They realize they don't really have a good idea on how to really take the game, and then they stop charging. And the moment you stop charging with this kind of draft, you's done for. You was dead in the water. Any kind of glimmer of hope for TNC? Any standout performances from them, even though they did lose? You know, Gabby's Morphling maybe?
I mean, Gabby did so well early game. I actually expected him to be able to carry this game. But after that, he just died 4 times, like waving in way over his head, like way too confident. And
Maybe
it's looking a bit rough for TNC, honestly. But Neon did really well. But
a glimmer of hope for TNC, but a lot of hope for Neon, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they are for sure going to be
They're
feeling
3-0 now, right?
amazing about that. Yeah, 3-0 is their score so far out of the series they've played. 3 series played, not a single one lost. Guys, MVP for this game, who we're choosing? You guys can decide. I know.
We can decide?
You can decide, yeah. I'm giving the
would we
power to
choose?
you guys.
For me, it's probably Wraith King because he... You know, a lot of people would join the fights very early and be way too weak, but the first time he actually joined the fight actively was right after his Radiance. It was perfect timing. And right after that, I think, he never dropped the ball. He did super well.
Let's go, Natsumi. I think production heard me flame them before about their picks, and now they're like,
They're like, fine, we're not doing it anymore. You can do it.
I love you guys. I think your predictions were on point so far, so you don't have to. You don't have to ask.
I think it was Webpass doing it before, so
was it?
maybe he's sulking now.
Never mind. Screw you, Webpass. Give the power to us.
That was, Natsumi our MVP for that game, though. And we have an interview ready with the one and only Debil 2000. Are you here and can you hear us?
Hello, yeah.
Seems he can hear us, but we cannot hear him, unfortunately. Hopefully we can get that one sorted out. I'm going to ask my question in the theory that he can hear us, and maybe the stream can hear him. So obviously, firstly, congratulations. Well done. You guys must be feeling absolutely pumped about this victory versus TNC. A huge upset for you guys. And the question I want to ask is, did you guys expect to beat TNC when you woke up this morning?
I think we don't expect, but we are so on ourselves.
You didn't expect to win. Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of reasonable. Planning to win but not expecting to win is logical more than anything. With the team, what is the team's communications like, though? 'Cause right now you've been in the situation where you've been in 2 very intense matches, Game 1 of this series, and also in your Game 1 versus 496, where you get into these late game situations, it's very tense, everyone's playing their hearts out, and it gets very chaotic. What's the team's communications like when you reach that point?
I think our communication is still good because we are practicing it a lot, especially in scrims. Because that's our problem last time, but now we fix it already.
All right, Lizard, would you like to ask a question to Mr. Debil?
Yeah, sure. I want to first congratulate you, man. Like, you've won all of your series so far. Well played. it's a pleasure to watch you. I just want to hear about your thoughts about the tiny last pick in that second game that you lost. The panel, we were harping on about it a lot. We expected a Storm Spirit. We didn't think the tiny was the perfect option for you. What was all that about?
I think our mindset that time is if Tiny didn't lose the lane, he can just kill everyone. But suddenly he just lose the lane.
It happens. Yeah. All right.
It happens. Sometimes things don't go as planned. Any more follow-up questions from you?
I'm good. Maybe Black has one.
Okay, I'll ask our question.
Our
then.
question, exactly. Yeah.
So we all know your name was Scamberloo before. Why did you change the name? It's very interesting for the Western fans.
I think I just want some new name. That's all.
Is there a story behind this new name or?
Yeah, the Nisha's name last time is Devil. Is my idol.
Ah, okay.
All right, cool. Thank you very much for the clear answers there. So, guys, it's still a long way for you to go, obviously, a long way on the horizon. But have you been thinking about maybe you guys might be making it to the major? Have you entertained that thought yet?
I think for this qualifier, for our team, we expect we qualify because we do good in our scrims.
All right. Well, one last question from me then before we'll let you go and celebrate this big win. Where would you guys say that your read on the meta comes from? Because it does feel like you guys have a really good grasp on this meta, and that's kind of what's leading to this run of success. So where is that information coming from? Is it within your team, conversations, or your scrims, or
From
something
Black,
else?
maybe.
Or from...
With our team, we always talk a lot to each other what hero are good to play. Then we don't like to copy other teams' heroes. We just play on our what do we like.
All right, brilliant. Well, that's going to be it from us. Thank you for coming to talk to us, Bill. It's been a pleasure having you on. And also, huge congratulations on your win versus TNC. Massive upset. Well done to you and the rest of Neon. We'll let you go and celebrate this win. And hopefully, we'll see you next time as you continue your run of success through the upper division.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, well...
No more tinies, though, I'm afraid.
Yeah, because they can lose lanes. And if you lose the lane, then you don't kill everyone.
Also, you know that he's playing against a bad rider, which might be a problem if you want to win the lane.
If you want to... I mean, he did say not lose a lane. He didn't say win the
He
lane.
said go even.
Go even-ish.
Basically,
So it's like, you know, as long as he doesn't lose it.
Lizard, how does a rock lose to fire? Doesn't it just extinguish fire usually? Crazy.
Does rock extinguish
I don't know, they
fire?
throw like a lot of fire on it?
Is that what they do in Germany?
Does it happen? Okay, let's say there's like a flame and a huge rock falls on it. The fire is gone or no?
Yeah, the fire's gone, 100%.
See.
Depends how hot it is, though.
I guess, okay, the potential that the rock could turn to lava.
Exactly.
It could
That's
melt.
Or
still
magma.
no fire, though. There's still no fire. No, magma's under the ground.
Yeah,
but it's
if
falling
the
onto
rock
it.
falls into the magma under the ground, it's going to become magma
No,
as
okay,
well.
rock puts out fire. Okay, even if it melts, it's still there's no fire there anymore. It's just lava, right?
So how does Tiny lose to Bad Rider?
So how does Tiny lose to
unfair.
Batrider? Well, I mean, clearly that was their theory as well, but didn't quite work out.
if
But
you-
what did work out was their 2 games and this series.
If you put enough of oil on the rock, it's going to burn.
I don't
There
think
you go.
so.
If you make the rock flammable, then it will become flammable.
Exactly.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, thank you, Lizard. Thank you. Okay, well, huge congratulations once again to Neon taking the 2-1 victory over TNC. A massive upset as they continue their journey through this upper bracket. Now we are going to throw it over to a short break, but then we will be back with our next series of the day, so don't go anywhere. There's plenty more DPC SEA action just around the corner.
smoke. Rising out the ashes, the phoenix, the burn in the rage. We'll hunt you right down to the end of your days. And I'll be right there at the top of the maze while the rats in the sewer stay stuck in the days. So now I'm coming for you all, whether you like it or not, you've already gotten involved. Don't take it personal, I gotta finish you off, cause only room at the time for one gun in the drawer.
Good day and welcome back to the DPC SEA region, where we're about to get into our second series of the day, and this one could be a bit of a spicy one. We've got T1 versus 496 Gaming, and joining me on the panel is Lacoste and Lizard. Guys, put this picture in a frame for me. What are we expecting from this series straight off the bat?
Oh.
We have a new Dominic.
Yeah, I'm not an artistic guy, so kind of hard for me to, imagine anything beyond some drawings in paint and doing memes. But yeah, 496, they have their ups and downs. T1 only played one series so far. They managed to lose it against Fnatic. Also, you can see the clear difference, let's say, when T1 loses the series and when 496 loses the game, let's say. So, like, all T1 games were pretty competitive. Very hard to, just pick one point, what went wrong for them in those kind of games. But yeah, 496, when they lose, sometimes they get outdrafted. Like, if you remember the Bounty Hunter draft that had no damage. It's
Carry
just,
Bounty Hunter?
It's just we're going to run at you, Bounty Hunter level 6, trying to make some kills happen on the map. Also, if you remember Performance, third game against Boom, where Fever, like, we went really ham on that. Fever with the item build, Maelstrom into Sanj, into Lincoln's, never joining team fights at all. Like, it's just a lot of stuff that shouldn't be there, but they're there for 496. Like, these are some of the bad stuff. There are a lot of positives as well, but
Yep, looking at the positives, or let's say negatives from T1 in their series versus Fnatic, the drafts weren't really stellar too. We have only seen two, but one of them had Avenge mid lane, Beastmaster off lane, and Naga safe lane, which had absolutely no synergy. So those are the negatives that we can talk about. But the positive is T1, they played in that first day of the tournament, right? The first day pretty much of the league. And because of that, they have had a lot of time to prepare, to look at other teams, to think about what drafts work, what drafts do not work, perhaps scream it out a little bit more. I'm sure we'll see a completely different story when it comes to drafting, at least.
Yeah, they've actually had like the longest break possible, haven't they? Because they played the very first series on the very first day, and now they're playing the very last series on the second week. So they've had a huge gap for themselves to study. Hopefully haven't fallen out of practice. Do you think this little fact favors T1 a little bit?
for sure. They also don't have much of the official games in the last month. So, like, if you did not scream against them, you don't know what they're going to pick. So this is an upper hand for T1 for sure, because they can surprise them. By surprise them, I don't mean, you know, pick a hard matchup like, let's say, happened in the previous game where Tiny is picked up into the Batrider the game before. So, yeah, positive surprise. This is what I want to see. You talked about like draft that has no synergy with the Naga, Beastmaster, Revenge. You would want to have a hero, let's say like a Drow Ranger that wants to
something that uses the aura.
Yeah, exactly. Use that aura fight with the team. Naga Siren is not that hero. She wants to be on a different side of the map, farm up, join fights a bit later. Also, I don't think Naga Siren is a very viable hero right now. Just feels like a big debate where you never feel like the hero wants to join fights. Like, I want to farm one more item, very greedy.
Always, always. And now when you can buy that Aghanims, when you can get the Ensnare through BKB, you're waiting even for that. I have seen Saxa do it, though, on position 4, which might work. You know, maybe we'll see Naga relegated. We've seen Troll relegated to position 5. Maybe Naga will be a position 4 in the next couple of series, if we have the pleasure to watch her. But when it comes to 496, they have some solid drafts. They really do. They have some exceptional players. Bombi, man, we can write a story about him so far when it comes to this tournament, because this guy has been on point. Bombi, right there. He's a position 5, but most of the time it feels like he's the true position 4. They give him enough space and enough just farm on the map to really provide his team with enough of utility from his Wyverns, from his Phoenixes, Enchantress.
One game that he played, the
Wind Ranger, I knew
where
that.
he's
You
like,
were gonna
I'm
say.
position 4, I'm getting Maelstrom, also I will be able to farm my BKB. So, you know, this guy, if things don't go out well for them, I can see some better teams picking him up, for sure. Like, he has a ton of potential. One hero that one player that we don't talk about a lot is Hustla. I think his performance has been very stable on the initiating position 4. Either like a Tiny, his Earth Spirit is insane, something that other teams needs to be very careful about letting him get. And yeah, just like overall, his positioning, where he needs to be, early rotations, understanding when he can leave the offlaner solo and make a rotation, just what makes this player look really, really good.
Yeah, and considering he's the newest addition to the team as well, I think that's a huge bonus for him. The fact that he's been able to settle into this role so very, very well and have a huge positive impact on his team is a massive, promising factor. And hopefully we continue to see them grow with Hustler and continuing to make him like a full member of the team, and maybe even see them kind of move him to a more captaining role, because, you know, with the impact he has as the 4, I mean, you never know what's going on with the team dynamics, but from what we've seen from him in the 4, he does have a very good understanding of the game, which the whole team is benefiting from right now.
As a team, when they click, they look unstoppable. When the draft is right and when the first few movements work out for them, I believe they can take a game off of any single team in this tournament, in this league at least.
I kind of don't agree there.
The Night Stalker game with the Prof
Sure,
with that aggression.
Sure, they played against Vice, if I remember correctly.
I mean, versus Neon, they took a game. Versus Boom, they took a game. They're taking Neon just won versus TNC, so who are we expecting to be favorites then?
Yeah,
It's just that
that's a great point.
One thing I noticed about 496 is, you know, they're not as crisp as some other teams. They tend to do a lot more mistakes, even though when they're far ahead, overextending, you know, diving, just playing a bit sloppy. You need to get rid of that part. You know, if you want to go to the major, if you go to the major and then play against other top teams from the region, from other regions, you're going to see a clear like difference, how less mistakes these teams make.
Yeah. Wyvern is left in the pool by T1, Phoenix banned out, Puck banned out, 496 ban out the Kotl and the Beastmaster. Now, the thing is, 496 and Bombi, if they pick the Wyvern early enough, he can have a rough game. And I know it sounds like, okay, whatever, position 5 is going to have a rough game, but he provides so much to the team that I would even prefer to see him a little bit later picked up.
Hustler is really pumped for this series, which is awesome to see.
He's ready to go.
He's like, give me my boy, give me my briefcase. I'm ready to go to work. Hell yeah. That's the energy I love to see.
So they could start thinking about what 496 wants to get. It's a possibility they get Elder Titan plus Mars, a combo that we've seen quite often. So maybe get like... okay, so yeah. Okay, so they get... I was thinking about either Troll or Monkey King, a strong laner. That's why he's laughing.
Well.
That's why. Okay.
What? All right, throw
Alrighty then.
all notes. Throw them outside the window. They don't work any longer. We have a techies game, ladies
matter, like
and
that-
gentlemen.
If you did any kind of prep, it does not matter anymore. Big boy is in the house.
It's the big boy and the little boys playing together. What do we think about this as a combo then? Because it
Hate
makes
the
a lot of
hero.
sense, right?
Hate the hero.
all
Ban
right.
it every single time I play Dota.
Cool, all right.
What do I think? I'm not a techies expert. I
played a bunch of techies like a long time ago when the hero was different. I still play him like every now and then when I hate my 10,000 behavior score and want to go to low priority. Sure, why not? They pick up the Enchantress because you're going to have your beasts scout out the mines. You can send some casualties in front to not worry about it.
Yeah.
Well, one thing that I like about the current meta versus techies is there's a lot of necro tree builders.
Yeah.
So if you go for something like a beast on offlane or anything like that, you're going to have a lot of minions to send in front versus the mines. Plus you'll have
Yeah, they get rid of the...
plus necro tree. Also, another reason why Enchantress is good in this particular match is you're playing versus Elder Titan and you can dispel his spirit.
Very good, very good.
Very,
They also
very
ban
squishy
out
though,
the
both
Wraith
of them.
King. Yeah, they can't just explode.
So
They ban
yeah,
out the Wraith King,
techies.
stop those skeletons running around the place, blowing up some bombs. What?
Man, Lacoste is just vibing.
I don't know. I mean, this is one of the hardest heroes for me because I don't play the hero. We don't see it that often, and Yeah.
Well-
Every single time I see the hero, I feel like it's not a real Dota game. I don't know
Yeah.
why. It's just a feeling that I have.
It's
I know a lot about the hero from the Slacks Techies guide, not because I've watched it, but because people in my pubs watch it, and then spend the whole game as a position 4 saying, guys, make time, make space for me. I read this guide, and it tells...
yeah. I don't
And
think
I'm like,
Slacks is the
oh
guy
God.
to follow guides from, but
Yeah, if there's like a Zayat's guide about
Yeah,
techies, then
exactly.
Oh, yeah.
I'd read that
Then we're
one
on
for
board.
sure.
Then we're on board.
but the hero can be really problematic to play against. Like, if you remember
Yeah.
the Zayat stint in Navi and Virtus Pro, the way they would play techies
So
is very
strong.
annoying.
So
It's
strong.
very strong, but it takes like this hero is very difficult to.
He needs time. He definitely needs time to plant the bombs, and
Yeah.
then you need to keep them busy while he's planting the bombs, and then the enemy team can't enter that area. So
and
you
you
kinda
have
play
to,
that part
yeah,
of the
and you
map.
have to kind of predict where you want to be playing the game, so you
Yes.
set up the mines there. It's very easy to play techies. Funny enough, if you're in front, as is with anything else, but he really dominates when you're in front because he has the map control and he can set up mines on the ramps that are so close to you that you're afraid of farming the nearest camp, pretty much.
Actually, last time I played techies was like a month ago, where I wanted to ban him, but there was not enough time, and I clicked it and picked him instead, and then I kept apologizing throughout the whole game to my teammates.
And to enemy team as well.
Yeah.
You mind someone who kills. Sorry, man.
Yeah, sorry, in all chat. I
I wanted
don't feel
to, I
good
wanted
about
to
this.
ban it. It's just a mistake. The last time I've seen it, I believe, was the PSG LGD versus Elephant series or something.
Oh, yeah, the long game.
Yeah, the long,
80,
drawn
90
out
minute
game.
game.
Funny that.
Yeah, it was still the old patch though, so it's not as relevant. But
Did
Well,
you
look-
receive any changes in the last patch? I don't remember. I'll just
No,
like
not
scroll
really.
down.
I
I'm
don't
like,
think-
yeah, I don't care about this hero. Like, keep scrolling.
So he got his shard, which is now blast off. Does
Bigger range and a stun.
yes, yeah, a big stun. So that can be super annoying. I mean, blast off is his kind of laning ability as well, weirdly.
Yep.
And the Elder Titan, if they do lane together, which I don't think
think
they
so, yeah.
will, would
I-
be a good setup for it. Maybe later on that'll come into play. Maybe they do want to go for the Techie shard, and the Elder Titan's going to be the setup for that. I don't know. Not as I said.
usually you want any sort of a melee hero coupled with techies on the offlane, so that you have that hero that soaks in the aggression, then techies follows up with blast off. The problem there is you're playing into a monkey, so you might think
Yeah.
about something different. A Venomancer for me would be maybe pretty solid for 496. Haven't seen them pick it yet. Has been picked twice versus them, however, and their Ursa. But as techies, you definitely go for blast off early on, and you buy a lot of regen, a couple of salves even, or fairy fires. You blast off in, you heal up, you blast off in again. It's a very strong hero overall. Just it's also very annoying.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Another thing you can do is just mine and mine and mine, then trade and trade and trade until you're below 50% HP. Blast off, die, get all your mana and health back, give nothing to the enemy, and come back on full health and mana. It's a pretty spicy strategy. And now we have a meatball.
You
Or-
can see their bans, right? Like from 496. Well, I actually was talking so much about Beastmaster, he's been banned out in the first stage. After him, you have the Lycan, you have the Naga. They're banning out all these heroes that have some illusions and can just send them through
I would
the
not
mines.
mind Naga, actually, this game against techies, always trying to find a way to cripple him as much as possible. I might sound like a techies hater, because I am.
It might sound like I'm biased against techies, and it's probably because I'm biased against techies.
So one game that I've seen, one strategy that I've seen versus techies is get bulky frontliners such as TA, such as Viper, such as Nyx that can build into magic resistance plus a lot of HP, and just the hero becomes completely useless. You have a position for techies that cannot hurt or even bring them to half HP.
Yeah. And it looks like we're going to have a Wind Ranger. Now, we don't know where this Wind Ranger is going, who's playing it, or what they're really doing with this
They
draft
ran
at
it
all, really.
as a mid lane. They ran
They
it as
have.
position 4 or 5, let's
Certainly
say. Okay, so Enigma
Yeah.
is also the hero that can
Eidolons.
build into
Necros as well, yeah.
Also the Eidolon. So, you need to have something covered against this annoying hero.
Also does not care about that position 5 Elder Titan, right? Like you will have Elder Titan that wants to hit you, you're keeping the lane equilibrium always back, very close to your tower, so he can't really approach you. Later on, yeah, it might be a little bit more difficult, but a pretty good Enigma game. They don't have any BKB piercing abilities as well.
What can they get? That, you know, eventually Enigma will get a BKB. It comes down to that, and you need to have yourself covered against it, because it just feels like whenever I see that there's no BKB piercing abilities, it's just straight up game losing. So they need to start thinking about that one. But you already have like techies, you have a Wind Ranger, like Slacks would go like, wow, he would be drooling watching at this draft.
Why? He doesn't like Wind Ranger. I think
hates Wind Ranger.
Wind
He
likes
does.
the
He
techies.
does. Deep down inside, he actually does. That's what he told me last time. Like, I'm pretending I don't actually hate the hero. Like, this is my second most played hero on my fake account. I probably should not talk about it, but you know.
You're giving the viewers the
Right,
raw,
they're
authentic
still not
experience, aren't you?
they're picking that combo with the techies on the offlane, but they're not picking anything for the black hole yet, and this makes Wind Ranger core.
Yeah, this is something I said, like ET plus a Mars at the start is just a really strong combo, and they already covered themselves with the Monkey King, who can be flexible, you know, can be mid, can be safe lane. I think you put him on the safe lane, it's very annoying to play into techies. Like, what's a good hero that says, yeah, man, I want to really lane against techies? I don't think there's a hero in Dota that says that, because it's so annoying, you know, just that blast off. The silence lasts for so long.
Overall, on the mid lane, I love still the TA possibility. I'm not sure versus Wind. It should do well, right? And overall, it's a good pick versus techies. You have that refraction. Techies can't really just gank you. The blast off, you can always react. So the thing is, there are some heroes with which you can react to techies. That's like Jug. TA, you can spin before the blast off connects. Same goes with TA. You can refraction before the blast off connects if he's rotating in.
So we're just like, there's one guy in this game, and we spent like 10 minutes talking about how to counter him.
I mean, let's be real. That's what the people want, isn't it? They see these techies. That's all they're talking about. That's all they want us to talk about. We're just giving the people what they want to hear.
I mean, that's what I want to talk about. I don't know. Like, I see these techies, and it's, you know, like you need to find. This is the worst thing about this hero. You pick him, and it's in your head already. You need to find a way to deal with it. Maybe it's not even that important. Maybe it's not even that strong. But you need to find a way to deal with it.
Wind Ranger. Jesus.
Yeah, this doesn't look great. Just by looking at the heroes, it feels like very weak. But, you know, it's a techies draft. You don't know what to expect. He might just be godlike in the first 15 minutes. It's very hard to read on how the techies game is going to develop.
Depends a lot on the techies player as well. A hero can be played very, very differently. More so, you know, because the mine positioning and how active you are with blast off, all these little things that just make a huge difference to the impact he has on the game.
There's literally a meta among techies players about where
you can just
the
call them
mines...
miscreants if you want.
Miscreants, sure, where the mines are planted. And you can kind of... Like right now, the meta of the mines are... They're going to mine your closest hard camp to your tier 2 on mid lane. Yours, not theirs, right? And then when you go to farm that camp, it's so deep inside of your own jungle, you're thinking you're safe. No, you're not. They also do the same mines on their side. So when you're pressuring the tier 2, you go for that one extra creep camp and you just die. I've been following them, man. These techies, spammers, you have to get into their head. You have to know how they're thinking. That's the only way.
Tis a dark place,
only
though.
way.
Tis a dark, dark place. The mind of a techies player. Alrighty, but now we need to get inside your minds. The final pick, by the way, was
going
Underlord.
I see this hero, I'm like, yeah, Underlord as a mid lane, I think you get a lot of value from it against Ricky, against the Wind Ranger, can become super tanky. Just overall feels like, you know, a decent draft from T1. On the other side, I don't really see much synergy except ET plus a Mars. So,
what say you, my reptilian friend?
I'm just going with T1 just to go against techies, nothing more. But it's Bomby techies, man. Like
Bomber.
Bomber. Real bomber. That's where the nickname is from. Now we get it.
Dude.
Yeah, I'm T1 as well.
I mean, for the sakes of my pubs, I wanna bet T1, but you know what? I mean, Bomby is an awesome player. I think he's a genius, and I think he can pull this off. So I am going to go with 496 Gaming for game number 1. God forgive my sins, please, but I'm going to go for it. Okay, let's bring in our commentary duo for this game, which is going to be B-Cop and Black. Guys, what are you thinking about this game number 1? Techies fans or no Techies fans?
You want to go first?
Sure. I love Bombi techies, or hate it, depending on whether it's my team or enemy team. But the draft overall doesn't really have a lot of cohesion. And I clapped Lacoste yesterday with an underload middle, so I have to go for underload middle. T1.
Clapped
All
him.
right, I need your help real quick. Lacoste was helping me with this one.
The magic hands
There we go.
of prediction. Ooh, the debate.
496.
496. Man, the
Can't be
cards
seen,
love
but trust me.
Dude, all the cards just say what Nomad says, I'm fairly sure at this point. Anyways, let's get into the game because it is now live. Beacon and Black taking away for game number 1 of T1 versus 496.
Thank you very much, Nomad, here with the first game of the series. 496 against T1, an opportunity for 496 to upset if they are to be victorious in this series. But T1, they got a challenge. They're up against Ricky and Techies, miscreants of the Dota 2 world, as it was put on the panel.
Yeah. Wait, really quick engagement here. 5-man smoke again. Oh, they see it. Unsmoked already.
Coming up onto the high ground, looking for an opportunity to go. Zephyr hit up once, but that's about it. I'll go over Cuckoo for a second. And
Feels like
nobody's gonna
everyone's
die.
trying to smoke now.
The 5v5s, they saw that one clip where they got a Kato, a medallion, minute 0, and they were just like, all right, we should do this every time.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. Like, I think Neon did it 3 games in a row, where just 5-man smoke onto the enemy high ground somewhere. And
Yeah.
Of course, the trick gets old at some point, you know. You're not going to fall for it anymore. Maybe next time we'll see them 5-man smoke from the other side.
The battle
You gotta,
begins.
yeah, you gotta try and like mix it up, right? You can't just
Yeah.
go the same way every time.
What is Bombi doing here?
He is
Don't be mad.
playing
Right-clicking.
deep.
Don't be mad.
Oh, he wants to get the...
Oh, get some Eidolons? Oh, the deny.
Bombi's such a...
Now he's dead. First blood. So Zephyr gets first blood on Bombi. It was.
What
it
is
was, It was
happening?
worth a shot, I guess. This is the way of the techies. And a little XD from Cuckoo in the all chat.
Like, he does realize Eidolons have 50% magic resistance. And Techie does not hit for a 50 damage. What? Mid-Ricky, actually. I thought it was going to be a mid-Wind Ranger. And a carry Ricky. And I don't know why they put this Ricky middle. It's a terrible matchup against Underlord. Absolutely
It's
terrible.
not going to be fun.
Yeah.
By the way, he recognized that the Eidolons take less damage when he was about at the peak of Blast Off. And there's no way back down except on top of the Eidolons.
He was like, oops.
Kind of misjudged this. And I'm interested to see how he's played because I've heard about the Bombi techies. And what I'm going to be comparing it to is the Jinkyu techies. And
You're already not impressed.
well, it's not that I'm not impressed. Jinkyu plays it from the 4, usually lanes with Faith Beyond. They give Faith Beyond a hero where he can maintain his lane by himself, maybe back towards the tower, and then you'll see Jinkyu stack the triangle and take those camps himself. He stacks his own camps, takes it as quickly as he can, and he's usually in the top 5 of net worth, which is wild on techies.
Yeah, it's going to be wildly different this game for sure. Already his start not looking too hot.
No. That is not the way you want to start as a techies.
Getting kicked into the tower.
Give
Tier 2
him
tower.
first blood.
Yeah.
Getting XD'd.
It's the tech is life.
Carl's actually taking a lot of damage here, but so is Hung. He was outside of the Firestorm, pops the Fairy Fire. Carl goes for the TP, the Wind Strikes. Both committed. Just trying to get that kill into the Underlord, who only TPs back to his own tier 1. Shackle
Nice
again.
Shackle.
This isn't really getting much though, right?
Nah. He also has the Wind Run, no levels in Power Shot. And of course, Eng, one of the better heroes against both of them. The Spirit can get purged, and the Wind Run can get purged. So they have to be really careful in this lane here. Monkey King should just be free farming, and he is. 15 CS, Underlord 15 CS. Lanes are going phenomenally.
Going really well for T1 at the moment.
I'm not sure what his techies is gonna do, but you know, that's the beauty of the techies.
And you never know what's coming next. I will say, I wish I had a live mic on Nomad, because he made, you know, I guessed on the cards. He actually was thinking this techies is going to do something.
And now he's dead again.
Yeah, he's dead for the 2nd time. And so is the Elder Titan. So both Bombi and Hustler going down. I'd just like to hear Nomad mic'd up once he gets that, gives up that first one and goes, I made
failed
a
you.
mistake. I could blame the cards.
This is the moment he realized he fucked up.
So it's already a 1K lead. You got the 3 cores on the side of T1 already top of the CS.
Yeah, so the problem mid lane is you're working with like a 40 damage difference pretty much.
Yeah.
He gets a -10 and Anadolu has a +30.
Ooh, okay, blast off. They've got the silence hung. One more blink strike, committing to it. Tricks of the trade, they get the kill. Zephyr's here though with the boulder smash, the tower shots, but oh,
Too much armor.
not the damage.
Yeah, too much armor on this Ricky. OS Frog. Balance. Where?
Yeah, but Whitemon, he gets taken out by Hustler. They were playing aggressive on DPB over bottom.
Yeah, they have to. They have to.
Yeah.
But still, this Monkey King absolutely free farming.
Already
Just compare
has
it with
Orbic
the
Corrosion.
CS. Offlane Wind Ranger 5 CS. Monkey King 23 CS.
Yeah.
More than 4 times the CS.
Yeah, and that's why he's already got the Orbit Corrosion and boots.
Yeah. Brutal.
That's a lot to deal with 4 minutes in, that's for sure.
Yeah, like a kill on Dota, you know, maybe equivalent to 3 or 4 CS. But if you're behind 20 CS, it doesn't matter much.
Yeah, I just took a look at the net worth, and it's Monkey King at 2,200 and Windrunner at 11.
Yeah, and Enigma also at 1800. Top 3 net worth, all by T1.
Yeah, Mars competing, but you know Ricky, he's back. Windrunner's back. Windrunner has less net
9
worth than the
CS
Techies.
Ricky. 28 CS Underlord.
Yeah, it's
The matchup is so bad.
The-
I can't believe they did this.
well, I mean, where are you putting the Ricky? Like top, right?
Yeah, I thought it was just going to be
just,
a carry
just
Ricky.
be top.
Yeah. And then you just put a Wind Ranger in the middle, which is completely normal.
Primal Spring out of that BB. Boundless Strike. A couple more shots. Sleep. Oh.
The clarity
It's just
potion.
a slept clarity. Blastoff comes in. They keep that BB alive and get another kill on a Whitemon. So Bombi coming around more so with that Blastoff, but eventually
He died to the Wild
Whitemon
King.
loses his life.
Yeah, the Wild Wing Ripper ripped him apart.
Yeah. That BB dying to a creep.
Yeah.
Couldn't get away.
How does that feel? Probably not
It
that
feels
good.
pretty bad. Because I think he thinks he gets away. You know, the lane kind of recovers a little bit. He, you know, is trying to make something of this lane. at the moment.
1400 net worth.
All 3 lanes are really struggling.
Yeah, but the Techies is rich. He's 1900.
Yeah.
Is it a core Techies?
And he's stacking. There he goes. Well, that's the thing. Like, when you watch Jin-Q play the Techies, he usually does become kind of this core-ish Techies, but he does so in a way where he doesn't take farm away from his cores.
Yeah. I mean, this Ricky's just getting bullied at this point.
Oh, yeah.
It looks sad.
It's hard.
Yeah.
Hung is having a very difficult time. And now that they've spotted Bombi, this is what you need to do. You need to force it so he cannot take these stacks. Haze popped. Zephyr coming in. Tricks of the trade into the Pit of Malice with the roll coming through. Hung dead again. Damage on a Hustler. They'll chase this Elder Titan past the tier 1, near the tier 2. A TP's coming, but it's not in time. Hung and Hustler, hand in hand, in the
Losing mid tower. Minute 7. Mid tower's gone.
Bombi and Red are going to be here to try and make something happen, but there's not really much you can do. And really, Red, he's dead. Red dead. There's no redemption there.
What is happening with 496? They're just falling apart.
They're playing hyper aggressive and like from behind. They're trying to make something happen, and I'll give credit to that. That you know they recognize that they're behind in all 3 lanes, and they're almost forced into a situation where they can't stay in lane, so they have to fight.
Yeah, but oh my god, another solo kill here.
Yeah, he's very dead this time. Zephyr is going to grab that killing spree.
Now Earth Spirit is the top 4 net worth. All the Dire heroes up. It's a brutal beatdown.
Yeah.
They lost the mid tower minute 6. Last time we saw that was Neon against TNC. What happened?
Neon.
50k gold disadvantage
Yeah.
at like minute 30 or something. So I'm expecting the same thing to be happening here. Once that Atos is online, the Ricky has no game. He just finished his boots. 4k behind a minute 8. That is brutal.
Yeah, that's a lot of net worth to be behind this early into the game. You know, triple Wraith Band, boots, trying to make something happen. Again, it's a tough game already. Like, this is not only you know, a lane smackdown, but it's turning into just overall
Dire's
a
top
big
tower is
deficit.
under
They're not
attack.
letting this techies do anything.
No, and that's the way you got to play it. You need to make sure that he can't get those. Now, usually that
Dire's
comes
top
with
tower is falling.
one or two of your lanes
Radiant's
doing
bottom
well as
tower
well.
is under attack.
And your techies can kind of quietly farm, but when those lanes aren't going well, they have the opportunity to just go for the techies and shut down his game, and that's what they're going to do. Zephyr will get the kill on a Bombi. They'll try to take a tier 1 bottom, but, I mean, that objective,
Radiant's bottom
not
tower
sure that
is
goes
under
down.
attack.
Yeah. See how I tricked you there with the card? I originally had the T1 card when I swapped it back.
You just didn't want me to get Prediction King.
Well, I didn't know that it was T1. Because, of course, we're not cheating here. You know?
No, we're not.
Dire's
all in the
top
heart of the
It's
tower
all
is
game.
under
It's all game.
attack.
I don't have to go to the Shadow Realm yet.
Yeah. We can change that.
Get stuck in a VCR player. So 5K lead here for T1, and
Minute 9.
Radiant's
Yeah.
middle
yeah, minute
tower
9.
is
It's
under
quite the
attack.
deficit. Fairy's Trinket is good though for techies. It's great. For
Did you
techies.
know the bombs don't actually increase in damage with spell amp? It says it does, but it doesn't. You can test it in demo mode. I tested it.
Is that as intended?
I don't know, but it doesn't work. I bought a Bloodstone. I thought I'm a king. They still only deal 800 damage.
Val, if we can switch this, that would be great.
Yep. Techies needs
Cuckoo's
buffs.
having a game.
Yeah, I mean he's
Super fun.
they're all having a blast
Yeah,
of a
yeah.
game. Look at this Earth Spirit. He's the same net worth as the highest net worth here on the Dire, which is the Ricky. He's going into a blade mail straight. I like that.
That's usually that move you see when it's mid
chat move.
Earth Spirit.
Yeah,
I
it's a
always
chat
love
move.
seeing it, yeah.
You roll in and you blade mail.
Ooh. So was it looking
I do not
for the Uber ride mid, but
3 bounties.
canceled his order. Interesting.
He
They were
didn't
gonna go
actually cancel his Uber. He went through with it, but Earth Spirit was out of it, so he was like, oops, gotta roll out of
Yeah.
here. And he
Well,
did.
that's what I meant. He, Earth Spirit
you
ordered
mean-
the Uber and he canceled his ride. The ride still went without him.
the driver canceled the ride.
Yeah,
He was like, I'm out of here. I don't want to be in this neighborhood. But yeah,
Radiant's bottom tower is under
where's the
attack.
comeback play for Dire? Techie mines. But now he's gonna die again. Maybe.
Potentially. Looking likely. Yeah. Put him Alice down. Firestorm, Midnight Pulse, all a lot for Bombi to deal with. He's dead before his crate explodes on the ground.
I never understood how it works. Like he's dead, but he still explodes.
Well, the explosives aren't in his body. It's in the
Dire's
card.
structures
So,
fall.
So he
would
just
still
throws the
explode.
card.
Yeah.
I see.
As it's coming down, you hear a little bit of that music. There goes my hero. And it crashes down. Yeah. It's not always as graceful as that, but it's definitely what you're thinking in your head.
Huge damage coming out. 4 right clicks. Healing the Underlord.
Yeah, Ricky is having to deal with not really being able to get the dagger through the skin of an Underlord. So, you've almost got the Battle Fury on Monkey King.
Yeah.
He's super farmed just to this point, and Underlord's keeping up with him. Like, you say Jack, he's super farmed, but then the Underlord is right there with him.
Yep. And so is the Enigma.
Yeah,
They
they're
have no
actually
Enigma
pretty
counter
even.
either.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Almost brings their Enigma, 400 net worth. More needed. Atos soon completed on the Underlord, and then it's go time.
Hung, spotted. Pinamalis, the roll in again. Carl's here with some help, but Carl's the one who gets the kill. Hung just getting ripped apart, and like we said, there's just not much he can do. Couple of tips back and forth. Trading some shards that don't count, from what I've been told.
At all, yeah. You just get refunded after the game.
Dire's middle tower is
That's
under
lame.
attack.
I agree. At least if you make a misplay, to feel better, you should get shards.
Yeah. I wish they would up the amount of shards you can give, based on how bad the play was. Radovito's picked up by Carl. We've got the Geomagnetic Grip as well as the Pit of Malice here. Cuckoo nearby, and another kill for the side of T1. Now 12-3, 7K lead, just 13 minutes into the game. Earth Spirit getting closer and closer to that Blade Mail, and this is just big items coming in for T1, where 496 are still kind of working on getting their first established items.
Yeah, this is like the kind of situation where in a pub game, you would just AFK in a fountain, go next. But obviously they don't have the luxury to do so here. Every game is of utmost importance. I believe 496 is 1-2 currently, right, in the standings?
496 is in fact 1-2.
Yeah,
But
so
T1's 0-1.
yeah, but T1, you know, they only play one game,
That was against
whereas
Fnatic.
496 is already
Is under attack.
in a tougher spot. Ricky initiating here on Enchantress, who didn't skill her ult, but makes it out no problem. Ricky's also going to the Battle Fury. Interesting.
Dire's top tower is under
Not sure
attack.
how much he'll get out of that.
A-toss into the pit. Rooted by the pit again. It's so much damage from this.
What
Easy
can
kill.
he do? He's just stuck in the pit of mountains.
Yep.
He drops an arena, but
No follow-up.
yeah, there's nothing to follow that up. I don't, you know, you're almost probably better off holding it at that point. But it's very difficult to know, I guess, right what the right next move is.
I mean, I don't even think that they know how far they're behind.
Magnetize, geomagnetic grip, roll stop in the TP. Techies, he's gonna be dead to rights. They'll get the kill on a Bombi.
It's very hard to judge, honestly, when you're playing the game, how far you're actually behind.
Ooh, Shackle with the focus fire.
Easy kill.
Good kill there for DapBB. He's not recovered, but
Scanning.
Recovering.
yeah, you could feel his presence.
Yeah. Another pit A-toss combo and the Monkey King ult. Oh my god, that is brutal. That actually just looks criminal. That's illegal. He's just stuck in there, getting beaten up by the monkeys.
Yeah, that is a rough one for sure. It's just more insult to injury when, you know, you're just getting bullied like that. It's bully beatdown.
They're getting... Yeah, I think bully is probably the best term we can use here. 9k net worth behind at minute 15. That is one of the biggest dominations we have seen. I think even the Neon TNC series wasn't nearly as bad, right?
I don't
The
believe
first
so.
game.
You didn't see that
I
coming.
mean, Bombi, you know, we always love to praise him. This game, it's been a rough one. Another initiation on a roll here.
Yeah, they've
Kick
got
him
the
into the
damage.
Enchantress.
Geomagnetic grip, nothing he can do. Tries to get a blast off out, but now the roll lands. And they've got the black hole, but the sweep is in onto the Underlord as well as the Enigma. They'll drop the arena, but he's still standing in the Midnight Pulse. Trying to escape with that ulti. Cuckoo, he drops and he stops the ult. They've got the help from the Monkey King. Jackie's in, and Jackie's here to get some kills. DapBB forced to run, Hustle gone. And only Windrunner survives the engagement over bot.
Yeah, Mars, very interesting decision. He ran back into the Firestorm and the Midnight Pulse. He was actually alive, but turned back in to... I don't know. Not sure what his play there was, but...
They find Bombi again.
Bombi again, yeah.
Or, well, I guess he found them with the blast off.
It's just all over the map. Like, they're just getting beaten down all over the map. This Ricky needs space to farm his Battle Fury. They're just not getting any. This Wind Ranger, I think that's going to be their first quote-unquote power spike. Techies again. They're just bullying this Techies.
And there's nothing he can do. Geomagnetic grip as well as the magnetize. That gets committed. Two-man sweep. So maybe you could do something with this. And that's a combo where Bombi gets killed on a Zephyr, a little bit of revenge. And he'll get a second. These mines do hit pretty hard. And that's worth it. Okay, so that's a glimmer of hope.
Yep.
Immediately a pause.
Trying to get into the head a little.
Yeah, it gets called. Maybe they just want to, you know, get a little bit of a breather.
Yeah. In all fairness, probably Techies Mars is one of the most annoying combos to play against in the game. So probably even if you're 20k behind, you can still stall the game for quite a while. It's just, you know, if you're actually just getting contained in your base, which is looking more and more likely, you're just delaying the inevitable, you know.
You can set up with Mars Techies pretty well, right?
Quick replay here. We see the sleep into the spear into the two mines. And they did a lot of damage.
Yeah, and then these mines over here.
Yep. Don't know how many dead were. Maybe like 2 or 3. Enchantress, of course, very squishy. I can't believe the Techies mine actually did 800 damage. His proximity mine.
Yeah.
It's brutal. It's like 1.5 fingers of death. But it's not even maxed yet. It's only level 3 mine. Okay, okay. But where do you go from here with the Techies? It's like, he has a 4-staff, so he can make some cute plays.
Ags.
Yeah, but I just mean like map control wise. Like, you always kind of want to just play in one part of the map, right? Like either bottom or top half, where the enemy can't go to, right? Because there's just mines everywhere. You don't feel comfortable going there. But right now, there's just no offensive mines anywhere because he keeps getting killed when he goes to those lanes. Earth Spirit always right on top of him, same as Enchantress. And I feel like the techies can't really play the techies game.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like an open techies game like we've seen some in the past, that's for sure.
Yeah, he is.
It's a bad situation for the techies to be in, but again, like I said, with Jinkyu, they usually play it where, you know, you're aiming to win your lanes. You don't have these bad matchups like this side of 496 did. Like that Riki against the Underlord felt like that was one and done immediately. Like Underlord was ahead so fast on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really awkward to me that you would lane that way because maybe it's just because I play Underlord middle a lot, so I know how strong / weak he is against certain heroes. Maybe Hung doesn't have that experience, but to me it's a clear-cut like 8-2, 9-1 matchup for Underlord.
Yeah, that is... It's really rough to deal with, and... Would you almost have like had the matchup be Mars and Techies together in the lane instead of Mars and Elder Titan in lane?
Yeah, I think it's very good. And then you just put Elder Titan top against Enigma. You get the bonus damage from all those Eidolons. I think it makes a lot of sense. The way they laned, not good, in my opinion at least. They had potential to win 1, maybe even 2 lanes, you know, but the way they laned is just makes it almost impossible. They put both the quote-unquote buff heroes, Wind Ranger and Elder Titan, against the Enchantress, who can easily dispel either buff.
Yeah.
Which gives Monkey King, of course, the freest game of his life.
So if you have Mars and Techies down bottom instead of the Windrunner, does that lane go better for you at all? Or
I feel like it goes way better, simply because Monkey King level 1 maybe wants to trade, you know? You do blast off on him, plus 1 God's Rebuke, he's half health, doesn't feel comfortable trading already. Same with Ench, she can get blown up immediately. 1 spear into 1 blast off can result in a very quick kill. But yeah, the most important fact for me is just that Riki is so poor. He's now trying to build into a Battle Fury, which is going to take another like 5 minutes. Then he has a Battle Fury, and he needs to farm his axe, which is going to take another like 2-3 minutes, maybe even 4. And there's just no time. He's too far behind.
Well, he's only 800 gold away. Because he's got...
Oh,
he's got the broadsword and now the claymore coming out on Courier. He's got 972 gold. So he's only like 600 gold away.
Okay. It's just like when... Like in Dota, you feel very bad when your playmakers are behind. Because those are the ones that, when you are behind, can make plays to get you back into the game. Which is... I mean, it's very problematic for 496. I just feel like the Mars was the playmaker. He had a horrendous time. Needs another 100 gold to finish off his Blink Dagger. Whereas Enigma is halfway through his BKB already. Already has his Blink. Underlord building into an Aghanim Scepter, actually. Very interesting. It recently got changed. Where you can teleport on one of your allied heroes.
And reduces the delay by a second.
Yep, and the cooldown by 50.
Which it makes it 50 at level 3.
Yeah, it's a super good Aghanim, simply because you can turn a gank around super hard.
So, reconnected. Should be good to go.
Yep. Here we go.
So, I guess for T1, up against the Techies, I guess if the game goes late, you just gotta hope that everybody wants to hit the throne and finish the game. I mean, it's gonna be tough though. Like Techies going for the axe. That's what he wants.
Yeah, that's the best item, right? It gives you ult 150 more damage, more cast range.
And then BKBs for both the Windrunner and the Mars.
Yeah.
So like they're down 10k. I don't want to say this game is over.
It's not over, it's just incredibly hard. Like, they still have an incredibly strong high ground defense, and Riki is one of the most elusive heroes. While his team is like defending base, you know, he can possibly farm the enemy jungle and get away with it. He will still be able to find a lot of farm if he's cautious about it. Minute 18 Battle Fury, not the best timing. You know, we've seen worse, we've seen better, but...
They need to find a way to get through this armor, too, on on 496 through T1's armor.
Yeah.
Because that is tough. And it is not going to be fun to go up against.
Yeah, I'm super scared of this Enigma BKB, which is up in 1500 gold. They have no way of canceling it. If you just black hole, you know, the Wind Ranger or the Mars, the entire playmaking ability is gone. Smoked up here with the Blink Dagger, but can't find anything.
And that could be an opportunity to get a kill. You got Blink Arena Spear with the Blast Off to follow it up.
Yep. Now they're just 5 heroes sitting top. Or 4 heroes sitting top, and they're pushing up bottom. Wind Ranger is getting closer to BKB. Only needs 1,000 more gold. So he's quite farmed now. Good thing for them. 300 more gold for the Battle Fury on Ricky. Looking towards like a minute 19, 19 and a half Battle Fury. Witchblade on Enge. Needs 500 gold more for that. Interesting pickup. It's more like a core item, you know, but he's feeling himself this game.
This far ahead, making aggressive moves like that, going for these more core-oriented items when you're a 5-position Enchantress. So Malefice, as well as the Midnight Pulse, the right clicks in, Whitemon with another kill.
Yep, just a freebie.
That'll put him closer to the Witchblade.
Yep, now it's 200 more for that. And all 5 heroes of Radiant have such brutal damage possibilities, you know? Like literally all of them deal so much damage. This Enge with the Witchblade is gonna be a massive pain to deal with.
Just not even going in the untouchable yet. Roll in, finding Bombi. Cuckoo with the kill. The arena's down. Focus fire. Jackie pops the Wukongs, but is it going to be enough? It's doing a lot of damage to Red, who's trying to get out. There's the roll. The kill on the BB. They'll take out both.
Yep, he just completed his Aghanim Scepter, sitting at 2.3k health, with Agi Threads, even with Strength Threads is 2.5k health.
Ooh, Hung. And Malice on a Toast. There's the roll with the dust magnetized. The damage is in, and the kill is there. Another kill onto Hung, and, well, a tip from Carl to Ricky.
Now 14k gold ahead on 20. Enigma, BKB 100 gold away. I think they're just going to take Roshan after that. Oh, Monkey is already doing it. Interesting fact, your ult does not trigger Roshan's aggro. They can hit them forever. A little bit unreliable, but once your monkeys get there, you know. Interesting little fun fact. You can solo Rosh as soon as you get Aghanims. But yeah, with this Axe, they know techies had no time at all to put defensive mines. So I think it's just go time for Radiant, BKB, Aegis. They have to be a little bit careful. They got 5-man Stomp by the Spirit. There are still teamfight possibilities, and Enigma did not finish her BKB yet. Gotta wait a little bit. Roshan very low, 800 health.
Power shot.
The damage.
Bombi with a balance strike. They've got the arena down. The spear. Whoa! Right, snatching the Aegis. All right, getting something going here. They did lose Bombi though. Now lose the first life on Red. But they do kill off Hung, so they get the Aegis. They'll blink away on Red. But down goes that BB. Zephyr on the run. It's falling. They've got one, but it's not looking like much more. A second kill on Red. 4 heroes gone on the side of 496.
It was a cute attempt, you know. Well, I say attempt. He did end up stealing the Aegis, but it results in 4 heroes of them dying. Radiant is still very happy with this outcome. They still have Blink, Black Hole, BKB, and Enigma. Has to be careful though here.
Oh. He might go for Cuckoo with the blast off. Right on top, but, well, dead immediately after. Rada Toast, Pit of Malice, Primal Spring, all on a hustle. Make it a team wipe. T1, 16k lead, just 22 minutes into the game.
Yeah. And, you know, I mean, 496 made it a little bit easy for them this game, but T1 is one of the most explosive teams in the SA region.
Yeah.
They have very aggressive core players. All 3 of them love to just be in your face the entire time, and we can see it here. Non-stop aggression, while also being very efficient around the map. That's the name of the game for T1. Another smoke up here. And they might be able to find his Wind Ranger. 200 gold of his BKB. A death here would be terrible for him.
Yeah. He really needs to play careful. But they're smoked up, and they might just find red again.
Yeah, Earth Spirit, 800 gold off the BKB as well. They're all just so farmed. It's incredible.
And the top 3 net worth, they're all pretty close to each other. Do the top 3 net worths, I'm trying, math, not strong suit, do the top 3 net worths equal the entirety of 496 net?
Right, 16, 26, 36. Yes.
Boulder smash on the Hustler,
Top 3 is more than the entire Dire team combined already.
which means you're in a very tough spot. Blast off, Radavetos immediately turning this. They get a quick kill on a Bombi. They're gonna look for more. But Carl's starting that Dark Rift, and, well, he's got that axe, so it's very quick.
Yep, just go top. You know, they're setting up a defense middle. Just teleport your whole team to the top. They are smoked up, though. Windranger has that BKB to work with. But still, Enigma, Blink, Black Hole.
Yeah,
Have to look out for this.
BKB of his own. He blinks back, BKB, that gets popped, looks over at red. Malefice, now the roll in. He's not using that Black Hole just yet. They'll get the kill onto the Mars. But they lose Whitemon in the process. Radavetos, Firestorm, roll again. Ricky, he's caught, he's killed. As he's dusted up, silenced up, and taken out.
Well, Ricky really can't join these fights. He needs to farm his Agon Scepter. He's the only hope they have of defending this base and winning the game.
Oh, Pit of Malice down, roll in. Mine's not even detonating anymore.
Yeah, they just have no preparation for this. You know, Tekis is weak in this kind of scenario where there's no setup. Tekis needs about a minute to set up all his mines and everything. They just didn't give it to him. And now it's basically a 4v5 fight because of that.
Ooh, they split in between on both those. Silence comes in, but the Dark Rift is out, and they're all back home.
Easy,
The Dark Rift's
quick
out,
escape.
but like they could just be back in 45 seconds. Like the cooldown with the axe is just disgusting. Level 3, yes, everybody left, but we could be back in a second. They still actually have their tier 1 tower mid, so they don't even need to use the Dark Rift to go back.
And they haven't even used Wukongs or Black Hole yet. And yeah, 496, very outclassed in this game. Oh, a lot of damage coming from the Enge.
Yeah, more
Another
than
freebie.
enough.
He died 13 times on Tekis already. That's usually what happens in my Tekis games too. That's why everybody hates the hero. 13 deaths is a lot of deaths.
They're almost catching up to that 1K GPM per minute. Blink Arena, not bad from Red. 3 heroes are surrounded, and they'll get the kill onto the Mars. They lose Whitemon again, this time by Hung. Black Hole committed for the Ricky, and that means that Ricky just survives, gets the Essence Ring off. He'll fall afterwards. Cuckoo's Midnight Pulse will do the deed. They take out Hung. He'll buy back immediately. And now the look as the Shackle lands onto Carl, but he is so hard to kill at this point.
Why did Ricky buy back?
BKB.
Ricky bought back without a TP. Maybe a little bit frustrated here.
Potentially, because he just headed to top.
But yeah, Underlord just itemizing. He itemized into a BKB, going into hard next, just going for the really big frontline build. Monkey King also finished his BKB. Next item is already on the way. He went for the shard actually. Little bit of mobility for him. One of the better shards in the game. Trying to kill the Underlord here, but of course his BKB.
Blink, Spear, and the Focus Fire. Motor Smash comes out as well as the Geomagnetic Grip. They do have the damage to take out Carl. It takes all 4 of them, but they do get it done.
Yep, did not want to use his BKB there. Probably thought he's a lot more tanky than he really is. It's still a Windranger together with an Elder Titan Natural Order. It's a lot of magic damage coming through. So you still got to respect that. A little bit of overconfidence here from T1, but still sitting on a very, very comfortable lead. 21,000 gold. They can probably fight even without him.
Now I'm looking at Techies trying to build this Ags. I wouldn't even hate the shard. The blast off, extra cast range, making it a stun. BKB that gets popped by Cuckoo. He doesn't have Black Hole to work with, but they still get the kill on the red. They'll look over at Hung. Roll comes through. Hung gets killed off by Zephyr. Zephyr dead to Bombi, but BKB being popped by Dat BB. He backs off with his 2 supports.
Yeah, I'm very surprised the Monkey King was so scared. Full health, everything, BKB off cooldown. He did not want to jump in there. He just let his teammates die, basically. Lost the gem because of it. Questionable play here. I feel like then they don't need to be so scared of this dire lineup. They're so far ahead.
Yeah, up by this much. Probably be a bit more loose with how willing you are to be into these fights.
Yeah. I mean, end of the day, you really just gotta back up the other heroes, you know? You're the most farmed hero on your team. You gotta pay back what they give to you, you know? Job of a carry.
Jackie. Going the Abyssal Blade. Whitemon still looking on that Solar Crest.
Yep. Solar Crest, one of the best items. Utility items to just buff up your carry or debuff theirs.
Have a lot of armor already on this T1 squad. I think the lowest armor is Enigma at 8.
Yeah. They might just be waiting for the next Roche and then try to end the game. They did just lose their gem though, so they might have to wait for the next gem as well. Because of course, techies is such a nuisance if you don't have one. You never know if you're safe or not.
And that's one of the benefits from that gem that's been really helping out T1, because they've been moving around the map pretty freely.
Yeah, definitely.
That Roche only a minute away, so not the longest cooldown. But still a pretty decently long timer.
Yeah, I mean, T1 is just trying to choke out 496 right now. I feel like with the lead they're having, they're giving way too much space to 496. They should not be allowed to be this free around the map, I feel. But yeah, they're respecting maybe the unknown factor of the techies, you know? Don't want to get speared into the mines. Yeah, but giving too much respect to heroes like techies is exactly how this techies comebacks happen all the time, you know? You think, oh, there's mines everywhere on the entire map. That's not true. It's still techies. He has cooldown on his spells. He has limited mana capacities. Can't be everywhere.
He has finished off that Ags.
Yeah, now his mines deal 150 more damage per pop.
I just want to see the shark. I'm so down with it.
200 AoE is very little though. It's like
True.
Tiny. Super tiny. Small. Minuscule.
But inside the arena,
which is like 800. And also all the BKBs, of course. Alright, Roshan back up. Getting a quick one here. They don't even want to contest on the dire side. They need to fight under the mines. Yeah. Ricky, 500 gold off the Aghanim Scepter. There is a glimmer of hope, but it will involve T1, you know, throwing their bodies at wrong targets and stuff, so.
they could contest the last one, but I mean, it wasn't really a contest after all was said and done. All they did was snatch the Aegis. Like, yeah, that's all well and good, but you lost 4 heroes. They were able to kill the Mars twice, so I guess learning from that, it's whether or not you want to kind of throw the bodies in again to just take an Aegis.
This Earth Spirit is level 19, closing in on 20. He's so massive on this hero. Wow. Same net worth as the Ricky.
The only one who's got low net worth is the Enchantress, but Enchantress has more than the Elderton, so fine there.
5-man, probably grouping for a smoke here. Usually never want to do that. 5-man smokes are pretty obvious most of the time. And
Spring, back up.
Yeah.
Might have caught Bombi if you went a different direction on those trees.
Refresh your AWP on Enigma, by the way. So
yeah,
double black hole opportunities here. If it was hard to fight, then now good luck.
The silence even longer on the Geomagnetic Grip as he hits that level 10, 20 balance strike. Oh, takes out the Aegis. Magnetized down with BKB Popeye Zephyr. They go after the Mars and they kill Jackie twice. Black hole now on a DPC. He's got the refresher if he wants to go for the double, but just chooses to blink away. The BKB's been popped by DPC. Whitemond's dead. 3 heroes gone to the side of T1. This is turning out to be tough. They've got the arena as well as the spear. They have the damage, the sweep to follow it up, as well as the silence. And Zephyr, woo, just rolling away. So close.
That is a showcase of how you don't play versus techies. Don't just blindly blink in to a lane where he has been sitting on for like the past 3 minutes. There was like, I don't know, like 20 mines? Maybe more?
It was a lot.
Yeah, if he had blown him up just a millisecond earlier, this Enigma would have also died. A little bit unfortunate there, but of course gets the 2 core kills. Underlord blew up from full health instantly. And Monkey King got blown up twice from full health. It's a lot of damage per mine. How much is it?
A lot.
750 per
750.
mine.
Wow. Yeah, 2,700 damage with remote mines on that Underlord. Oh boy.
Yeah. Your cheesy BKB doesn't help you if you're dead.
OS Frog in the chat.
It is, yeah. Building on a pipe, towards a pipe now. The Earth Spirit. Just to mitigate that mine damage. 10% though. Not the biggest deal in the world. Oh, trying to catch Ricky here. Silence.
Dark Rift, and here they are. Silence in, Firestorm down, and Hung. His life is gone.
Yep. Don't forget, Mars also bought back into that last team fight. Still doesn't have a BKB if he dies again. Could be very troublesome for the Dire side here. And no mine setup this time.
Oh, taking out the trees. Oh!
BKB pop.
BKB off. Pin him out, lands on the 2 as well as the Radamatos goes after Bombi. Mars in trouble. Balance Strike is in. The damage is there to get the kill on a raid. Looking over at Hustla. And this is a tier 2 dead for sure.
Structures are fortified.
Well, that should be quite simply the high ground push. They should know that they don't have mine set up there because he was defending the tier 2 for so long. 260 bonus damage on the Underlord. Very balanced. But they're very cautious. I think they're very scared of what happened at the tier 2 there. You can tell they're not very comfortable against techies. Well, no one is.
No, nobody is, especially when there's a minefield sign sitting at the top of the steps.
Yeah, techies have so many mind games. There's literally no mine there, like 1. And it just puts the sign there. It's like, uh-oh, I got like 20 here. Be careful.
They move over a little bit to the right where he actually does have 20 if he wanted to put him down. He doesn't at the moment, but I'm just saying. He's starting to place down some mines, make it a little difficult.
Yeah, but this is usually what all techies games fall into. Sitting at your high ground, waiting for the enemy to get impatient. You know, trying to breach that high ground. Ricky dead again.
Hung, this is the 10th time he's died.
Yeah. As I said before, he needs to farm the enemy jungle, not his own. The safest place right now on the map is the enemy jungle.
I will say, even though he's died 10 times, there have been points in the game where it's like, oh, well, this is a Ricky. I mean, we need to be careful still.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Once he gets his Daedalus, possibly a rape after that.
Blink, Focus Fire, and the Shackle landing for DPC. Might be able to kill Whitemon. Finishes him off solo.
Never seen a broadhead before?
He's doing a lot of damage. Maelstrom, Crystallis going into the Daedalus. DPC, I want to say at times has felt like he's single-handedly keeping this game alive.
Yeah.
Although the Techies has been there with some mines.
He's done a lot of
kills.
work this game. Tech is actually sitting at 12k net worth. Getting quite rich.
He's getting there. Aether Lens, going into the Octarine core.
Yeah, more
I'm
mines.
still screaming Shard, but I think it's a point in the game where it's like, I'm not making that jump in.
Yeah.
I need to survive.
Abyssal Blade completed on Monkey. Heart completed on Underlord, sitting at 4,000 health now. So now you need 3 more mines to kill, which is not that much.
It's only 3.
It's actually kind of ridiculous if you think about it, how much damage 1 mine is. 750 damage is...
It's only 24 seconds more time for him to get 3 more mines down.
Yeah.
You really haven't disturbed this man.
Spell Prism. Man, if Dire finds a Spell Prism here, that could be huge on the techies. Even more mines. Let's see
With
RNG.
an Octarine core.
Did Gaben bless Dire or no? We'll see soon.
So far, well, he's got the Timeless Relic, but that, like you said, it doesn't up the mine damage, right?
It does not, yeah. It's just a bug. Or is it a bug or is it intended? Who knows? Only Valve knows.
It's Saturday. They're probably not going to answer us.
Yeah.
But we do have the question.
But then again, even if it wasn't Saturday, they wouldn't answer us. We're not worthy.
I'd write a letter.
Are scanning.
Handwritten. I think they'd answer that.
You think so? Gaben does that quite a bit, actually. You write him an email. I had a super nice rampage the other day. He did a good job.
I got Rampage the other day. He said, good job. And look
5 to
over, they
bottom
find
for
the Elder Titan, the kill off Hustler.
Gives it a little bit of space to Ricky. Almost has his Crystallis now.
The Ricky or the Techies? Set up those mines. And
Both.
honestly, the Windrunner. Daedalus is pretty nice.
How many mines is it in mid lane? I can't even see. There's so many pig faces, so many pig heads. It's like 20.
Radiant's
looks
top
like
tower
so
is under
many.
attack.
So does he do this on purpose where he's got them kind of triple stacked so he doesn't blow all the mines at once? Like we see a lot of
Yeah.
Techies players just all the mines are in one spot and then you blow all of them and you're like, oh, well, I have no more mines to defend with. Well, he's got them in 3 different
Radiant's
stacks
top tower is under
and
attack.
it's,
That's how he killed the monkey
boom, boom, boom.
twice.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell he's a very experienced Techies player. Maybe if the early game doesn't go so horrendously wrong, you know, we would actually see the real power of the hero.
Oh,
Spell
they got
Prison.
it.
Let's go.
They got it.
But maybe Ricky wants to keep that, actually. Probably his ego.
Well, we've been seeing these low cooldown Rickies, right?
Yeah. I would keep it on Ricky as well. But for the memes, I would give it to Techies.
Blast off cooldown, even though he's not really using the blast off much. Oh. Okay.
Wow, that damage. A single mine is not quite doing the trick.
No, and they're going to get the tier 3 bottom and 2-1 Wise to just lock up these racks. And doing so because... Oh! Balance strike. Pit of Malice. I don't know if Hung was...
How did they see him?
I think that just might have been coincidence. Maybe they got a little glance at this Ricky. It's just the luck of the game right now as the arena's down around Whitemon as well as Zephyr, but they pop the BKB. They'll go for the Dark Rift and escape. It's very easy when the delay on leaving is minuscule.
3 seconds. 3 seconds only to get out. Enigma picked off on the backlines by Mars and Windranger, I believe. So no black hole. Very good call to just evacuate. You got the melee Rex, you know, you got what you came for. But now the glooming mines in the mid lane. It's like 20 of them. Like this is what it all comes down to.
Give him the Spell Prism. Let him mine the entire base.
Yeah. Wait, did Ricky buy back again? He did.
Yeah, he bought back.
I don't think they're really thinking about contesting this Roshan. I don't think they can. They're just too tanky on the Radiant side. Only way they win is by baiting them to the mines.
No Enigma, though. It feels so juicy, right? If you're the Dire, you're like, ah, but there's no black hole. We could do this.
I feel like they're baiting them in on Radiant. You know, they want them to commit, but also they don't want them to commit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because in the end, Techies also doesn't really do much in these kind of areas.
Ooh, blink. Spear landing. If it is shots, roll coming through. There's the arena, and they get the kill to Carl. They're starting to turn this one around. They'll look over at Zephyr, but with his BKB, he's able to roll away from the hands of 496. Techies is in deep. Bombi is dead. He'll buy back immediately. Now they'll go after the Elder Titan, make it a second. Spear lands, though. Earth Spirit. DPC from the high ground. Nobody's touching this Windrunner. They get the kill on a Zephyr. He buys back as well. Roche is up, but about to fall to this Radiant side power shot, and nobody in, but the black hole is used, and that is on the Bombi, who just bought back. That means no mines. That means no Techies for 100 seconds. It looked promising for 496 at a point. Jackie working on DPC. The damage, though, from DPC. Pit of Malice is down. Can he get 1 life? Yes, he can. He's got a buyback. So there's a second available while the Earth Spirit's going for the Elder Titan Geomagnetic Grip. He's got the dust. He spots in the roll and the kill. Zephyr doing a good job here. There were a lot of buybacks expended throughout the entirety of these 10 heroes.
Level 25 on Earth Spirit now.
Oh.
Guy's been owning this entire game. They don't have a gem, or they do have a gem on Radiant, so they see all those mines. You don't want to walk in there.
And they're starting to take him out.
One by one. So how do you deal with that now? Do you just come in from the side? Do you just go for the throne because there's no mines there?
You might. I mean, no Bombi for 46. BKB's been popped. Where does the attention go? Looks over at Jackie, blinks back. You've got Enigma, who has the Refresher Shard, the Refresher Orb, looking to get the black hole 3 times down.
Use the shard. Black hole available.
Dark Rift. Ooh, Hung dead.
Not even needed. They're just going for the throne because they know they have no mines there.
Looking to finish the game. No Ricky for 100 seconds. This one looking like it's all she wrote for 496. As T1, they'll attack the throne. The black hole is used. The balance strike is there. The black hole again. And inside the giant circle of the Wukong's command, GG is called by 496. And T1 will take game number 1. So a very self-explanatory wire-to-wire win for Tier 1. Not much 496 could do in terms of turning that one around.
Yeah, not much to talk about, honestly. The game looked pretty over after like 5-6 minutes.
Yeah.
But techies, man. That first blood looked so goofy.
Yeah.
Like what was that?
Trying to go for the Eidolons.
He suicides on the Eidolons, gets kicked into the tower and just dies.
Yeah. Well,
the laning, I think they could have laned a lot better and gotten a lot more mileage out of that, you know? But the way they laned, they lost 3 lanes super hard while having a techies in your team. It's not possible.
Yeah, it was a little bit of foreshadowing on how that game was going to go, that first blood. So T1, they take game number 1. We'll throw it over to the panel to hear their thoughts and how they think 496 can go about game number 2. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, B-Cup and Black. Yeah, game number 1 in the bag for T1. Lacoste, techies?
Yeah, I'm actually really glad that this little fella lost the game. You know, me and him go way back. There's a lot of hate. Yeah, you know, there's no love in
No,
between.
just seething rage.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this game was pretty much done after the laning stage. It's techies plus Vent Ranger that kind of kept him in game. Other than that, there's just a lot of feeding happening on the map. Concerning matchups as well, where you have Underlord mid against Ricky. Like, Ricky doesn't get anything out of that lane. Underlord is just too powerful. Top lane didn't go well. Enigma will deny the lane, so that guy will not get the farm. On the bottom lane, Monkey King sitting at I think 4 minutes in, he had the full Orb of Corrosion and he had the Boots of Speed, so kind of unplayable lane as well, where you have like Enchantress that dispels a lot of the stuff. You have like ET Spirit, you have Wind Run, so just overall hard matchup for 496.
They could have laned better if nothing else. And when I say lane better, I don't mean play better, just set up their lanes a little bit differently.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
I actually, after seeing the laning stage, I did not expect this game to go 14 minutes in. Like, this is unexpected, even versus Elder Titan and techies. Underlord versus Ricky, for one brief period of time, was nice for Ricky, but on the safe lane, where you had your Lich Ricky, Grimstroke Ricky, and then you jump him, you bully him.
Yeah,
not
right
on,
now
not on mid. I mean, right now on safe lane, okay, but not on mid. On mid, it's still
like you can't kill him. Like, on the safe lane, Ricky has the long lane where he has a lot of space to work with, and if he's paired up with someone who can zone out, then he gets the farm. Like, every single time you get close, there's the Firestorm, you lose almost half of your damage. It's just an insane matchup to play into.
Very, very difficult indeed. And he definitely felt that one on Hung Hung, as that Ricky did just kind of get kept being pushed down and out of the game. You know, you need to be at least level with your enemies as Ricky. I mean, I think the hero is powerful enough right now where you can play it level. But from behind, it's really, really tricky for that hero, and we certainly felt the force of that. The game was delayed by 496 stealing that Roshan. I think if they didn't take that Aegis, then the game would have been over much quicker. So I believe it was Mars who came in and made that play, got the spear off, got the Aegis. In the end, didn't really make that much of a difference. So they tried to buy time for the techies. I love the play at the end as well, just like, there's mines in one lane, there's mines in another lane. Go for the finish.
Go for the other way around. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know where they're going to enter, but definitely didn't expect it to go this way. And yeah, they lost the gem as well in one of the fights, so this is why the game was prolonged. And I can feel that T1, you know, doesn't feel very comfortable playing into the techies. So
no one does. That's not a comfortable thing to play into, right?
Alrighty, let's have a look at our MVP for the first game of this series, and it is going to be Zephyr playing on the Earth's Spirit. I noticed that half the time he was just rolling in, killing the techies, and then dying on the way out again. Totally worth it.
Half of the time
he
was higher or as high net worth as any of the enemy cores, so well deserved.
Definitely, definitely. I really liked how he was playing with the Enigma as well, because what happened is the Enigma uses Blink Dagger without Black Hole just to blink in, pop down the the Midnight Pulse and the Malefice, and then just kind of start walking away, and then the roll-in was
Earth Spirit
Zephyr.
comes in, yeah.
Jump in
The-
and just kind of kick him around a bit, keep him inside the Midnight Pulse. It was a really effective way for the two of them just to kind of play together, which hadn't
This
seen
combination
before.
of heroes is actually very effective throughout the game. It's not only later on, like in the laning stage, you have Earth Spirit plus Enigma. Enigma, all you need is your position 4 to block the camps, and then you're self-sufficient. You're fine. Earth Spirit has that mobility. He has the range. He can do that. He can rotate mid while you're farming under the tower. So
Dota was always like that,
Yeah.
where you have like self-sustainable off-laner, Enigma, like Timbersaw, you give him advantage, Lich long before when he could deny the creeps, and then your position 4 makes a lot of rotation on the map and just makes the difference. Also, like this draft that D1 had, it's like the battle of the big circles. You have Midnight Pulse, you have a Black Hole, you have Wukong's command, you have Pit of Malice, and on the other side you have Arena, and that's pretty much it. But yeah, I like Enigma overall as a response to techies, where I think the strength of the techies is where he hides the mines in the trees. Midnight Pulse, you just take down those trees and you can see it.
Yeah, and then of course you just send in the Eidolon, send in the clowns, and those little guys can go and debine or blow up or
Send
whatever you
in
want
the
them to do.
clowns.
what do you have against clowns? Would you set clowns to mines? To minefields?
Yeah, if it was me or the clowns, then
I see.
probably. Anyway, that's it for game number 1. Thank God Techies did lose. Pray for your pubs, because this time around he will not be successful, but he might be back in game number 2, and I hope you'll be back for game number 2 as well. We're going to throw it over to a little break, and then we shall see you after that.
you can't hide there. I'm the dark in a dead stare. Panic mode when I switch gears. I move like ghosts, don't waste my time, get out my way. This life cutthroat, this life no joke. So don't look back, 'cause I'll be there in the smoke. Rising out the ashes, the phoenix, the burn in the rage. We'll hunt you right down to the end of your days. And I'll be right there at the top of the maze, while the rats in the sewer stay stuck in the days. So now I'm coming for y'all, whether you're lucky or not, you've already gotten involved. Don't take it personal, I gotta finish you off, 'cause only room at the time for one gun in the drawer.
Hello and welcome back to the Dota Pro Circuit. We are here with the SEA region, brought to you by PGL. My name is Nomad. Joining me in the studio to break down the second game in this best of 3 series, it is Lacoste and Lizard. Guys, game number 1. We had a techies. It was experimental. Didn't quite work out. Are we expecting it again in game number 2?
Yeah, we've all had like those days when you want to try out something different, right? You pick a techies here and there. Yeah, experimenting days, exactly. You pick techies, it doesn't work out. You put it aside, you're like, okay, we tried it, didn't work, wasn't beautiful. Let's try something actually proper, something normal, something stable.
Do they have like normal stuff? I feel like this team, you know, just loves to do stuff differently. Yeah, you know, but experimenting with their drafts, with the roles. You know, we've had like a lot of different heroes that the people don't usually play. Now we see a techies. We had a bounty hunter draft with no like real damage. We're just gonna run at you. So you know, when thinking about this team, you know, you expect that they're gonna go for the standard stuff, but they're not. So you know, I'm pretty sure they have something else still prepared.
We talked about this with TNC as well. Stable in their own craziness. All right, can we at least put it that way? Like, okay, nothing that copies other teams, but at least I want some Bombi Viper, Bombi Kotal, Bombi Phoenix, Bombi Enchantress.
There's no way they're gonna let him pick Phoenix.
At least not the techies. That's all I'm asking for, please.
I mean, I might like the techies in a different draft. Later on, maybe picking it up and trying to play into it. Like, I think there's a way to make this hero work. We've seen Zayats pull off before, but I don't think going second pick with it and then also trying to, like, it just felt like the idea was very strange. And overall, it just didn't really seem like it worked.
We could see their face cameras. Like, they had fun. Sure, like, yeah, you had your great fun, but now I think it's time to pick a bit more serious, something that has been proven, maybe a bit more stable, something that has been working out for you. Because this team, you know, they seem a bit chaotic, where like a lot of stuff is happening on the map. They try to make more out of it. The techies was trying to invade enemy jungle for like 10 times, died multiple times, couldn't get into it. But I mean, still
level 1 maneuver.
Level 1 maneuver was like, what are you doing? He doesn't know, didn't read the, you know, that the Eidolons have the magic resist or whatever, and yeah, just overall chaotic experience, and we love it. Southeast Asia Dota, you know,
always delivers.
I've heard stories about it. Was always kind of working the different regions, but you know, I'm glad I'm here, and yeah, up to my expectations.
Yep, sailing the seas has been a turbulent experience, and we've been loving every second of it. And of course, we want to hear from you guys as well, you SEA fans out there. We know you're out there. Give us a tweet, hashtag DPCSEA. We're looking to hear your comments or your memes on social media. We're always looking to hear it. And of course, if you guys want to see our face in better detail, then you can also head over to YouTube, where we've got a 4K stream up, and you can see every single pixel highlighted in extreme detail. I mean, who wouldn't want to look at Lizard in high definition? I don't know anyone who wouldn't. Guys, draft number 2. Draft number 2 is just about to start. Any predictions for the first bans before we see them?
What did we have? We had Kotal, we had
Kotal,
Puck,
OD, Puck,
Beastmaster, and Phoenix.
Yeah. That's 5 heroes, so.
I think Beastmaster was in second phase.
First
or second?
Okay. He was up there, one of the first 3 bans for sure. We have Enigma banned out by 496 Gaming. Now this is a problem already.
Again?
Then you know what this problem with his techies was? It was the Enigma. We're gonna ban that out, and now we'll take our techies again.
I really don't feel like
God.
Enigma was the only problem for
God.
techies. It didn't make the game
feel like
easier, but
techies was the problem for techies.
exactly. And one thing that I'm already seeing, like, is this Enigma really worth it? Your first ban? That's the question. Like, you have you have Bombi who plays Winter Wyvern, for God's sake. Just pick that hero, and Enigma will never have an easy time.
I don't think he played techies bad in that game. Like, all lanes were not
bad.
going well.
Yeah.
They had, what, like 6-7k gold lead 10 minutes in, so that's tough to play for techies. He shines when his team is ahead, so he can set up the mines, and in that game, he didn't have it.
I'm just saying that this Enigma ban is weird because it opens up different heroes right now. Like, you can you have different first picks now available for you. Nyx Assassin already. Maybe they ban it now. They ban out the puck. You have OD. You have Nyx Assassin. You have Wyvern perhaps for Bombi. There's so many good picks here
Chaos.
available.
If you don't ban the top tier picks, then you don't know what's gonna happen. So 496,
Hustler.
they go with the Earth Spirit this time. Hustler already said at the start of this series that he's been very stable on the hero, and at least they have something going on. You know that you have this position 4 that can make moves around the map, stun, silence, good team fight. Earth Spirit seems like one of the better position 4s right now.
Okay, Monkey King. Instant response by T1. Monkey King, his stonks skyrocketed. Like, what's the name? GameStop?
Yeah, GME.
GME, like literally the same. He was picked sometimes in the second stage, perhaps the last pick as well, but he's been picked almost, 3 games already today as first phase? This is insane. And
Yeah.
he's working well so far. Batrider, however, in most of those games has been banned out.
Yeah.
Batrider is one of the heroes that is, I'd say, easy to play, which makes him a top tier pick. You can always fall back to jungle, farm the ancients as well. I mean, you need to have it maxed out, but still, you have a
You need
BKB
level
piercing
7 now,
ability,
but,
and just overall a strong laner. I would love to see some kind of, okay, there's an Oracle.
Yeah, that's a nice response. Instant pick after the Batrider. They didn't waste a second. They snatched that Oracle. Now, not only is the Oracle good versus Batrider, he's also a very good combination with the Monkey King. You will always be able to use your ulti. You pop those Chingu stacks, one boundless strike, your full HP no matter what. So, really good combination of heroes, plus good synergy, plus good versus Batrider.
Yep, yeah, loads of pros here. I'm just generally really big fan of this Oracle pick. But then I like both openings here. I'd struggle to tell you which one I preferred, to be honest. I love the Earth Spirit. I love the Batrider. I love the Oracle. Monkey King, very strong as well.
I'm waiting for the... obviously, in this game, it will be difficult because you have the Earth Spirit already, but I'm waiting for the comeback of Chen and Enchantress versus Oracles. Like, Oracle is not a hero that likes to play at all into these position 4s that bring minions, that bring summons to the lane, and...
You can always go for Nature's Prophet as a potential offlaner, yeah.
Pangolier and Queen of Pain so far banned out by 496 in the second banning stage. Quap, obviously, you have Quap, you have Storm, and some other unconventional heroes that you can play mid versus the Batrider. Quap and Storm, obviously, the easiest ones. Don't try the Tiny. We've seen that
It's
today.
just not working out. Like, not a good matchup, so get something that's good. Most likely it's just going to be a mid Batrider because you know that Oracle will be the safe lane, so you do not want to play into that.
Yeah, rocks can burn. That's what we learned from our first series today. Rocks can burn.
Yeah. T1, meanwhile, banning out the carries. You have the Weaver banned out. You have the Ursa, I believe, as well. Yeah. So, just banning out some of these matchups that can be a little bit difficult for the Monkey.
Have we actually had the OD take another pull at all? Or
No,
seems
he's still in.
Huh. OD
He's
and
chilling.
IO just kind of gliding through both of these. I mean, IO I understand a bit more. If you don't play it carry, then most teams don't seem to be picking it. But yeah, OD seems kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, and the one game that we witnessed today with OD, it wasn't that good. Like, he lost. The whole draft was pretty bad, and the mid lane crumbled. But I think OD is still extremely strong. It's very interesting to see that he's not picked.
I mean, they can still go for OD on side of T1, possibly. Great save against the Batrider Lasso, something that I really love to see. Oracle is still there, so they ban out Lycan. Yeah.
Just meta carries.
Yummy breadsticks.
Lycan still feels, like a cheese pick, at least to me. You lose to Lycan, you're like, you're not good at Dota, You just picked Lycan and
exactly,
right-click.
Select all heroes. Enemy
there,
hero.
There's just something that
hands off the
angers
keyboard.
you. You play versus Lycan, you die to those beasts, you're just angry.
Yeah.
Like, if I lose to something else, I'm like, good game, well played. I'm a gentleman. It's a gentleman's game. Well played, sir. Maybe not in that. Maybe not always, but you know what I mean. Versus Lycan, I'm always angry.
Yeah, that's
the most important thing when you're playing Lycan is to have select all units key, and then you just right-click. Like, that's the most important part.
Or even better, there's a hotkey you can set up to select all units but yourself.
Wow, man, they really picked Batrider into... now he has to deal with Oracle and Nyx Assassin. It feels like a really, really bad Batrider game.
Maybe demote the Bat even to some position 5 or position 4. I would even do that because Batrider... So, usually if you're planning to pick him, you ban out Nyx in the first stage. But now that you picked Bat... there aren't many heroes that can TP, save, and turn the gank onto the Batrider because he wants to be diving early on under that tier 1. Nyx Assassin always does that. All you have to do is be quick enough and TP when Batrider is diving the tower.
Just be quick enough. You heard it here first. Just have good reactions, be good at Dota, TP, have...
just get better.
Overall,
okay,
see what's happening on the map.
At this level, it's definitely not that hard to see when the Batrider is diving your mid laner.
I saw a post where I think it's a new player, but he has questions about the career, like what is career doing. So, there are players that don't even know what some of the basic stuff in the game are for. But yeah,
TPing when
it's easy.
Batrider.
On this level, it's very easy to execute. So yeah, they go with the Nature's Prophet we talked about, good against the Oracle, more global presence, like Earth Spirit decides to make a rotation somewhere, leaves Nature's Prophet alone. Suddenly you have like 2, 3, 4 heroes ganking you, which is, I'm going to say easy to execute, but, a simple stuff, more simple than what they had in game number 1 for sure.
Prophet TP, Batrider travels, Earth Spirit's rolling in. This is reminiscent of that first draft that we've seen them with, the Prophet offlane, 11-minute Orchid with Night Stalker mid lane.
They're going to spice things up. There's no way, like, they're just going to pick 2 normal heroes.
Oh, yeah.
So
this
there's
is
going to be like, time to sneak in, carry bounty.
Yep. Pudge.
Time to ruin it all. Like, so far it looks great. Let's spice it up too much. Okay, so they're
just getting counterpicked so hard and have no answers for this.
It's not only versus the Batrider, it's also really strong versus the Prophet, unless the Prophet has an extremely good lane and he's the one that's able to initiate with that Orchid on the Storm Spirit. But I really, really wish that they, for their own sake that is, put this Batrider on a support now.
So... what 496 is thinking. There's so many counters for our heroes. Is there a way to make every single hero
draft
on our draft a position 5? There is, just don't get the farm and buy wards. Okay.
Andy coming out. Hello, sir.
So, what do they need? They need an offlaner, so they banned Slaughter, and I believe that the last one's going to be LC, which puts a lot of pressure on the anti-mage. Even without mana, you can't spell shield, counterspell, duel, so that's a really good ban.
Reminds me of a very good game I had where I was playing anti-mage into Legion Commander, and I was getting destroyed, and I was like, hey, you know what? I'm going to buy a Linken's to stop myself getting dueled all the time because she's just hunting me, and I didn't have enough sentries down, and life was really hard. So I go for the Linken's, and then she keeps jumping me, and she keeps dueling me through the Linken's. Like, how is she doing this? Like, how is she doing that? I've got a Linken's. It's not working. Has this changed? I got really angry, like, researched in the game afterwards. Oh, no, I was just pressing counterspell before she jumped me every single time, so I was dueling her. So my Linken's never popped in the first place. So top tip.
That's a great tip,
don't
man.
do that.
That's actually a great tip.
What happens if you have a Linken Sphere, if you have, let's say, a Lotus Orb, and you use a counterspell?
Probably the game crashes.
It's just too much for my brain. I'm just sitting here, not
and
even listening to what you're saying, trying to think of what could possibly happen. I don't know.
It would be a double duel, I think. and it would still go through the Lincolns because it's you dueling her twice.
Yeah, 496 banning out.
I don't know.
And your Lincolns would pop as well.
Yeah, Legion is gone.
Yeah, on the other hand, we have the Wyvern and the Grimstroke, so they're expecting last big Bombi hero here. And yeah, if you're looking at this draft as a normal one, you're seeing Batrider mid, Prophet offlane, AM safe lane with something that supports him. But man, I still hope, I sincerely hope that their last pick is mid versus the Storm Spirit, something that has a better matchup, something that doesn't care that much about Nyx. Because this already looks very difficult.
So what if T1, let's say, decide to pick Troll and put some pressure on an AM, something that we've seen when the matchup is good?
Mid-line? Is Black somewhere shouting at his screen?
Probably is, but we probably won't see that.
Probably not.
Yeah.
So mid Batrider, standard stuff from 496, finally.
Yeah.
I don't think there is a way for them to mix things up this time.
Sounds like a challenge, but hopefully. T1. I mean, it feels like T1 are in such a good place that they can just like pick something ridiculous here.
Wait.
Let's see.
Yeah, okay.
Someone
I was
picking
about to
offlane,
say,
yeah.
like this is the same thing that happened in one of the games where they just threw Monkey on the offlane, and Monkey is very versatile, puts the pressure once again without mana on the AM. They have no AoE. There's no AoE against the Phantom Lancer. He's not playing into any kind of leash mechanic from Puck, Grimstroke. So looking good, really good for Phantom Lancer. Like there's a Battle Fury, that's it.
That BB is playing Batrider and Hong Kong is playing Anti-Mage. Does that change anything here?
Huh.
Because they have switched up their lanes in the last
Possibly,
game too.
yeah,
But
no.
they
It's
might
mid-
do the same thing. Yeah, they might switch things up, but I don't know about that mid AM. You would still be playing into a storm, which isn't great.
496. They always find a way, don't they? They always find a way to just, even when you think they haven't, they come out of the back alley and punch you in the back of the head. Right, guys, predictions. Let's go. There's a first you.
Predictions. You don't even know what's happening.
Nope.
All right. So Batrider, if he lanes versus Monkey, that could be pretty sick for them. It could be pretty solid.
Okay.
I'm not really sure if you can lane the AM into the Storm Spirit. I think Storm Spirit would do extremely well there, just as much as he would do versus Batrider, if not even better. So it's 496. It's their craziness, but I think T1 have them completely covered on every aspect of this game.
I feel like even if they decide to swap the lanes, T1 still has a better matchup, and the draft just feels really strong. Like you have 3 cores that are gonna scale. So yeah, T1.
I'm usually one to play devil's advocate, but I can't. I think T1 have the better draft in this situation, and I find it hard to believe that 496 can pull this off as much as I hope they do, because I love seeing game 3s. But yeah, I think this one is going to go to T1, but maybe our casters have some different opinions. Let's bring them in here. It's Beacop and Black, our favorite father-son casting duo. Guys, what are we expecting?
What do we expect? All right, here we go. Ooh, we're expecting T1.
Dude, every time. What? All right, Black.
Well, I just tore apart 496, so T1 is going to take this game.
Oh, savage.
Quite handily, I think.
Savage, you can't do that. That's so rude.
I'm
Anyways,
We're hard on that.
goodness gracious. Alrighty, I will hand it over to you guys then as we are live into the game. Enjoy game number 2 of T1 versus 496 Gaming.
Thank you, Nomad. Game number 2 here between 496 and T1. This is going to be hopefully a little bit more exciting. I think that one definitely almost lived up to potential. The Techies was starting to get there, starting to bring the game back. It felt like that Windrunner was doing a lot of damage, but they were just too far behind too early on. I think there certainly was opportunity if they had had a better laning stage. Now they're not dealing with the Techies. They're working with in a lineup I think I could get behind.
Yeah, it's just weird to like... No matter where this AM goes, he's going to have a hard time. He can't lane against PL, he can't lane against Storm, he can't lane against Monkey. So I'm expecting this AM to have a really, really tough game. They want to obviously match the Batrider into the Monkey King. Maybe get him some sort of a head start. He needs to get a fast blink. I mean, they do have good tools to deal with the Storm. 3 counters to him, possibly even 4 if Batrider gets a fast blink. But this AM, I feel, is going to have a lot of problems this game. It's a fantastic PL game as well. He should be looking to free farm against that lane. And just overall, like 496 just doesn't seem the same anymore since day 1. like very flustered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, you have a Nyx assassin in the game, but you put your Bat Rider 1. Seems very high risk.
Yeah. I'm super surprised they didn't actually ban the Nyx assassin after picking up Bad Rider. You had 3 bans. You chose not to ban Nyx at all. It's going to be a big problem for them, I think. Okay, we'll have to see how the lanes play out. AM already taking a lot of Harris damage.
Yeah, how does that matchup work for the AM? You don't really see anti-mage over mid, but you know, it's going to be nice to see him getting soul experience. Maybe if he can lane well enough, some decent farm.
So it can work if he gets rotations, but if it is a pure 1v1, come level 3, he's going to have the pull, the vortex, plus the remnant. With the right click, it's just too much damage that comes out. Level 1 and 2, AM is quite okay. But the higher the levels go, the riskier it gets for AM in the lane. But of course, level 6, there's an AM power spike.
Yeah.
Where there is a possibility.
Are you just trying to stay close to Carl, where it makes it hard for him to sustain his mana?
Yeah, yeah. But as I said, at some point, it's just too much damage. Once he reaches level 3 with the vortex and remnant, there's just too much damage coming out. Did a very good job at burning most of his mana already, though. And of course, Oracle, hard counter to Bad Rider. They don't even mind that the Bad Rider is matching up the Monkey King, you know.
Stun onto the
Stun.
Earth Spirit.
Yep.
Zephyr playing aggressive. He was going after Red as much as possible, who's on this Nature's Prophet. We've seen Prophet lineups kind of go off. Really dependent on the timings that we see from these Nature's Prophets, because you know they're looking for the Orchid potentially, and moving around the map with that Orchid, from what we've seen in the past, has been pretty destructive.
Yeah, could be very impactful this game as well against Storm Spirit as well as PL. We'll have to see whether he goes Manta first or Diffusal. I'm expecting the more offensive route, but you know a lot of PLs when they play against Silence, they do opt to go for Manta first, then into the Diffusal, which is his choice right now, but maybe it will change as the game progresses.
I guess that's something also to kind of think about as you feel out your lane. If the lane's going really well, then maybe you can opt to go for Diffusal, right?
Yeah.
But if you feel like you're falling behind, maybe get that man to play a little bit more conservative. You know there's going to be an Orchid coming in, so back up, get a man to secure yourself.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more concerned about the Monkey King, because he will have to be the frontliner in his team until the PL gets very farmed. So he will have to have a good early game, which right now is looking like he does. He wants to itemize for a lot of early game items, maybe even the Witchblade into BKB or something like that. But of course, this Bad Rider lane doesn't pose too much of a threat when you have an Oracle there.
It's not. Oh, hold on, Carl. Getting chased. Hustler hung. Both there. First blood for Hustler, taking out Carl.
Yep,
And
as
you
I
said
said,
it.
rotations.
Yeah.
I played this matchup a lot back then when I still played with Ice and Faceless. We pretty much always picked AM into Storm mid, and we would just rotate on him permanently over and over and over again. At some point, you just have such a big lead that you actually have to retreat to the jungle as a Storm. So one more kill could just lead to that, you know? He's already behind the CS. Now he died. He's going to have a tough time.
You know, you're saying the Monkey King has to frontline, but if Oracle could get to a quicker 6, like, that doesn't feel as bad, right?
No.
Because then you've got the False Promise to back you up. You don't have, you could leave the Phantom Lancer to just farm those items, get towards where he wants to be impactful.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of opportunity for outplay for the Radiant side. Now has the Ring of Health already up. Very early.
I'm pretty sure he's got the full Perseverance coming in.
No. I think he just didn't queue up the whole Battle Fury. You wouldn't want to build Perseverance if you rush Battle Fury. You always want to have the damage component so you farm faster. Maybe even a casual Glove of Haste.
Yeah, you must be right, because I swore I saw it all queued up, but I don't know.
That would be a very huge
That would be
then.
really fast, right?
Yeah.
I was like, the timings just don't work on that.
Let's check the net worth real quick. Nah, net worth doesn't check out.
Yeah. I was like, that was really fast. Stun comes out on the Oracle.
Yep. Fairy Fire. Bounty Room battle.
And they'll still get the
Nice
kill on
kill.
a Bombi. They
Yep.
chased.
Level 3 Oracle, a lot of damage potential, of course.
And that 2 in Purifying Flames is always heavily felt.
Yeah. So mid lane is somewhat even at this point. Probably slight lead to the AM. But the PL is pulling far, far away from the Prophet. Monkey King is also out CS in the Bad Rider. So mid lane is going well, thanks to the rotations, but the side lanes are struggling. I'm expecting Earth Spirit to make a rotation top soonish. But now...
He's mid right now because the Anti-Mage is level 6.
Yeah, that Mana Void can deal a lot of damage to Storm.
Ooh, going for Oracle. There's the TP in from Red. That's a TP in, and maybe they're looking to take out a tower to slow this lane down, but that's not getting a kill for Red. We'll see if they can find +1. Boundless Strike, nicely played. Boulder Smash comes in though. Cuckoo in trouble and eventually falls to DPC.
Yeah, it's exactly what they needed. 4-man rotation top. AM completely fine.
Aggressive. Doesn't have Blink for a couple seconds, but turns on Zephyr.
Yeah, 496 is an interesting team. They like to play the carries mid.
Yeah. Or at least the priority, right?
Yeah, they've done it even last game too. Well, that makes sense though, because their carry, quote-unquote, player is not actually a carry player. He used to be an offlane player, .BB. So I guess it makes sense that he gets the more aggressive heroes, whereas the mid laner is more of a greedy guy.
Well, that's similar to Chalice when he was playing safe lane for LGD. But he had played safe lane when he started his career. Did DPC ever play carry before this?
No, he has been, from what I know at least, he has been an offlaner through and through.
Mm-hmm.
And he's playing that way too, you know. Like, he's pretty selfless in games. He doesn't really like to farm.
Hex onto the Storm, but they've got the Impale, Bombi.
Mana Void though, gotta be careful.
Yeah, not a lot of mana on Zephyr.
Yeah, potentially if you cast it on the Storm, you can blow up the Storm and the Nyx.
And the Nyx, yeah.
He has 3 mangoes on the Nyx though, so.
So ready, just in case.
Yeah.
Anti-Mage shows up, he'll pop those mangoes.
496 doing relatively well here.
Yeah, they're holding their own so far. But that being said, Phantom Lancer top of the net worth, he has been untouched. And we've seen plenty of games today where if you leave the carry to just do his own thing, he comes out eventually ready to go.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, PL is definitely a carry that can take over the game, given enough space. And right now he has complete free farm. He went for the Yasha first. Sometimes you just go into Yasha, into Diffusal, into Manta. Other times you just go right into Manta. Have to see what route he's going to take. Prophet, of course, queuing up the Orchid against the Storm. Better at the ping bottom. Envision, though.
Yeah,
interesting
so
choice.
Jackie able to get back, and now they're really trying to go, but he's already retreated completely. However, 2 more heroes here for the Dire side. Doppelganger on the run, stun hits, and now they're going to drain that mana and try to get this kill for the Fortunes, and in from Whitemon, Sprout around the Phantom Lancer. Everything getting thrown at Jackie. They still don't have the kill just yet. He runs away with the Phantom Rush and Geomagnetic Grip. The stun short. They don't kill off this Phantom Lancer, and they lose DPC and Bombi in the process.
I'm not quite sure what they were expecting. It was quite close, but better. I didn't have a last. It felt so forced, you know? They felt really forced.
They realized they weren't touching the Phantom Lancer and made a move, but came up way short.
Yeah, and now they're in even more trouble than they were before. Storm has a very good recovery now on par with AM, was behind 500 before.
Yeah.
And a quick Orchid on Storm can really ruin an AM's game.
Especially with how slow Nature's Prophet's going to get his.
Yeah. Prophet is struggling a lot. Like, Prophet, you want to win your lane, always. Yeah. It's not a hero that plays well from behind, in my opinion.
1K lead right now for T1.
Yeah.
Maybe shows up again.
This time a lasso? No, still doesn't have it. He didn't skill it.
Fortunes and Phantom Lancer in with the Monkey King. DPC dead again.
Yeah, I can't... I'm not sure what he's planning doing right now, but he needs to farm up some items, you know? Both the... Like, AM is not a hero that can 1v5. He needs to have a team that have, you know, like disabled for him or ways to keep enemies in place. But right now, they're all struggling other than him. Storm.
Well, Lightning stun was already used. They're locked on to the Lion, and the stun comes in. The Mana Void is used. Carl's dead. Anti-Mage shows up again. The Lion is saved, and they'll get 2 of their own.
Yeah, a little bit too deep again. Feels like both teams are just getting baited into the forced place right now. That was not necessary, you know. You don't need to jump into tier 1 tower for a lion kill.
Especially probably not having vision of where the anti-mage is, and he had just was showing mid before that, right?
Yeah, a very aggressive plays coming out. 10 gold for Boots of Travel on Bad Rider. Relatively okay timing. Could have had it much earlier if he prioritized his own game a little bit more.
Yeah, but instead he played aggressive, dies twice, could have been quicker, but it ends up being a slower Boots of Travel.
Much slower. I think he could have had it by like minute 8 if he didn't die those 2 times. Storm going brown boots into Orchid. Of course, the pressure at AM. Only 1 Void Stone away from Battle Fury. 600 net worth more, 600 gold more needed. The PL though, already finished up his Yasha. Going into Yasha Diffusal. Yasha is just considered the greediest item when you can get on PL pretty much. Because it just gives you the bonus movement speed, bonus agi, bonus attack speed. Just to be able to farm faster. And there will be like a little bit of a time where the Earth Spirit can cause some problems for him with a grip and to a possible lasso. But when he gets his Manta and Diffusal, he's going to be the strongest here on the map, no doubt. We'll have to see how they stop the AM as well. He's having a pretty damn good game.
Yeah,
At
he
this rate,
hasn't fallen too far behind. He's actually ahead of the Storm by quite a bit.
yeah, that was all because of the first blood rotation from Earth Spirit was very well done. And 600 gold until his Battle Fury. We're looking at like a minute 12 Battle Fury. Not shabby at all. He's holding a Keen Optic right now. Not the best neutral item for an AM, but I'm sure he'll be looking to swap that out eventually. Game is just slowing down a little bit. Both teams just trying to farm at the core items. Storm needs his Orchid. Prophet needs his. Bad Rider itemizing into a Blink. Oh, Nyx Assassin scouting out the Bad Rider here, but Vendetta almost running out. No chance.
Needs to retreat.
Yep.
50 seconds till it's back up, and I believe that ward that just ran out spotted him.
Mm-hmm.
So, even so far,
Yep.
Storm has one Oblivion staff looking for the other, trying to get that Orchid as quickly as he can. Anti-Mage close to the Battle Fury. Not a bad timing. Not
Both
bad at all.
supports smoked up. Both supports level 6 as well, just trying to find any kill they can. They're going on the Oracle.
And they miss it. Still, though, Geomagnetic Grip, the TP in. There's the Finger Red, an unnecessary addition. He wanted to be there potentially for the kill.
Yeah, he just had a couple of those TPs that were not needed.
Yeah.
He's slowing down his own game by quite a bit.
Because he's late. He's late to getting there, right?
Yeah. Storm, about 1,000 more gold for the Orchid.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Man, Battle Fury already. Wukong's used bottom.
Not a disconnect. Wukong's used for what?
For DAP-EV, but
I guess he was threatening.
defensively?
Yeah, he was threatening the monkey, but yeah.
So
AM is gonna be very weak until he gets his Manta Cell, of course. And Storm, as well as Nyx, they have a lot of potential of picking him off. Of course, you can Carapace the Cleave from the Battle Fury, setting up an easy gank. Yeah, the Monkey King itemizing into a Witchblade, as we spoke about. Don't know how much I liked at this game. I feel like a BKB first is needed, because they're lacking a frontliner. Storm does not want to initiate first when you can't see the AM. It's almost suicide.
and they have a couple stacks here for the anti-mage.
Yeah, ancient stack. Maybe looking to stack it one more time. He's still holding on to the Keen Optic.
Yeah, oddly enough.
Well, he has a jelly. Are they missing one item?
No, they've got everything. Fairy's Trinket,
Ocean
Heart.
Ocean is so much better on him. Like, give it to your
Ocean Heart's
anti-mage,
on
please.
the Nature's Prophet right now.
Yeah, it should definitely be on the anti-mage. I don't know why Prophet is holding that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Interesting. Storm to ping bottom. Wants to catch the Bad Rider. But
no
chance.
think they're thinking about it with the Spike Carapace, but no jump. I think that's a little far for them to go.
Yeah, Earth Spirit was also there to back up the Bad Rider.
And this is just leaving space for Anti-Mage just to continue farming with this Battle Fury.
Yeah, but PL, of course, still 1200 net worth ahead. He's very massive. About 500 gold off his Diffusal Blade, which is his power spike. They're probably going to look into fighting after that. Should align well in time with the Orchid on Storm as well. So all their core items coming online at the same time.
Radiant are going to back off this tower, which Red TP'd into. Flame Break into the lasso, Geomagnetic Grip. They've got the silence on a Whitemon trying to survive. Has False Promise, but he'll hold it. I think he knew he was dead to rights, the rest of the team not rotating over. So no reason to pop it and waste it.
Yeah, they want to trade for the top tower here. Well, I say trade. Dia already destroyed the bottom tower. They just want to push top. And there shouldn't be too much of a defense coming out here. AM, of course, just wants to farm. No lasso. Prophet is kind of weak still. Needs another 500 gold to finish his Orchid. And then it just really depends on the jumping first.
Magnetized down with the Boulder Smash, Geomagnetic Grip. That hits the Oracle, but the False Promise just in time. Balance Strike is in. They get the kill on a Hustler. They'll try to turn this break as well as the stun. Wukong's command hexed up, but Bombi on the run and dead. 2 heroes gone on 496. The Geomagnetic Grip was almost enough, but just in the nick of time, he gets that False Promise off. It's a good thing he didn't use it on himself just earlier.
Yeah, it was a very, very close call. I think it's like 10, 15 health. And of course, one Boundless Strike with Jingu up under Oracle, False Promise, instant full health. We have to see now what the Storm can make happen with this Orchid, as well as the Prophet. They're both going to have it at roughly the same time.
Yeah, it feels like they're playing aggressive with the Monkey King already. I know he doesn't really have a lot, and he's still trying to go into the Witchblade, but he's down there trying to make things happen. So maybe you could play the Storm Monkey and zip in, Orchid, Balance Strike, try to, you know, line it up with Vision from the Nyx Assassin inside the Vendetta.
Yeah, Invis Rune on the Bad Rider here.
Ooh, Orchid on the Lion. Vortex on the Bat Rider. They've stunned up this Monkey King. They've got the Flame Break as well as the stun, the Geomagnetic Grip again, silencing out 2. Don't have the False Promise this time around. It's still on cooldown for another 43 seconds. They look over at DPC, the ball lightning coming in from the Storm, but he doesn't have a lot of mana to play with. Whitemon, he's dead too. 2 heroes gone on the side of T1. 496 potentially looking for more opportunity, sending a couple of illusions their way. The stun hits onto the Nyx Assassin. They've got the roll from Hustle. The Flame Break hits onto Jackie as well as Zephyr, but they get the kill on a Bombi. The look over is now the silences onto the Earth Spirit. Running away is this Phantom Lancer, and the ulti was used by Hong. It's not going to matter. They've got the lasso. They'll get the kill. They'll take out Jackie. Phantom Lancer gone. And this is all off T1's own aggression.
Yeah, they did not have a sentry ward down, so Storm jumped on the line. Then Bad Rider came out of the invis. He was panicking. Then he pulled the Bad Rider instead of the Lion, so they couldn't kill the Lion in time. It was a very messy fight by the Radiant, and PL ends up dying while AM does not. So that means as soon as PL is up, they're probably around even net worth. Very good news for 496 fans.
Ball lightning all the way down, Orchid, but here comes the 3-man Ravage.
They just can't make any plays happen right now. T1 getting outplayed quite a bit here.
Yeah.
By 496.
And it's surprising how this is going too, because it felt like the lanes for T1 were very effective.
They were. They came out of the lanes quite well, especially considering they had a Nature's Prophet. But now Prophet has the Orchid. Storm needs to be really scared. PL needs to farm his Diffusal Blade. The thing is, AM is only going to be weak for another 3-4 minutes, you know.
Stun again. Monkey King in trouble. Every time, and they're going to get the kill on a Whitemon, and I want to harp on something in a second, but Zephyr getting rolled on, and now he's in trouble. The Spike Carapace will stun them up for a second, but they've got the Hex coming in from Bombi as well as the stun to follow that up. Again, it's that Earth Spike from Bombi that keeps Zephyr close. Every time that we're spotting the Monkey King die, you're seeing the Oracle right behind him, and that has caused him to get Geomagnetic gripped. And you're going to see it right here, too. He gets silenced again, and there's no way to save the Monkey King.
Yeah, because the cast range is very, very short with the 1 False Promise. And the Earth Spirit is doing an impeccable job at silencing him every time.
Yeah. I mean, it's level 1 big enough, I think, where he could potentially be in a different position than right behind him. because that has been where he's standing the last 3 times. I think that the Monkey King has died. It's he just got one off. The first one he got off bottom. He just got the false promise off. But the last 2, it's the same position he's died.
Yeah.
Silence on the Earth Spirit. They've got the Vortex. He comes in for a haste, but pays for it dearly. Bottom lane, though, now they're trying to kill off the Nyx Assassin on the run. Wukong's Boundless Strike. Nyx Assassin survives. They'll take out Bombi. They look over at this Nature's Prophet, who just TPs away. So 2 kills there. 1 mid, 1 bottom.
Yeah. Still holding 1k goldie though, 1k gold away from that Manta style. And then Storm is going to have a real rough time dealing with his anti-mage. Do you know they're trying to do the right thing where I said Monkey King needs to frontline for the team, but they're getting outnumbered every time. I said 2 versus 4, and then they trickle in 1 by 1. But T1 needs to be ready with 4 heroes as well, you know. Like, if you trickle in 1 by 1, you will get torn apart by this Earth Spirit rolling in, multiple impales, Prophet, you know, TPing in and out. You got to be prepared if you want to fight back.
So how do you go about that with the Phantom Lancers build, and what are you trying to do with these 3 cores on the side of T1 to fight back?
Well, I mean, as PL gets stronger, he's actually massively out-farming his anti-mage. I'm very surprised by that. It should not be this way, because aim has been pretty much untouched.
He's going for a heart on this Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, but of course, like the tankier PL gets, the easier the game gets for T1, because he can be the frontline force. The Monkey King doesn't need to be, you know, in these suicidal positions, because you have Phantom Lancer with a Manta style. He doesn't care about the silences anymore. Yeah, like, I don't know what's up with the aim, honestly. I feel like his farming patterns are just not very efficient. And you can tell he's not a carry player, you know, he's a mid player playing the carry role now, and it's always going to be a little bit awkward.
So he's trying to put himself in the shoes of a carry, find those efficiencies, and keep up with the Phantom Lancer, who he's behind by, obviously, unbeknownst to him, down by about 2k.
Yeah. Does have his Manta stack completed now, though. So he doesn't care much about a Storm anymore, who's now itemizing into a Yield Scepter. You need one. They have too many silences.
Yeah.
But that leaves you very vulnerable to that anti-mage. If you ever initiate on anyone that's not the anti-mage, they might just blow you up. Now smoke up with the Manta style, power spike. Good recognition of that.
They're going up into their jungle, and Nyx Assassin, no Vendetta to work with. Courier coming over for the Oracle, so they know that there's heroes here. They're grouped up towards top. Blink Lasso, this is on Nyx Assassin. They'll get the kill on the Zephyr. Now they'll find the Hex that's onto the Phantom Lancer. They've got the stun. They'll throw the finger. They get the kill on a Jackie. They take him out so quickly. The Wukong's command is going to follow this up. The Bombi Lion is dead. Whitemon will follow into the grave, and 3 dead on the side of T1. Not much. 496 can really get more out of that one as Monkey King just gets away.
Yeah, but still massive fight for them. Phantom Lancer gets hexed immediately without casting anything.
Yeah, he's dead almost immediately. Like, that was almost a perfect fight for 496.
Yeah, and T1 is struggling to present the numbers. Again, they were outnumbered. They didn't expect the smoke at all. Also, small mistake by the Nyx Assassin. He had the opportunity to press Carapace, but he just didn't.
And then
maybe thought he was dead.
He's the one showing not inside the trees on this fight.
Yeah, you need to be super careful as PL. Like, how the hero is meant to be played is you come in from the sidelines, you know? Which one's real, which one's fake, you don't know. But if you get hexed on the main one, you just get blown up. This anti-mage's Manta style is very strong now, on his way to the Scouty. And now close the gap to the PL.
Yeah, that kill is super important because it keeps Hung close. And he was down by about 2k, now it's just 300.
Yeah. Arcane Rune picked up on Storm. Interesting. How they keep making these lineups work, and sometimes they don't. Like, this 496 team is so unstable. Like, I don't know. Like, sometimes they're gods, other times they're just mortals. Like us.
So, do you like the switch, Scotty to Abyssal, for the anti-mage?
Wait, hold that thought. PL getting caught out again.
Oh no, this is a big problem. If they kill the Phantom Lancer again, there's going to be really potentially the end of his game. They've got the false promise. They'll keep him alive. They look over the anti-mage who's low on mana. Hunk just blinks away with BKB pop by the Nature's Prophet. They get the Kona Carl anyway, so they'll find themselves at least one. They've got the stun. They're trying to drain the mana onto the Phantom Lancer. They look over as they've got the lasso out onto the PL. They catch him. They've caught the PL. Can they get the kill? The doppelganger back in, looking at the anti-mage. Hung taking a lot of damage, trying to man fight this one. The silence is not going to be enough. Hung is dead. Jackie dies. Bobby gone. And it's a 2-for-2, where it looked like Phantom Lancer was dead to rights on the side of T1.
Perfect ult by Oracle, keeping him safe. I would have loved if the PL just turned around right away, but he was kind of just walking away 3 seconds, reassessing the situation, you know. Oh, I'm actually strong enough to fight. If he turned around right away, the AM would have died immediately. His blink was on cooldown, would have burned all his mana. You can see here.
False promise saves him.
And PL running away instead of fighting. This AM should have been dead already.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then he turns up to the fight again, you know, getting a little bit scrappy. And it turns out that both AM and PL kill each other. But, you know, it's not a good trade because you lose 2 of your main cores, the Storm and the PL. I mean, better than nothing, but not what you were looking for.
It took a lot to kill this Phantom Lancer. Oh my god.
Yeah, False Promise is... just even one magic one just gives you like 700 health. False Promise is a boss spell.
Meteor Hammer for the Nyx Assassin next. Blink Dagger for Whitemon. He's really trying to get that positioning better. You know, not better, but like have options.
Yeah. I mean, you need that Blink Dagger on Oracle. There's so much mobility to work with on the Dire side. You have to be really careful how you approach these fights.
Yeah, the Blink will make it more accessible for him to stay a little bit further back on the starts of that. Blink in, False Promise, maybe blink into a better spot, have options.
Yeah, Prophet now has BKB up, itemizing into a Mjolnir. Now it's really just all about countering the PL, you know. The Storm is going to have a really brutal game already against the Lion, as well as Anti-Mage, so all you need to worry about now is countering that PL, which of course Mjolnir is one of the best choices in the game. If we see a Lion 25 this game, which I don't think we will. He's just standing there with a Shadow Amulet, but I don't know about it. A level 25 Lion can really ruin a PL. With that AoE Hex, you instantly clear all the illusions and you hex the main hero. It's one of the hardest counters to PL in the entire game. But of course, level 25 Lion plus 5 is going to be very hard to achieve this game.
He's got 13 levels to go there, Black.
Nothing, yeah. Nothing you can really plan for, you know. Let's just get our plus 5 Lion to level 25. Game's in the bag. Another smoke up here from Radiant side.
Yeah, they're all smoking up except for the Monkey King, who showed mid.
Yep, hard completed on the PL. He's very, very survivable now, especially if he gets False Promised. 130 health regen per second, very hard to chew through that.
So they'll look for somebody, but they don't have the read.
Yeah, that's been T1's problem all game long, honestly. They're just getting out-read by the 496 side. They have a very good grasp on this game.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just 496. Obviously, it's not a techies game. This game just looks so much better for 496 overall. Like,
yeah, it feels like it's not the same players playing, honestly. Yeah. As I said, this team is really, it feels really weird. Like, they're so unstable. They can be so good, and other times it can be so bad. It's just something you have to work out, you know, because instability is what causes you these kind of tournaments. I mean, what loses you these kind of tournaments, sorry.
And what, at the end of the day, could cause you to get relegated.
Yeah. Instability is the bane of every aspiring Tier 1 team. Oh, they're still setting up all 5 top. Storm is still showing bottom. If they grab this PL, very scary. We're just rolling in. Okay, it's clearing the lane. Oh, they thought it's a real one.
They all showed. Now, ooh.
They're so timid on the Radiant side. There was no Manta Style on AM, 1 Orchid, he's dead. But of course, Storm is still pushing up bottom. I would like them to punish these mistakes from 496 a bit more. You know, they're overly aggressive, and you have to punish them for it.
Yeah, I like this idea though from the Storm because he was going into the Bloodstone. I really just think this is the wiser choice to go for the Lincolns.
You need the Lincolns against AM. Otherwise, your team is just, you know, you're taking time bomb for them. Monkey King, 600 off his BKB. Once he has that, he's going to be much more impactful in the fight as well. Even now, I don't think AM really fights the monkey after his BKB. He can't fight him in the ring. Almost Abyssal Blade up though. 800 gold.
Psychic Headband, Spider Legs.
Yep. Some of
Two solid tier items.
I'm still conflicted. The Psychic Headband, it feels so lackluster. I don't know. Never seen it do a lot of work, you know. Maybe people just forget to use it or something, but never really feels impactful. They're going in for Roshan. Their Roshan is pretty slow. They're probably going to need about 30-40 seconds here. But Daya is not aware at all. We spoke about their really good read on the game.
Potentially not expecting this, and this is...
No, they're expecting it now.
Half done. They're coming top, but are they expecting it?
They're all around the area. Firefly has been activated. Yeah, they know.
Flame break, and that's got to be... You need to eject from this one. You're just not doing it quick enough.
You have to be really careful here. Yeah.
All these illusions. Now Doppelganger outside the pit.
This is so intense. It feels like so many games now just come down to a stare off at Roshan, which is... Oh, Hex on the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, they've got the Hex. Wukong's down. Boundless Strike. They're going to stun up Hung. He'll go outside the circle. The roll away, but they've got the Orchid onto the anti-mage. They'll move in. Two-man stun. Hits the Nature's Prophet as well as the AM. Hung, red, drop like flies. Koro gets a double kill.
Yeah, Prophet did not press his BKB. Anti-mage got caught out without his Manta Style. Got Orchided. No way out for him. And now it's a free Roshan for the Radiant side. They weren't ready. Bad Rider had no Firefly. They were just initiating without him.
So no buybacks on these heroes. That means Roche is T1's.
So here's the problem.
Oh.
Careful.
Pop the Lincolns. Boundless Strike coming in. And, well, Bombi not going to survive this one.
Yep. Had a sentry ward right there too. Glimmer Cave did nothing. This is the problem if you itemize right into an Abyssal Blade. You're just lacking damage. 140 plus 45. You're hitting like a support. You know, like you deal no damage. Not a big fan of the item build. I feel like the Skadi would have been so much better.
Now the Basher picked up, and he's getting closer to that Abyssal Blade. This could be a big problem. He's so farmed.
Yeah, PL is reaching the point where he's unstoppable. Lasso
out of the Monkey King. They've got Red here to try and help. Cuckoo pops the BKB, goes for the TP out, and just makes it away.
Just TP. Forehead. It was a very early lasso.
Yeah.
If they want a kill, they need to hold off on the lasso. Nyx Assassin stalking. Oh, he ran into the Shrine Vision. Typical mistake. Happens to a lot of players, actually, that they just walk into the true side vision of the Shrine, not thinking about it, you know? It's very tricky sometimes.
It's something that people forget exists.
Yeah. It's very, very easy to forget. Especially because it's like on the low ground, or it can only see high ground, you know? It's not the case. It's trying to set up for the Nature's Prophet bottom here. Storm TPing in. There's a line backing him up, though. Ooh. Another pause. Are they going to try to commit for this Prophet? It seems very risky. I wouldn't do it if I was T1. But they're crazy boys, so you never know.
PL is nowhere near. Like, you're not getting help if you go for this.
Yeah. And it's two cores involved, and one of them doesn't have BKB. You need to be careful. Bad Rider has his travels up. As I said, you know, this pause might actually be helpful for T1. They get a chance to reassess the situation, you know? Because if they jump in there, it's going to turn out terribly for them, I feel.
Yeah. It could be a very big issue if they just jump on this and they overestimate their hand.
Yeah. They do have the Aegis, but of course, gold still dead even. And the strongest hero, PL, cannot make it.
So, just taking a look at some cameras here. The focus of both these teams.
Yeah, and they decide to disengage. Good decision.
Wisely disengaging, too. I think that would have been...
That would have been rough.
Yeah. Potentially disastrous.
Yeah. I feel like the pause, you know, might have helped them a little bit with that.
Look at that Red trying to play aggressive himself. They've also got Bombi inside the trees.
Yeah, Bombi the Lion. He has the Philosopher's Stone. I would really love to see a Blink on him or an Edelins, just so he gets the range on the initiation. He'll need it late game. And the 25 coming closer, baby. Level 15 almost.
Still 10 levels to go.
PL sitting at 22, AM as well. It just feels like AM is so weak compared to the PL when you look at these team fights.
Now that Storm's got this Linken's, he could play a little bit more confident.
Yeah, he's going to the BKB next as well. Going pure defense. 3 defensive items.
I think that's fine.
It is fine.
Against this lineup.
It just feels like it might be a little bit too much, you know? Instead of the Lincolns, maybe just want to go BKB and then a Hex. Because like 3 defensive items might be a little too much.
Right. Jackie taking care of this tier 2 top.
Yep, netting him his E-Blade. I mean, his Abyssal Blade as well. Storm jumping in bottom and out again. Great hero.
Yeah, so picks up that gold, getting closer and closer to the Abyssal Blade.
Yeah, 200 more gold. Still has the Aegis as well. They can't take a 5-on-5 engagement if this PL is in the front line. There's no way. They need to kill the Oracle first. Nyx Assassin needs to die as well. He's too annoying. They need to jump the backline somehow. Anti-Mage going for Butterfly. Now seeing that, PL should be queuing up the MKB immediately. Maybe even a Rapier if he feels really confident.
Well, he's only seen the Talisman, right? So obviously your first assumption is going to be the Butterfly.
Yeah.
Is it worth turning it into anything else on the Anti-Mage?
I mean, you could go Halberd, but it's not really a good item because you will need to be the one dealing the damage.
Right.
You know, you could say like maybe he's baiting with the Talisman, you know, but he doesn't need to buy the MKB right away. You just need to have the idea, the thought of going for the MKB, you know. Maybe even Bloodthorn. Abyssal Bloodthorn is a very potent combo.
If you can get the Bloodthorn for the Storm, that wouldn't be bad, so you don't have to spend that extra cash.
Yeah, possible too. Okay, Storm not going BKB, very happy
Going
about that.
Axe.
Yeah, this could be
Big
a deadly
difference.
combo. Yeah.
Very offensive.
Yeah, you pull 2-3 heroes, they get impaled or boundless struck. Can be a huge, huge setup for a good combo. Both teams just kind of avoiding each other. The T1 definitely wants to take the fight, but they want to take it on their terms.
Yeah.
PL TP to mid lane, going to his own Ancients. So they're not looking to really force anything with his Aegis, huh? Farming Aegis. Interesting, because I thought they could take the fight to the Dire side.
Maybe just the timings. It's close. And they don't want to risk anything at the moment.
Fair enough, fair enough. Smoke up on Dire side. As I said, they need to jump the backline first. Supports need to die.
Aegis expires, that gets reclaimed. Over mid though, they've got the stun on a Jackie, and now the Abyssal Blade. They're not really doing a lot of damage, but finally the finger comes in as well as the Mana Void. That blew him up. Hung gets a double kill. A 1-2. Punch from 496 really quick. Oh my god.
Completely caught out of position here from the PL. Maybe he didn't know the Aegis timer. As soon as it ran out, 496 was right on top of him. Instantly. Giving him no chance at all.
Man, Earth Spirit doing the most damage onto that Phantom Lancer.
Might need to expand the Oracle ult here.
Yeah, Cuckoo, BKB, Wukong's no. Silence, and the kill on a White Mon.
Yep, T1 falling a little bit apart here. Losing a Phantom Lancer like that. I don't like how they used that Aegis. I feel they should have been much more offensive.
And they had the opportunity to be offensive, and then it felt like they were in line with the game being in their hands. But the focus on the Phantom Lancer when he's there with not much help is a big issue.
Yeah. Again, Hex is one of the strongest spells in Dota. If you get Hexed, you can literally not do anything about it. You need your team to bail you out, and of course he was there by himself. Nyx Assassin can't do much for you. It feels a little bit like they're disconnected on this in this game too here, T1.
Potentially.
You know, it feels like a lot of these SDA teams fall into very similar patterns where, like, suddenly they're just, you know, like very individualistic.
So it's not. It falls apart from being a team game and more of a me game.
Yeah, more like a single-player RPG kind of thing. I think the only team that didn't happen to so far is Fnatic, who has comfortably been sitting at the top. Of course, Neon as well. They had a couple of rough games, but overall, very strong team. T1 still sitting at 0-1 and struggling here against 196.
Yeah, Neon only losing 2 games. They're 6-2 so far. They sit top of the table.
Fnatic is 2-0, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yet to drop a game.
4-0. Very strong performance.
So 7K lead for 496, but this could immediately turn around with one fight.
Yeah, but now the AM has this huge timing where this PL does not have an MKB, and he has the butterfly up.
And he's about to hit 25, so Mana Void cooldown or...
Hoping to see the Mana Void cooldown, always against a Storm.
Man, 20 seconds.
That's a huge cooldown.
Pretty strong.
I
was going to say broken. I try not to use that.
I also like it simply because it goes well with the cooldowns of Abyssal Blade and Manta Style. All 3 very short cooldown, can repeatedly blow up heroes. Now they're smoking up, feeling they have a good opportunity to be aggressive.
One bottom right now is Bombi.
Lion has Blink Dagger now.
He was so far away from that, it felt. Blink, stun, and the kill onto Bombi. Carl is dominating, so it's definitely been a while since he died. And, you know, he was having this hard game.
Roshan is up. 40 seconds, probably not enough. They don't really have a lot of Roshan damage on the Radiant side here. Storm, Spell Prism, and Timeless Relic. Now, who gets what?
He's holding it right now, the Spell Prism. I think he's thinking between that and the Orb of Destruction, but he sends the Spell Prism back.
I feel like... Well, who's going to take the Spell Prism then? Storm? Storm took it.
Yeah, he's got it.
So Timeless Relic on the Nyx Assassin then for the stun durations. Okay. I would have liked to see the Spell Prism on the PL perhaps. Just for the cooldown reduction.
Double damage.
Ninja Gear for Phantom Lancer. He's got 2,000 gold saved.
Man, this shard of Prophet is so annoying. These 2 Treants are so strong. These 2 greater Treants. 1,650 health.
Hit for 108.
Yeah. They push out lane so fast.
Looking over, Vortex hits the Earth Spirit. BKB's been popped by DPC. Also, he's got a BKB of his own, as well as the Spider Legs to get into the high ground. Now that those BKBs have been popped, they focus on Roche. Lion's Courier's in there, so it knows that this is going on.
Prophet split push, AM split push, though. They need to be careful here. Committing for this Roshan could be a huge problem. They're getting 2 lanes pushed in.
Yeah, mid pushing in, stopped by creeps for a second. Ball lightning all the way in. Ooh, Carl, yeah, this is what I was expecting. They go in with the Abyssal Blade, but Hung now on the run. Caught with the Yule's Meteor Hammer. Is it lined up? No, it's not. But they're still going to lose this tier 3, and now they didn't even get Roche. Dyer's in the Roche pit. The old switcheroo.
They're getting outplayed hard right now.
Yeah.
And they're not going to be in time. Roshan's going to go to Dyer. Cheese, Aegis.
Anybody able to make it? Oh, no. So,
huge outplay.
An outplay by 496, drawing them bottom and immediately going into Roche themselves.
That's textbook split pushing. Really textbook. Forcing a reaction from the enemy and then capitalizing on the reaction. And they did it super quickly too. They didn't even think about it, you know?
Ooh, Abyssal Blade onto Bombi.
Poor guy.
Also has to pop his BKB again. This is already a 7-second BKB. I was going to say, Old Alliance definitely enjoying the rat. Ooh, Yules misses the stun though. They've got the Vortex, Anti-Mage, no mana. He's gone.
That's the Aegis though. Yeah. Bombi buying back, Lion buying back.
Vortex, it's down for another 4 seconds. Meteor Hammer trying to line it up, but they got the balance strike as well as the Wukong's command around Hung. He'll blink away the Hex onto the Nyx Assassin. Red from outside the circle. Jackie moving forward. Stun comes in. That's from Bombi onto Zephyr. They got the kill on a Whitemon, so they're without the Oracle. And now they look over as Phantom Lancer gets the kill on a Bombi. Bombi dead for 90 seconds. Hustle out of mana now. Getting run down by Jackie again. Hustle nowhere for him to go. He can't roll away. Red trying to do as much damage as he can. DPC is only just watching. Hung, he's looking to join in on the fray, but they've got Cuckoo coming over. Balance strike coming through. Hung out of mana. Now a big problem. Jackie with the lasso on him. He's pulling away from the Anti-Mage. Killed off. Down goes Cuckoo. 4 heroes dead on the side of T1. It was close. They almost got the anti-mage again. They got him out of mana, but they just couldn't take his life away.
Huge turnaround there by the Dire. Bad Rider got out of the fight with like around 100 health. Still had the lasso off cooldown, which ultimately turned the fight around for the Phantom Lancer. I mean, we can see the replay here.
First
Huge
life
commitment.
is gone immediately.
Yeah, huge commitment on the anti-mage.
And then
He just has a butterfly. They don't have damage through it. Now we can see the Bad Rider getting out with like 100 health.
and look at Hung. Blinks away, and they just don't stick with him.
Yep.
Magnetize. Zephyr dead quickly. Whitemon, he was gone fast too. Never was able to get a false promise off. But Bombi, Hustle, they follow suit into the grave.
Yeah, you can just see the damage problems. Like, he needed an MKB earlier. He queued it up now, but it's still going to be quite a while until he has it.
Look at this bottom. They are just going in for this bottom set of racks. Meteor Hammer hits onto the anti-mage. Do they have anything here to follow this up? No, because Phantom Lancer's holding the buyback. Now the blink in deep with the Abyssal Blade used on Whitemon. Take out the Oracle and take out the bottom set of racks. Hung now dominating.
Anti-mage, 6 started at this point. One of his peak timings, of course. Prophet not far behind. Also 6 slotted.
I'll be trying to catch up. Buyback used by the Oracle. BKB looking for the Wukong's balance strike. They've stunned him up, and the silence. Anti-mage low finally falls. Down goes Hung. BKB from DPC. Can anybody stop this TP? No, they can't. Red, he hides in the trees. Hustle rolls away, and Anti-mage does not have buyback for 90 seconds.
Yeah, Bloodthorn reveal. Butterfly obviously does nothing against that. And Monkey King and Storm kill him pretty much just with the 2 of them. And Bloodthorn is such a tank killer, you know. It's like the crit damage is brutal. True Strike, of course, also. And yeah, as you said, 60 seconds, no buyback. Huge timing for T1 here. Any additional pickoff could potentially seal this game. Probably trading for the mid-rexes.
Down 11K. Going on in the high ground. Looking to take this tier 3 tower and potentially a set of racks of their own. They look over, throw these illusions onto red, take the tier 3, 45 seconds. At this point, they got to think that the anti-mage does not have buyback. He is yet to buy back and probably giving them some sort of comfortable feeling in the racks, in the base. They'll go with the Electric Vortex. They've got the silence onto the Nature's Prophet. They'll look as BKB's going to be popped by DPC. False Promise just in time to save the Storm Spirit. Monkey King getting really low. He's in trouble. Gets away. Just barely ball lightning out. TP from Carl. Is it in time? Just survives. No! He's dead from Bombi. And down goes Jackie.
Got caught out in the tier 4 towers with the PL. Carl jumping in, getting what I think impaled. What happened to the Storm there? I couldn't quite catch it.
I swore he TP'd out. I didn't quite see it.
He, at the very end, he TP'd out under the False Promise, but it was too late. He took too much damage.
Yeah.
But what happened there? How did he get stuck under the tier 4 towers? He wanted to initiate himself, I believe.
Yeah, he ball lightninged in.
Must have gotten impaled.
Yeah. I thought he had healed up enough. The Oracle was trying to do everything he could to keep him alive.
Abyssal
Cuckoo
Blade.
now stuck, hit with the Abyssal. He's gone. Buyback available on all 3 cores. I guess just the heals weren't enough from the Oracle.
No, he didn't even manage to heal him at all. Buybacks here from PL and Monkey King. If this AM dies...
Ooh, Vortex! That's on the line as well as Nature's Prophet. They get the kill on Bombi as well as Red immediately. Both these heroes dead, only one has buyback.
Not what they wanted, though. They wanted to go on the AM, surprise him. If AM dies, this game could very well be over. But the way it is right now they have a lot of winning conditions on the Dire side.
Anti-Mage pulling this game back for 496, where it felt for a second it slipped away with no buyback. But yeah, still short 12 gold. He'll have
12 gold is a lot of gold. He's going to the BKB next. Do I like that? It's all right. I rather save the buyback, though. I don't want to buy out the BKB. Roche not going to be up for a while. It really just comes down to who gets the initiation first. If there's a good lasso, Dire is going to win. If there's a good Vortex, Radiant is going to win.
Yeah, that Vortex hitting both the line as well as the Nature's Prophet. I mean, they're dead immediately after that.
All 3 cores on Radiant, no buyback. If any of them dies, I could just seal the deal. 21k gold lead. And Lion We were joking about it. It's getting very close to the 25.
Yeah,
It's at 22 now. Yeah. One more tome. One more team fight.
levels away. 10 levels away. 3 levels now. He's getting close. Anti-Mage is actually really close to 30. You know, 28 to 30 is a
just
lot of
about
experience.
15,000 XP, but no problem. Good pick off.
Ready for it. Just ready for it.
Good pick, good pick. This is how you tear them apart. One by one.
Okay, just look at this graph. Up
Yeah.
and down constantly.
It's been mostly 4-9-6. They had a period where they were struggling.
Yeah.
But the early game, they played really, really well. This team is so weird, man. Every time I think they have no chance, they suddenly just blow it out of the park with the draft. That shouldn't really give them a lead, you know? They just managed to make it work somehow.
So what's the way back in for T1? Just catching the initiation?
The initiation is everything. This AM is not tanky because PL has MKB now. He can kill the AM in 5 seconds, 4 seconds even. Like one stun. But at the same time, if they lasso that PL, he can also die in seconds. Late game Dota, there's so much damage involved. Whoever gets to jump first wins.
Do you like the... Oh, hung. Do you like the 25 talent for the Storm, the 2x overload attack bounce?
Oh, he took that?
Yeah.
But he's not going for the shard. Interesting. I'm a big fan of the Ball Lightning auto remnant. Like, it's just super strong.
Especially against the anti-rat, right?
Yeah, it can win you games single-handedly. But, you know, the overload bounce, potentially, if you get that shard, you know, you buff up your entire team. We have, like, I've seen a paparazzi video where an entire team died in a matter of seconds. I believe half a second even.
He was so... Like, I think he was not expecting that much damage, and he just started giggling.
I don't think anybody was. The entire team just died.
Yeah, they melted so fast. And I think he just uses it and then just giggled. Oh,
Close. On
they're
the hunt
chasing.
here.
They're behind. Did Cuckoo catch that? Because they get the kill on a red. They take the Nature's Prophet, but behind them now, False Promise comes in. That's going to save the Monkey King. They've got the Magnetized down as well as the BKB Pop. They've got themselves the Ball Lightning coming through as well as the Electric Vortex. They get the kill on a Bobby as well as red. They're both going to buy back immediately with the lasso around Zephyr, but it's not going to matter as the Aeon Disc pops. Cuckoo, he's gone. Dap BB falls. He's going to buy back as well. Carl now with not a lot of mana, but gets Electric Vortex around onto the Earth Spirit as well as the Anti-Mage. They get the kill with the finger coming out of the Carl. Whiteman's gone as well. 3 heroes dead without buyback as they're trying to fight. Jackie, can he get anything out of this? He looks over at Hustle, but Hustle's going to walk away. Doppelganger looking for some space, tries to act like an illusion, but he ends up getting hexed up. He's going to be dead, and this game's going to be over as this will be T1 without buybacks, and GG is called. 496, they even the series. T1 just can't pull it back enough, and 496, they flip the coin and look like a much better team.
Yep, it was an amazing executed team fight by T1, but you can just see the power of those buybacks.
sure.
All 3 cores and 1 support, all 4 have buyback, get back into the fight. It was basically a 9v5 fight, you know.
Yeah.
Amazing performance by 496. Maybe I shouldn't have torn that little
that
card apart.
Very preemptive.
Yeah.
Very, very preemptive.
But really, I did not think they would pull away with this draft, you know. Like, the team is so interesting how they can make these things work, and then when it looks like they have the better draft, they fall apart. Like,
Well, I
what
mean,
can you say, man?
That's 1 point for me in the Prediction King race. Now I got to either make an educated guess or just trust the 1 card that's on the table now. So,
well, we can always fix that one up. Wait.
Well, we could tape it up, put it back together.
Yeah.
See
right.
what we get for game 3. Yeah, that's fine. I think
That's
that
fine,
counts.
right?
But we'll throw it back to the panel, see what their thoughts are on this game 2 and what they think coming into game 3. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Yes, what a turnaround. Nobody expected them to do it, but 496 pull it off and bring this series to a 3rd game. And it really did come down to economics. It came down to buybacks. The question I want to ask you guys first is, did they need to buy back on both the Storm and the PL when they were pushing high ground in that situation? Or could one of them maybe have saved it and then later on, you know, they wouldn't have been in this predicament?
You pretty much have to buy back both there because they're pushing. If you buy back on the Storm, you jump in, and PL does not buy back, then they're thinking, okay, he doesn't have a buyback even, and they continue fighting, right? So in that situation, you're expecting Storm to catch the AM, and then you win that fight with killing him, but sadly for them it didn't work out that way. But this game overall was just an outplay from 496 on many different occasions. It's the way they're playing looks at times crazy, like when they were running down PL in the laning stage, post-laning stage on the bottom lane, if you remember. But at the same time, you look at it and you see like, okay, this could have worked if for some small tweaks, right? And throughout the game, they've had some exceptional strategic movements, like that bottom lane push with Anti-Mage Nature's Prophet, then instantly going into the Rosh Pit. That was huge.
I'm not having a good read on this team. Like every single time I say they're gonna win, they lose, and the opposite. Like it's something very interesting about them, the way they are setting up the lanes. I love these reactions. Like, oh, yeah, get some juice going on. Stay hydrated. Yeah.
Yep.
Hell yeah, buddy.
It's tough. Like this
so
fight, you know, you're playing with no buybacks on your heroes, and it's just so hard to go and try to kill them all. I like what 496 did. I think those Roche fights kind of won them the game. The first Roche, they didn't get anything. T1 didn't get anything out of it. Great timing on it. When PL just pushes, gets hexed, straight up dies after the Aegis. It's like they're not paying attention to it. While 496 is taking the nose. They have everything written down. Second Roche, once again, T1 goes in. They're a bit limited on the damage. Like their heroes are not
PL
that great
awful,
against the Roshan, and then the split push comes in. You have probably two of the best split pushing heroes in the game, Nature's Prophet and the Anti-Mage. They create a lot of chaos, put a lot of pressure on their buildings. You need to TP back. Suddenly, Roshan is free to take. And
496 did that extremely well, but then you also have to mention, even though it's bad to mention it, but you caught that Anti-Mage and that Nature's Prophet while they were in your base. You just didn't execute well enough to take them down. Right?
Yeah.
There are some things like that as well. It's not like 496 got caught in their base. Okay, they died because everything was played well by T1 side, and they bought back, went into the pit. They just escaped, then TP'd into the pit, and that's it. AM blinks there, Nature's Prophet TPs, take it down as it was already on like 40-30%.
Yeah, and in this graphic here, we can actually see that T1 did have more gold gained from creeps, but, you know, it's the kills which mattered in the end, and 496 were the ones getting those kills, and, of course, those towers as they end up winning the game. That's always going to be the case, so 496 just generally being
That's the profit. That's the Nature's Prophet effect as well, right? I think the Treants add up for a couple of thousand to every game that goes this. In this length, it's like 2,000-3,000 maybe from the Treants.
Alrighty, well, who is our MVP for this game? Lacoste, who would you choose?
It's a tough one. Maybe Nature's Prophet played really well, but so did AM. So kind of hard to choose. Like one of these two for sure.
All right.
I don't like the pick out names. They are a squad. They're a 5-man team.
They are indeed.
Exactly.
They are indeed. If I were to give it to one, though, I think I would give it to the Nature's Prophet, though. There were some really key plays there. Always putting the pressure where it needs to be, and not getting caught out is the thing. Well, as Lizard said, getting caught out, but not getting killed off a lot of the time as well.
Red.
And there it is. Red, as the Nature's Prophet offlane, once more showing that his prowess on this hero should not be underestimated, as he has been smashing it on this Nature's Prophet. We saw him earlier on in the very first win of the tournament.
Looks shinier than my future for sure. A cool-looking guy. I don't know
Very
why.
cool
I really like Red.
He looks like a Nature's Prophet player for some reason. I don't know. Like cool, calm, collected. Knows when to split push, when to join fights.
Yeah, good overall performance.
No mercy at all. Like, Courier's dead. Hero's dead. Tower's dead. Gets called a rat. Don't care. Winning the game. It's kind of merciless victory drive you need to be a top-tier player. And Red certainly showed himself to be one of those top-tier players. A fantastic performance once again from 496 as the Vietnamese boys pull it off once more. Can they take the third game? That's a question which is going to be answered after this break.
This life cutthroat, this life no joke. So don't look back, so be there in the smoke. Rising out the ashes, the phoenix, the burn in the rage. We'll hunt you right down to the end of your days. And I'll be right there at the top of the maze. While the rats in the sewer stay stuck in the days. So now I'm coming for y'all. Whether you like it or not, you've already gotten involved. Don't take it personal, I gotta finish you off. Cause only room at the time for one gun in the drawer.
Hello, and welcome back to the DPC. We are here with the SEA region brought to you by PGL. My name is Nomad, and joining me is two lovely analysts to break down game number 3 between T1 and 496. The Ghost.
I could feel it, you know. You didn't know the name of the second team.
Of course I did. How dare you? I definitely wasn't
like,
scrolling
why
down
are
on
we
my
here
notes
again? No, it's
What game is this?
A good series between T1 and 496. A lot of like potential comebacks for the both of the teams. You didn't know like which team is gonna win, which we really like to see instead of like one-sided games. Even though like the first game was 6K gold lead 10 minutes in. The game was still competitive once Techies starts to kick in. You know, it could possibly swing both ways.
And so far 496, they've lost all their series that they won the first game of the series. Here, they lost the first one. They won the second, so
Phew.
There you go.
Easy win. There we go.
Maybe that's the problem, They get too confident, too cocky after taking that first win, and then they think that they're, just undefeatable. So they play a little bit sloppier this time around.
And now they've been humbled early.
Exactly. Get humbled and then work for your success.
Is that a motto you follow in life?
I just get humbled.
You don't do it. Don't know any of the work stuff. Game number 3 is now on the cards, and we've seen some interesting stuff from some anti-mage mid. Are we finally going to drop this thing where we don't want teams to do something crazy and embrace the curveballs yet?
Yeah, I'm dropping it. Like I dropped it yesterday. Like it's especially when it comes to 496, when it comes to TNC as well. I think these are the teams that they have potential to throw these curveballs. When you have players such as they do that can lane
potential
anywhere.
To throw or potential to throw curveballs. Which
well,
one is it?
A little bit of both, but potential to make it more interesting for us, no matter what. So.
Yeah,
we are winning.
We're just some EU boys in the SEA region. We're not prepared for these curveballs, for these interesting strategies. For every single draft, just have one little cherry on top, which makes the whole pie into this interesting, crazy thing. So the more we embrace it, the better. What curveballs are we hoping for in this third game? Are we hoping for a bounty hunter?
No.
No,
not
yet.
Bounty Hunter.
We're not ready for that yet. After we've been scarred on the first week.
You know what's the craziest thing about this Bounty Hunter? When I was reading the patch notes and when I started watching pubs, everyone after the patch hit was playing that Bounty Hunter because we've seen some Liquid games as well on the offlane, I believe, or position 4, because that shard looks solid, right? You have vision again of your enemies and sounds good. Team fights usually you need vision for them. Bounty Hunter makes that easier, but the way they draft usually around this Bounty Hunter is.
We're here for a very long time, 6 weeks, so a lot of the things are going to start to change. People will start to copy heroes being picked in different regions. Suddenly we might see like
cross-contamination
completely ignored, Nyx Assassin not even picked, and then you have like Omni Knight to position 5 once again being the best hero in the game. You never know. Like we're still on the new patch, I would say, and a lot of these things are undiscovered.
So go on then, what's your hot pick? What do you think is going to be sneaking into the meta once again?
What do I think? What's the most like underpicked hero that has potential to be a top tier pick? Tusk, I want to see more. I feel like this hero should be in every single game. We've seen a couple of those, but feels very strong.
496 picks it actually. Like on position 4, they played Tusk before. It's one of their the go-to heroes. So one thing that I've seen in my pubs and in high-level pubs overall in Europe that I don't want to see in pubs in pro scene, it's offlane Broodmother. Like I see that coming back for some reason. It's I hope it doesn't infest anything else but some.
It happened in NA a couple of days ago. EG against Fierce team. Fierce team decided to pick it up.
Sad boys,
Not very successful, but yeah, seems like it's a thing. I do not want to be a thing because it doesn't look strong, and just the Brood Mother games are a bit different than the others.
It's like Techies, Brood Mother,
Meepo, they have this
sure,
different kind of a vibe. Yeah, stench, all right, let's call it that way.
They stink. Because cheese does smell. It's well known. Alrighty, we have ourselves a draft for game number 3, T1 versus 496, and we're going to start things off with a Phoenix and a Batrider ban. So T1 feeling very fire-phobic today, don't want any of those hot heroes coming through. Meanwhile, 496, they will get rid of the Enigma with a singular ban to come.
No, Batrider overall is highly contested in SCA from Cowboy Ken to everyone else. the hero is just very strong. Phoenix, obviously, in 496's gaming logo, so you don't want to play play against their mascot. Meanwhile, 496 again banning out this Enigma in the first stage. And again, for me, I find there are answers to the Enigma. I don't feel the hero is that broken to be banned in the first stage, even though you lost one game to it.
So we're going kind of with the same stuff. Monkey King, there's an Earth Spirit on the enemy side. So seems like the teams know each other well. You know, you can feel the different kind of picks in the game 3, where you test things out, you see where they're standing. We think this is good against them. The other team thinks, you know, especially when it's 1-1, this should probably work out. So we might see it like a really similar draft.
T1 just doing their flex picks once again with this Monkey. Obviously, we've seen him on 4, on offlane, on mid, on safe lane, everywhere. Disruptor, however, not as big of a flex. Quite interesting that they go for it.
Like wow.
Doesn't seem particularly strong as a position 5.
Yep.
Good synergy with the Monkey, just a glimpse back into the Wukongs or the kinetic field to keep him inside. They will want to once again go with the Nature's Prophet.
It's already a problem, right?
Yeah.
Like Nature's Prophet already poses a problem for this Disruptor. Now, if you are T1, you have to be thinking about cores that can lane well versus the Prophet, because Disruptor doesn't truly do a lot there.
In the lanes, it's a problem. In the game itself, it's not too bad, right? Because you've got a lot to mess with the Prophet.
I mean,
catch him out.
Yes and no. You can at the same time. You have this very mobile duo, Earth Spirit and Nature's Prophet, that can. If you watched the last game and you saw how Oracle was being picked apart every single team fight, the same thing can happen for a Disruptor. So that can be a little bit scary.
In danger of getting his truffles ruffled.
Truffles ruffled. Constantly about food, man. Nature's Prophet and Earth Spirit, obviously a very strong combo, both very green. That's all that matters, right? Color coordination.
Yep, looking good and saving the planet, being green. Was appreciating that.
They're on the wrong side. You know, you have the green heroes on the green team.
Maybe they wanted to pick Radiant, and now they're just trying to make them feel like
the thinking is we will invade enemy jungle, and then we will be on the green
there
side.
You go.
Yeah, and you camouflaged as
fighting for the homeland. That's what they're doing. What about Lycan, by the way? They ban out the troll on T1. That's something that I would have liked on their side, but they ban it out. What about Lycan? It's still in the pool. It's a possibility for 496. They could pick it up. Okay, it's a possibility for them to ban as well.
There you go.
I feel like the last ban for every single team could have been a really good pick for them, like Troll for T1 and Lycan for 496 Gaming.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And also there's a bunch of heroes which are just kind of gliding through these drafts. Io, Odie, Brewmaster. Yep. These teams just don't seem to care about these pretty highly contested heroes when it comes to other matchups.
Just different teams have different preferences. Different heroes that they like to play. Like if you remember the last series and the last Big Tiny, I checked afterwards if Yopash plays more Storm mid. Yeah, to my surprise, he does. They just didn't want to pick it, but there you go. That's something that they like to play quite a bit. 496, they go with the Winter Wyvern.
What they know and love.
Yeah,
the Bombay Wyvern.
Like when you look at the Monkey and the Disruptor, it's not like Winter Wyvern really counters them in any way or that he's really strong against them, but
Okay, so this hero provides a lot of issues for Nature's Prophet. Also, Wyvern, you know, you're like forcing him to use ulti on a Spirit Breaker. You see the charge. You don't have a secondary save on this team. So yeah, good workout. We've seen one Spirit Breaker game today.
That didn't work out.
Didn't work out.
Well,
they had one Spirit Breaker too many with the Morph Ags. That's
yeah,
why.
they doubled down on the Spirit Breaker, and as they say, one cow as a party, two cows as a crowd.
Yeah, definitely. I heard that saying many, many times. In that game, Spirit Breaker was comboed with a Mirana as well. And that combination of supports does not contribute later on in the game to teamfights quite a bit. And Disruptor does. So you have this Disruptor plus Spirit Breaker plus Monkey King who can be flexed on the offlane. So there's more. There's more to this draft than there was with the first Spirit Breaker. We'll see if he's able to actually accomplish more in this game too.
You want to have a good vision coming out from your team when there's a disruptor.
I think this is
for sure.
I think this is a snatch pick as well. Like you don't want to give T1 Storm Spirit because that Storm Spirit would again be so amazing versus the Nature's Prophet versus the Wyvern. It's just very strong.
Is there not an option for this Storm to be counterpicked, and then in combination with that, you've got the Spirit Breaker to roam into the middle lane and put a lot of pressure on him?
Sure, but that's pre-level 6 on Storm Spirit. You might be able to kill him once or twice, but look at the heroes that they have. Like you have Nature's Prophet, you have Earth Spirit. These heroes are very good at rotating and also saving Storm Spirit.
I love this aggression from 496. This is their bread and butter, Nomad. There you go.
Thank you.
Seems like you guys are hungry. You seem to be talking about the food all the time. And talking about the food, we can see.
What?
He was doing this last
Did
draft
we
as
ruffle
well,
your
just-
while or what? What's wrong?
Just munching on some.
I think we flipped his
chips.
pancakes. Or he's about to flip his pancakes. White man. He's a hungry guy.
No,
just having his breadsticks.
Going back to this draft, like the Wyvern to support this early aggression with Nature's Prophet,
Another
with
one.
Earth Spirit, with Storm Spirit, really strong.
Another one. Sorry. He's
he's
having another
munching.
breadstick.
Oh, I
He's just
didn't
picked a
see.
new one. Yeah. Just reached off camera and got another one out. My guy likes his breadsticks. What can we say? Anyway, the fight pick from T1 is going to be the Ember Spirit, and we'll have the Spirit matchup in the middle lane. As usual, I feel like it's the same with all three of the Spirits which play in mid. They can take the lane off each other. Everyone, they're all kind of evenly matched to a degree, and it all comes down to how you play them out.
This one's a bit harder for the Ember Spirit. Storm Spirit has the upper hand in this matchup.
Storm is the big brother. For
Yeah,
both
Storm
of
Spirit
them.
is
Yeah,
like the
he's
big
really
daddy
the big brother,
of the spirits, pretty much. Yeah, looking
It's not how brothers
decent.
work, but okay. There's no daddy and brothers, but I don't know how your family works.
All right, well, we'll not talk about that, but
It's the big bro, let's put it that way.
Sure,
Okay,
well,
alright,
we can
that
call
works.
him that. So yeah, Ember Spirit, root mechanic. They needed someone to close the gap, have high mobility against the Nature's Prophet, against the Winter Wyvern. So looks like a decent Ember Spirit game, and they are a bit limited on the lockdown. We'll see the itemization of the Nature's Prophet in this one, whether he decides to go for Orchid once again, which should be the case. You know, playing into like Disruptor Monkey King just feels like a natural item build here for Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. Anti-Mage banned out now by 496.
Yeah,
They
makes
don't want-
sense.
Yeah, they're playing the Storm. They don't want to play against that. Even though, like, overall, I wouldn't hate their chances versus an Anti-Mage because they have so much early potential. Like, this Nature's Prophet in games versus AM can be really difficult for that AM. If you shut him down in the lane and you get that Orchid fast enough,
The pressure.
the pressure is too much for many AM players to survive through. But they don't want to play against it. They ban it out. What cores are there even for 496?
0 cores left. They banned them all.
All of them. There is Ricky still in the pool. There is...
Oh, Ricky looks like a really good pick for T1.
Yeah, it's great call.
But then you're putting the monkey on the offlane again. Do we like that? It could work.
They banned Ricky.
Yeah, there you go.
There it goes. Man, we are running short on cores right now. That's for sure. Might have to go diving deep. Maybe the Wraith King could be an option. Don't really want to play it into Monkey King though, right?
We're talking about
Not really.
496 Raid King.
Yeah.
We're not sure, like, if they will even put the Monkey on safe lane.
Monkey could be
not.
on the safe
Yeah,
lane. Like, it's not that bad of a matchup for Monkey against the Nature's Prophet. High armor, most likely is just going to sit under the tower, get some extra armor, extra HP regions. They don't care too much about getting harassed by Nature's Prophet.
Yep. They go with him. Yep. Oh, that's it. Monkey.
Monkey safe, and Timber will be the offlaner for T1.
You could also put the Monkey again on the offlane, but make him your position 1 and put Timber versus Prophet. Like that also works for you. There are many ways that T1 can set up their lanes, and there's a lot of problems now for 496 that they have to find solutions to, mainly this Timber.
Did you see Hustler when they picked that Timber, by the way? He started laughing. He was like stretching his arms as he was about to do some ass whipping. So let's see how he fares.
They do have some mixed damage in the mid game.
Yeah.
Earth Spirit can also build a vessel. So
Nature's Prophet can build a vessel if you want.
You have the
well.
Arctic Burn too, and they go with the OD. There you go. That's the answer.
There it is.
I mean,
Hung OD. This is fantastic, right? Yeah, lane it mid versus the Ember. Ember can't really play against that.
And do you want to lane Storm Spirit? I think you
Storm
just
is still
Storm mid and lane OD against the Timber Saw. The pure damage coming out from the orb feels much better. I don't think you need to put more than like 1 point in the Astral in this lane. You just want to max out that orb. We'll see how it goes, but
very surprised. It seems like I mean, I saw that OD and I was like, oh dang, they've that's it. I mean,
it's different.
I'm putting my prediction down straight away. 496 for me. I think this OD pick was a bit of a gotcha, but you know, I'm happy for you guys to counter my arguments. What do you guys think?
It's definitely a crazy draft, a curveball that we expected from 496.
Yep.
It can be extremely difficult to execute because you have to keep constant pressure and constant aggression. If this one slips out of your hands, it can easily go T1's way.
I'm just thinking, you know, Timber Saw against the pure damage might struggle. There's also a ton of magical damage. He's a hero that really doesn't like to play from behind. It's a hard read. I did not see like the lane matchup between Timber Saw and
have to
OD.
push you guys for an answer.
I'll go with 496. I think Timber Saw is just not gonna do anything.
496 and Lizard.
I'll go with T1.
Going with T1. Just to shake things up.
Yep.
To break the 50-50. Alrighty, well, that is going to be our predictions. Let's bring in our cast and see what they think what they think about this second and third game. Jesus. It's the end of a long day. We're on game number 6. Guys, save me. Jesus. Daddy Black.
Yeah, I'm going to go with 496. I like the combination of the Nature's Prophet as well as the Storm. OD's just the icing on the cake. I was thinking 496, and then they got that OD. Locked it in for me.
All right. 496. Yeah, I like that because originally you wouldn't really have a lot of tower pressure, but you got the Nature's Prophet in there who can make up for, you know, having like a non-tower damage kind of core, like Storm Spirit. And as Lacoste said, Timber Saw looks pretty damn useless this game.
Yeah.
No impact at all, I feel like. Okay, so 496, 496.
Yeah.
Alrighty. 4 for 496, 1 for T1. Lizard, the one guy on his own. He believes, and that's all it takes sometimes. We're going to throw it across to Big Up and Black for the cast of game number 3 in the decider of T1 versus 496 Gaming. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We're here with the rubber match between 496 and T1. It's looking like it could set up to be a good one, maybe one that is favorable for 496. Immediately off the ball, Carl is gone, and DapBB gets first blood. It's a quick start and observer ward. A lot of gold coming the way of 496 to start this one off. And I think, yeah, they're going to deny their own ward.
It has become such a meme at this point. Like this level 1 smoke.
Oh, yeah.
Like everyone's just doing it. And people are still getting caught out by it. It's the crazy part.
It's like you either both 5-man smoke and you clash, or it's a stalemate, or you don't 5-man smoke and the other team does and you're losing a hero. At least that's what it feels like every single time.
It's definitely very interesting what's happening with the smokes all the time. But
how do you feel about this OD against Ember matchup?
It's very one-sided.
Just all OD?
Yeah. It's very tough. He has this permanent orb spam. Once he gets his Ring of Health, he doesn't care about Sleight of Fist anymore. You can already see he's almost dead again.
Yeah, it's rough, and we've watched this matchup a couple times. Hung has definitely come out ahead on a few of the these games that we've seen 496 play overall. And here's the replay for all of us that might have missed the beginning parts of it. But Carl just surrounded by 4 heroes. At the end of the day, first blood for DapBB, which, you know, he's up in the top lane, safe lane, getting first blood, feels good all the time.
Yeah, but this tri-lane might actually, you know, make it work for T1 because the Storm Spirit hates laning against the tri-lane. He's going to have a very rough time up there, sitting at 0 CS right now. And the Timber against the Prophet, of course, having a much, much better time.
But that's the question. So you've got 2 heroes down bottom. You know, you've got the Nature's Prophet who is there with some help from the Earth Spirit, but do you need Earth Spirit down there? Can you just move him off the lane?
I mean, you can move him off the lane.
Ballast Strike, DapBB getting low. Fairy Fire, he'll survive.
Yep.
Gets salved up.
Earth Spirit definitely needs to come top or mid. He just needs to get the pressure off the Storm Spirit, you know? You can TP middle, you can TP top, but you gotta do something. Oh, that's damage.
Now the shots coming in, going 1-1-1 to start. 10 and 7 right now for the Monkey King in this off lane. Roll comes through, the Earth Spirit's showing up. Kinetic field, but I don't know if it's gonna matter. Jackie low, Jackie dead, and looking for some additions. Whitemon and Zephyr on the run. Whitemon slowed up, and with Hustler making the rotation, they've got to kill Splinter Blast. Zephyr, nice, fine, but still. Oh, I say fine, but the roll is in, and they get the kill on a Zephyr.
Not worth it though if Earth Spirit dies, there's no TP.
No roll into the trees. Can he juke one more? I don't know if it's not worth it. You got all 3 kills in that lane.
Yeah, the third one was a little bit overkill though, because now Earth Spirit will have a hard time rotating to the next lane, simply because his TP is on cooldown. But of course, you know, overall it's very good. Wyvern is actually deceivingly strong in tri-lane scenarios, and now Storm TP's bot lane to the Timber, and
Charge coming bottom already.
Yep.
Feels bad.
He's bad, man.
But that, you know, that's to be expected. Spirit Breaker is going to be charging to whatever lane he wants to go to. Just happens to be on DapBB, who came over bottom. Do I think it? Yeah, it doesn't go all the way through.
But yeah, Ember jungling.
That's a rough situation to be in, and that's just going to keep it open for OD. We've talked about quick, early Meteor Hammers before and how they impact games.
It's very difficult, though, to Meteor Hammer and Ember Spirit, because he has the slide, he has the Remnant out. If you don't do it frame perfect, which is very, very difficult.
But it doesn't necessarily need to be on just the Ember, right? You've got these opportunities to throw it on the supports, maybe get onto the Monkey King, rotate with that Meteor Hammer the second you get it.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of possibilities for a lot of good plays. And yeah, mid lane looks pretty uncontested right now.
Yeah, free game for the OD, 19 and 13. I expect a quick Meteor Hammer for Hung.
Yep. Ring of Health already up. Means Ember cannot at all lane level 4 to almost level 6 OD.
Yeah.
Not what you want to see.
And we've seen that. We've seen Astral Imprisonment into the Meteor Hammer, coming down, Sanities, you're dead. But that is the recipe.
On the
killed
courier.
Off on the courier.
Yeah. He actually very interesting. He just randomly walks there and must have known, you know, that the courier is there.
Yeah.
Interesting rotation. Haven't seen that before, but makes a lot of sense.
But he's just sitting there now.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to make a play on the other lanes right now.
Yeah. Charge on the DapBB, coming the other direction than maybe he would have expected. Meanwhile, top TP out from Jackie. DapBB looks like he's going to survive, but Timber Chain available with Whirling Death. Cuckoo says no to that. And DapBB will fall, so he's made a rotation and died after doing so.
Yeah, and both heroes top had to TP out.
And that is
free lane for Prophet right now.
Good for the Prophet, bad for the Storm. He'll be back up in 4. OD still working top of the CS chart and looking for that early Meteor
damage
Hammer.
every orb. It's just a quarter of the health of the Ember Spirit.
Charge again, bottom.
On the Storm once more. He has to be careful. He dies again.
Might just be dead again.
Can't dive
Just
that.
gets behind the tier 1 tower. You know, if Timber finds him after a charge, then Timber Chain, Whirling Death, probably dead once again.
They have to be wary though. This OD can TP. This Timbersaw will get shredded by him.
So Bombi and Hustler still up top helping this Nature's Prophet out, who's level 5. You've got 6 for the Timber, 6 for the OD. And Prophet, is this an Orchid kind of game like we've seen in the past?
Always is, I feel. If you're playing a core Prophet, you always need that Orchid. It gives you good damage, attack speed.
Yeah.
Just everything you want. And of course, it's really good against the Ember. It's really good against the Timber.
Charge top. It's onto red. This is one that he needs to be careful about. He does have that haste.
He canceled his charge, actually. Did not go through. And Ember Spirit already over 1,000 net worth behind the OD.
And he's struggling in the jungle.
Still level 4.
Yeah.
And there's a stack now, but he can't even farm it properly. Getting a healing self out now once more.
Just so he can farm this stack.
Yeah, level 5
And you can see,
now.
even with the salve, it's just maintaining where he's at in health.
Yeah.
Charge TPs. Charge no longer committed.
Both supports rotated bottom, though.
Yeah,
that means
I would expect a charge on top then, right?
the Prophet is very, very easily gankable, of course. Both supports rotated bottom, and they know that. But Timber doesn't care, you know? Level 4, reactive armor. Already making a rotation now as well. Out of vision range.
Got the courier coming over for the Meteor Hammer. Ooh. So he's got the Meteor Hammer. Drop it down, and there it is. They've locked up the Timber Saw. You had your time to be alive and harass this Storm Spirit, but the time is no longer. Meanwhile, the charge, they need to help out Red. Wrath of Nature is used. Jackie with the Jingu proc. Charge is coming all the way through. I expect Red to be dead here. As
nice
the charge finishes and the Boundless Strike comes in before he's needed.
Yep, both supports TP still on cooldown. Because they're TP'd bottom, of course. Storm just taking mid lane. It's kind of sad to see the Ember Spirit is so far behind Storm even. So even if he comes back to lane, Storm might just bully him out as well.
Yeah, there's not much he can do to come back to lane. And he's just got to deal with the fact that it's been that kind of game. He does end up coming through mid, but you know, Storm's not just sitting here and waiting to go in.
Yeah. Time to play catch up. And Monkey King will have to make the space for the team instead.
Yeah, but they're taking this tier 1 tower bottom.
Yep, and they're taking the other one top. Just trading towers. Very, very normal trade, very common.
But is this, how's this trade bottom? I think they can rotate for this. They've got the TPs available to do so. And that's where the TPs come in immediately. Astro Imprisonment up towards top, starting the Meteor Hammer. He gets silenced up, and well, now he couldn't throw the Boundless Strike to stop them from landing the Meteor Hammer on the Cuckoo, so he ends up dead.
That was an amazing silence from the Earth Spirit. They would have stopped the Meteor Hammer, and Timber would not have died from that. But because of the clutch silence, as you said, stops the Boundless. And this is some next level team play there.
Carl's getting bullied again. Ball Lightning forward, tries to Remnant away. Carl just with a shot left, the Wrath of Nature, but avoids it. Using that Remnant, Boundless Strike comes in. They've got the glimpse. They'll take out that BB. Hustle tries to find the kill on a Carl, which he does with the Urn. Cold Embrace, Hustle alive for now. Doesn't have a role to work with, so he's just extending the inevitable as it's a second one to die. And a third spirit. Yeah. All 3 spirits dead.
But still, insanely crippled game for the Ember Spirit, who is their playmaker. And we saw Timbersaw, had an amazing lane, but in face of OD, it's just so useless. Just dies immediately. And now another rotation top, possibly.
Take a look for Cuckoo, and then if there's nothing to stop this Astro Imprisonment Meteor Hammer combo, then they're in trouble. Ball Lightning Vortex charge coming in. Ball Lightning for some distance. Bombi with the Arctic Burn goes after Whitemon. Needs one more shot. Boundless Strike. That's on a hung as they'll chase Zephyr. They don't have a Vortex to work with. Not enough mana here on the Storm Spirit. Meanwhile, well, now they've got the charge away. Looked like 496 while that was going on. We're thinking about going under the tier 1 tower. Don't choose to do so. Probably the wiser of the choices. Hung using this Meteor Hammer, getting farm, getting kills, just racking it up, sitting top of the net worth. Monkey King right there with him though.
Yeah. Monkey King is the driving force for this Radiant team right now. They'll have to play around him. But he's itemizing into a Battle Fury. So that means this poor Ember will have to do a lot of work for the team. Well, you know, like if you're low net worth, obviously it's a lot harder to make space for your team. But the way Monkey King is itemizing, that's the way it will have to go. It's going to be tough for him. Just now finishing his face boots. Long way to go for his next item.
Jackie just making stacks for himself, trying to clean up as best he can, accelerate this farm. Cuckoo doesn't really have a lot on this Timber Saw right now. You kind of expect more from a Timber, right?
Yeah, but even if he did have more, his OD is always a big threat.
Charge, but the Ball Lightning. Zephyr without the charge for 11 seconds. That means he's stuck with Red and DPC and killed pretty quickly.
Yep.
Storm, who had some troubles bottom, he's not recovered completely, but he's starting to definitely feel himself at 5, 2, and 3.
Yeah, same net worth as the Timber Saw, almost. So good recovery for him. Going into the Kaya first, because you don't want to have 2 Orchids, you know. Prophet is already itemizing into an Orchid. You don't need another one. The only problem that the Dire lineup might run into is that they don't have a good frontliner until the BKBs come out.
And they're going straight BKB on the OD.
Yeah. I would love some, you know, Spirit Vessel into BKB on Earth Spirit as well, just so he can roll in and give information for the team.
And he might do that. We see that from a lot of Earth Spirits.
Yep.
And the efficiency here for Hung, cleaning up, and already has the Ogre Axe, looking to get into the BKB as quickly as possible. 900 away from the Mythra Hammer, meaning he's 2350 total needed for this combination.
Smoke up here, level 6 Disruptor together with the Ember Spirit. They do want to get this top tower now, no matter what. Wyvern is there by himself. Might get caught out. There's really not much you can do.
Bombi, he's got Curse.
Yeah,
The question is, does he want to use it? Charge coming in, Bombi surviving, Cuckoo. Now here with Winter's Curse, they're going to go for the other end of this fight. They look over as the OD, Astros himself, Ball Lightning in, Magnetize on all these heroes. They're looking over, Jackie as well as Whitemon will fall. Hung finally dies. They're trying to roll onto the Spirit Breaker. They will catch Zephyr. Magnetize still on him, make it a third. Now Bombi still alive. Finally the slight from Carl finishes off the Winter Wyvern, but Bombi's made so much space for this team. Boulder Smash comes through, that hits onto Cuckoo as well as Carl. Is it enough for the Timber Saw as well as the Ember to try and get something done? They've got the Vortex. Sleight of Fist again from Carl. One more shot needed, and it's there. Cuckoo finally takes out Red, though, and they'll just ignore the Timber Saw and take what they've got. And that's 4 heroes down on the side of T1.
Yeah, that was a huge initiation, but Earth Spirit gets his ult and silence and slow onto 4 heroes. Huge play there by Hustler. And OD did not manage to get his ult off, unfortunately. We can see it here again.
Yeah, you watch as, look at this, Static Storm is through. So that's silencing up the OD, putting Hung in a bad spot. But the silence, the kick, and the Magnetize on a 4, perfect.
If OD gets his ult out there, they're gonna get wrecked super hard. But
and look at Bombi in this replay. He's just making so much space running away from this Timber Saw.
Yeah, Timber was super busy with Bombi.
He eventually dies, but well worth it. Glimpse into the Chakram. Hustler kicks away Cuckoo. Does roll, but I'm not sure this is enough space.
Curse in 1.
Oh. Not worth throwing it at the moment. Now Bombi needs to leave. He turns thinking about it, but they've got 4 here. This is really tough. Winter's Curse, shots in onto the Disruptor. Anybody else coming over? Storm thinking about it. Whitemon low. But with Bombi dead, it's such a hard commitment from that Storm Spirit to make.
Yeah, game slowing down a little bit here. This is the problem that they're running into. They just have no front line that can really defend towers, you know. That's where like this Timber Saw comes in handy. Ember Spirit making a pretty good recovery. Up to 5k net worth now.
Top tier 1 finally going down for the Dire side, but Whitemon getting blown up.
Yep. Had to expend the OD ult though, because he did not have Meteor Hammer ready. Use that to farm.
If they're expecting to farm for the next 2 or 3, I think that's okay.
Yeah, that's completely fine, yeah. You just want to get that kill. You're farming for your BKB. Need 1,000 gold for that. Storm is going straight into the Bloodstone. Quite far away from that though. And as soon as Prophet as well as OD have their BKBs, there's not a whole lot of damage coming out of the Radiant side. Ember also itemizing into a Maelstrom, so more magic damage. Makes BKB even more efficient.
This turn only into a 1k lead, so T1, they've really put some gauze on the bleeding and made sure that things don't get really out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, their lineup is still really, really strong. They have good team fights. Initiating on the middle here.
Dappy B. Timber Chain, Whirling Death, Zephyr in trouble. Vortex locks him up. Mega kill streak for Dappy B. They've got the Sprout and the pressure put onto this mid lane. We'll see how T1 respond. Winter's Curse, that actually locks up too. Hung's going to be hit with that glimpse, so that'll send him away from the fight. They've got the Static Storm down. That's going to silence up this Earth Spirit as well as this Nature's Prophet. They've got the Wukong's Command around Hung, who's trying to get away. The Sprout around 2. So that keeps Cuckoo and Jackie close. Ball laning away from Dappy B as well as the rollout from the Earth Spirit. They only got the kill into the Spirit Prick. They look over at Dappy B, who used the ball laning in place. I believe might have avoided a bit of damage, but it's not going to matter. They've got the glimpse as well as the kill. Jackie takes out Dappy B, and they still finish off the Storm after all is said and done. Are they thinking
Bombay's
about...
charged.
Yeah, they're going for Bombi. Thought maybe for a second they were thinking Roche, but it's actually just where Bombi is. Balance strike, and down goes the Winter Wyvern. They've got themselves 2. So this game back and forth.
Yep, Ember to ping bottom to push out that lane. This is where Spirit Breaker is really good against these global heroes. It's really good against the Prophet. Yeah, OD almost BKB though, 50 gold. Prophet, another 1,400 gold away. Those are the core items they need. And then they should be feeling very comfortable to take fights. Spirit Vessel completed on Earth Spirit as well.
And he's going to the BKB?
Yep.
Which
Perfect itemization.
Yeah. And we've seen that be a question with some of these teams within some of these games. The itemization. Even in China, we're seeing itemization questionable at times.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, itemization is such an important part of Dota. And it can make or break games.
Yeah.
And definitely the right decision on Earth Spirit. Of course, we'll have to see how his game goes from here. It's an expensive item. Growth Bow. Perfect item for the Prophet. Or the Storm. It's amazing on both.
OD's BKB just sitting on the courier behind him.
Yep.
Now we'll go.
Ember also itemizing into the BKB. The Storm is falling quite far behind in terms of net worth.
Yeah, he's behind the Ember, who had an abysmal start. Vortex on a Cuckoo. They're going to bring over Red. They've got the silence. Do they have a way to stop this TP? He stops it himself, I believe. And now Zephyr, they come around onto Dappy B. They get the kill, the Winter's Curse. That's going to hit onto 3 of these heroes. It's actually destroying Carl. Magnetized to follow it up. They get the kill on Carl. They'll take out one. They look over Zephyr. He's sprouted, as well as hit by the Magnetized. Jackie falls to Hung, who popped the BKB. Still holding on to the Sanities. They got the kill onto 3. They come out of this ahead in what looked like a very advantageous position for T1. I mean, enough of an advantageous position for Cuckoo to stop his TP.
OD BKB reveal. Monkey King fought him. He did not know he has BKB. Astral, Meteor Hammer. He just right-clicks him 4 times. Easy kill. Did not expect it at all on the Monkey. And again, going for the super greedy item build. Oh no, actually, now that he realizes it, he changed it. He bought a Blade of Alacrity for the Aghanims, but now he's going into a BKB. Should have been the original choice, to be honest. Now he's 1,000 gold further away from the BKB because he purchased the Blade of Alacrity. BKB a must-have this game. As he now also realizes after OD just pummeled him.
Yeah. I mean, that puts 496 back up 2K, and then Nature's Prophet as well as OD lead the way.
Yep. OD going into the 4-step next, followed up by the Hurricane Pike. Good itemization from him as well. Ember needs his BKB. Otherwise, these silences, these curses, it's just too much playmaking, the Orchid. Prophet, BKB now also finished, going for MKB next. Interesting. We might see a change of that. MKB doesn't seem too effective this game. There's no evasion or anything. So we'll see.
Zephyr's got a good amount of farm. I mean, him and the Earth Spirit are pretty farmed.
Yeah, Earth Spirit is pretty big. But as you said, so Zephyr going for the BKB first as well.
Charge on the Hustler.
Yeah.
See how much they commit for this. They're TPing in. Dappy B is here. Now they'll make the commitment. They've got the glimpse into the Static Storm that's onto the Earth Spirit, as well as the Yules around onto the Winter Wyvern. They've rooted up two of these heroes with the Side Fist as well as the Searing Chains. Hustle gets the Magnetize off before he ends up falling. They've got the Winter's Curse that's going to lock up the Timber Saw, but meanwhile the BKB Popeye Red, they've sprouted around this Ember Spirit. They got the kill on Jackie. He's silenced up, nowhere to go. Sanity's dropped, Remnant away. Even with the Sanity's dropped, it's not going to be enough to get the kill. They look over as they take out Red. They'll finish off Cuckoo 2 for 3. It's just constantly these close engagements, all TPing out. And now he gets glimpsed back. Zephyr with the charge, Astral Imprisonment looking for the Meteor Hammer. Dropped, not going to land on anybody. They get the kill on a DPC. They look over the OD. Is it going to be a full team wipe? Not before Carl dies. Whoa! Hung, bashed up, killed off, full team wipe, going the way of T1 just barely. That was so close.
Yeah. The initiation again on the Winter Wyvern, the most fragile target. He has to be a little bit more careful there on Bombi, but I mean, this was super close. Like,
yeah, look at this replay, and he has the Essence Ring on Hung to just so close to surviving, because I think if he takes out Zephyr, he might survive both.
Yeah, I feel like if he actually Astrals the Storm rather than the Spirit Breaker, you know, he comes back after 4 seconds with a pull, with a Remnant, there's a higher chance of them killing, because he wanted to kill the Spirit Breaker, of course, but with the Bulldoze, the Astral only lasts like 2 seconds, not enough time to set up for the Meteor Hammer. And yeah,
that's only that's only level 3, so it's only a status resistance of 58%.
Only. Yeah. Only.
Such a disgusting amount.
70% max level. Yeah. Sounds very fair. He's level 13.
I thought we were getting rid of status resistance.
Yeah. He's level 13 on Spirit Breaker. 300 gold to his BKB.
Yeah.
He's going to be a massive nuisance in those team fights.
Yeah, because especially Hustle, who doesn't have the BKB just yet. Obviously, he went into the Spirit Vessel, so he's 2 parts of that BKB away from getting his. So the difference in 4 is you're seeing it. Obviously, they're going for similar builds, but far away from that BKB. Whitemon probably tanking this gank. 4 stab forward, glimpse back, Astral Imprisonment, so that's going to keep Disruptor close. Hustle with the roll, as well as the silence now on the 2. The Orchid come through into the Disruptor. They get the kill on a Whitemon. They look over at Cuckoo, who's trying to run. TP, roll in time, as well as the Astral. They'll find the Timber, and they'll lock him up with the Meteor Hammer and another right click from Hung to finish him off.
This OD damage is just ridiculous. Like 4 hits, and he's almost down from 100 to 0.
Yeah,
we said about it. We spoke about it before. It's Timber Saw, you know, he's not gonna have much impact in these fights. He's just too squishy. I mean, it's probably dumb to say that, but this new OD deals too much pure damage, like 200 damage a pop.
He's probably leading the damage in the game by far. By like, what, double, maybe? Yeah. Is that too much of an estimate?
I mean, Ember Spirit usually deals a lot of hero damage too, as well as Prophet with that ult.
Yeah.
So, but single target damage by far.
Yeah, yeah.
500 more gold for the Bloodstone on the Storm Spirit will make him a little bit more survivable. That is a downside if you don't itemize into the vessel. That just means Bloodstone's going to be at full efficiency, full effect. 300 gold to Monkey's BKB. When they get up all these BKB timings, they will have up all 3 in 100 gold. And then in 100 gold, they can just literally smoke up. And I don't know how Dire fights into those BKBs. They have to kite them.
Right. Well, so one thing to question, or I have a question about. We've been seeing Nature's Prophets constantly go for this shard pretty early in their build. Is it as much value as people have been making it up to be with the Greater Treants?
It's super good because you just sprout and you Nature's Call. You get your 5 Treants plus 2 Greater Treants. The lane just pushes out by itself every time.
Okay.
It's super good.
So it's constantly giving you pressure.
And it also gives you a lot of money because those trees hit for 100 damage. It's very likely you're going to get a lot of these last hits.
So it's accelerating the farm, pushing the lanes out in your favor.
Yeah, and of course, even if a Monkey King, you know, has a Battle Fury, you cut that tree, suddenly there's a big tree just blocking your way. You can't get out.
Smoke. And the Static Storm is down. Bloodstone trying to survive. Not going to be enough from DPC. And now Bombi's TP'd into this one. He's starting to run, but the Remnant forward. Bombi glimpse. And the Winter's Curse, but the BKB's been popped by Carl. They're coming around the other way. They look over at Whitemon, try and get the kill into the Disruptor. The roll comes in. But I don't know if this is going to be enough. They try to find him. They've got the Magnetized down on 3 of these heroes, with BKB being popped by Zephyr as well. Whitemon's gone, Bombi's dead, Wukong's used, Jackie comes back into the fight, looking over at Hung. Hung, his BKB is no longer available. The balance strike hits, the last shot is there. They get the cone to the OG, they've taken out 3, and in the air is Hustler. They look over at Red, who will pop a BKB of his own and the roll away from Hustler, so 2 of these heroes escaping for the side of 496. They only get the supports on the side of T1, so 3 dead, and 2 of those are corpse. Yep. On 496.
Messy fight again, started. Storm dying immediately. Winter Wyvern getting caught out completely out of position. We haven't seen a good curse yet this game. Like, they're always on top of him right away. And it's usually because he's trying to protect one of his cores that is out of position. So they really got to be careful. Storm does not have a BKB. He's the only one that cannot get caught out of position. He has to be really, really mindful of that.
You just watch this. Wukong's was used. Bombi ends up dead. Jackie, he'll join this fight in just a second. Primal Spring up and down, and now looks over at Hung. BKB, once it's gone, he's very susceptible deep in that team fight.
And Hammer did nothing. Ember was on Sleight of Fist. Monkey King was BKB'd. It's tough. They need this Winter's Curse to hit better. They need the Storm, you know, to disrupt the backline.
He's using it defensively a lot.
Yeah, all the time pretty much. That's what I mean. We haven't seen a good one yet.
We've seen a 3-man here and there, but it's when he's by himself or doesn't exactly have the full follow-up with him. Yeah. It's never been the offensive leading with the Winter's Curse, landing on the 3 or 4 heroes of T1.
Yeah, and Monkey King, haven't spoken about him too much, but he is still the strongest late gamer in this game. And he's having a phenomenal game.
Top of the net worth.
Top of the net worth, yep.
AC being built for the Nature's Prophet. He's already got that plate mail, so he's building into some armor. Hustler being charged. That hits from Zephyr. They've got Cuckoo nearby. Bombi here. He's got the Winter's Curse. The Static Storm is down. Hustler trying to lead them to the kinetic field. Balance strike to finish, and now again, it's a Winter's Curse that's down, used to get nothing. Electric Vortex as well as the Silence coming through into the Timbersaw. Chase and charge on the DPB. They'll get the charge to land. The BKB gets popped by Zephyr as well as Hung, and Jackie pops his own. So, DPB, he's on the cliff. Ball lightning back to the base, but they've got themselves the glimpse all the way over, but no, the Astral Imprisonment's there for Hung. And defending him with the Meteor Hammer, just in case anybody was to dive in and look for the Storm.
Oh, I thought he was trying to Meteor Hammer his own Storm.
Grief.
Yeah.
That item would be such a grief if it could hit your allies.
It really would be. But yeah, it's tough to fight now for the Dire side. OD always has to pop BKB and run away with it rather than fight. This Monkey King is becoming a big problem.
Yeah.
Now is the Basher completed? Casual Blade of Alacrity?
Yeah, he's still holding it.
Interesting.
Ever since building the axe. But he hasn't gotten there yet.
Oh, Enchanted Quiver. He actually gives it to the Prophet, huh? I thought he was going to keep it himself. But yeah, well, they need this Hex on the OD, really, so they can just prevent the BKB of coming... of being used.
It's pretty far away.
Yeah, it is really far away. Hustler almost has his BKB, though. Needs 1,000 more gold for that. Then they at least have a somewhat strong frontliner that can give some information.
Abyssal Blade is close for the Monkey King. BKB for the Earth Spirit is 900 gold away.
I love how Odie is just rocking like 3,000 health casually. No problem.
Still, they're getting through him, though.
Yeah. I mean, you just can't fight into these BKBs. That's the biggest problem they have on the Dire side. They need to kite the BKBs, then they're really strong. But
they're inside Roche. They'll find Zephyr. They've got the Vortex. They silence him up. BKB's been popped by Zephyr while all this attention is onto the Spirit Breaker. Well, T1, they evacuate the pit. The roll, and there's the Geomagnetic Grip as well as the signs coming up from Red. They get the kill on a Zephyr. He's got buyback. The question is, are 496 looking to go into Roche? Does this force the buyback? It doesn't look like they're going into Roche at all.
He didn't even have a ward there, did they? Oh, no, they do. No, they don't. They didn't have a ward there. How did they know?
Caught him with the...
Too smart. 5-head place.
Knowing the trajectories.
Yeah. Good job. It's going to be 4 bounty runes for Radiant, though. It's going to be a big gold swing.
Remnant forward and bonding away. Still looking for Bombi. All over, and again, Winter's Curse, but it's not doing anything. as Bombi just is dead again.
Yeah, and Ember now has a really good game. Suddenly fourth in the net worth. Aghanim Scepter online.
The thing about that...
Wait, OD caught someone.
OD trying to catch Cuckoo.
Not perfect enough.
Yule's in the air, not frame perfect. But look at the damage, doesn't matter. Cuckoo dead to right. Sanity's committed. They've got the charge coming in as well as the Primal Spring. They're looking to get the kill. The Astro Imprisonment on himself with the BKB popping. Now the Wukong's commands coming out of the Static Storm. Force Staff away, but the ulti's used by Zephyr. They're keeping this OD close, but is it going to be close enough to get the kill? The roll comes in, as well as the Magnetize. That's on all four of these heroes as they take out Hung. They'll look over as Dappy B's getting low. They'll finally finish off the Storm Spirit, but they lose themselves. The Monkey King, Jackie drops. Red doing a lot of damage to these heroes on the side of T1. And they'll start to retreat. But the roll and glimpse, he was hoping to chase, but Red's still here and gets another one. Whitemon is gone, and 3 heroes dead on the side of T1. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Cold Embrace, they've got the silence onto the Ember. Nobody going forward for Carl, though. So what I was actually going to say didn't actually matter, because they weren't going in a Roche. I was going to say the Witcher's Curse was used pretty defensively. Even if he had buyback, he wouldn't have been able to use it in the Roche pit if they wanted to commit. But this kill onto the Timber forced T1's hand, and they wanted to go for this opportunity instead of maybe focusing on a Roshan. And they go for Hung, and it takes a lot longer with the BKB getting popped in time, even though they got the ult out from Zephyr. Dappy B didn't really feel too impactful in that fight. It's more about looking at Red and how much damage he's outputting, especially 2 there with Hustler.
Yeah, no, he needs his BKB on Storm. He's just very ineffective without it. Down to 8 Bloodstone charges now. And OD had to use the hammer on the Timber Saw. You don't really want to do that. You want to keep it for a big team fight, but he had to. Otherwise, he would have just made it out easily. And Hustler finishes BKB now. Storm needs his, and then Dire's side is ready to fight as well. On their way to a Hex, need about 2k more gold. Once they have that, they can actually counterplay those BKBs, because everyone on Radiant is going to die in a single Hex. There's too much damage coming from his OD. How much HP does Timber Saw have? 2.6k, 3 hits, 1 ult, and he died.
So, it's just not enough.
You can't out-tank an OD. No. You have to go on an OD and disrupt him. Or have magic immunity.
Dire are scanning.
But again, Abyssal Blade coming out on his Monkey soon.
Yeah.
Big counter to all these BKBs. I mean, it will just depend on the initiations, you know. Who gets the initiation first is usually going to win, especially when
Bombi
you have Storm.
Again, getting caught. Winter's Curse defensively, charges out, and they'll look to kill a Bombi.
Bombi's having a really rough game, but BKB used on Timber Saw.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Disruptor's going into the Shard.
What does that do? Or you can buff your Monkey King.
Yeah.
I like it.
I kind of like that. I was like, Shard on Disruptor, read it again, and I was like, that's pretty good. Yeah. I like it.
Sounds really good, especially on a hero like Monkey King.
Who's jumping in, trying to get into the center of the fight.
Yeah. Who now has completed his Abyssal Blade.
75 attack speed is going to be gross for him.
Yeah, it's going to be really good. Like Abyssal plus a ring combo, especially once he hits 25. Your future is grim, he says. Whose? Maybe his own.
BKB, Hung getting out, but the double bash with the ulti now. Balance strike thrown forward. BKB no longer available for Hung. That means the Remnant's going to be coming to the backlines with Ember trying to get something done. They haven't done a lot of damage yet with the Wukong's command coming through from Jackie. BKB's been popped by him and Carl. Looking over at Red, and Red was a big damage dealer in the previous engagement. They've got the ball lightning. They're trying to get the damage onto Jackie, but Hung now up into the air via the Yules. Now Sanity's comes in, but it's not going to be enough damage. They've got the Chakram right on top. The silence is onto the Ember Spirit, as well as the Astro Imprisonment to keep him alive for a second longer. Chakram right on top of Hung, though, still surviving with the Force Staff. Charge comes out. They've got the Cold Embrace. They're keeping this OD alive. Chakram looking for more damage with BKB being popped by Kuka. They still don't kill this OD. They look over at Carl. Ball lightning's in. They get the kill to the Ember. They look over at Zephyr. He's trying to run, but Bombi's in. Charge away over to the Storm. One more shot. Can they get it? Yes, they can. Dappy B, he ends up falling. Zephyr in a little bit of trouble with Hustler right on him. There's the roll. There's the kill. Bombi dead as well to Carl. Carl ball back for that one too. He does get a double kill in the end, but that is such a commitment from the Ember.
Yeah, it creates a winning condition for the Dire side now. If you ever get caught out of position, especially with that Hex online now, it's a real good winning condition for the Dire side. Buying back to kill. I mean, it sounds really good, you know, on paper, but
Look at how long Hung survives in this.
Yeah, he's super tanky. His OD.
The commitment from the Ember all the way to the backlines just to kill Hung, that's what he wanted.
Yeah.
And Jackie commits to Wukong thinking that they were going to have the control on him.
Now the thing is, he actually Abyssal Bladed the Prophet rather than the OD, which was a little bit surprising to me, because I think they could have easily killed him. Hammer, a lot of damage, and again, he's just so tanky. Cold Embrace on him, he has 3,000 max health, just gives him so much HP regen.
If only the trees weren't gone.
Yep.
Right here, Cuckoo might have been able to get the kill.
It's brutal. 3.4k health on that OD. It's absolutely insane how much HP that guy has.
Carl, he buys back, goes after Bombi as well as Hustler.
Dinkins now.
Only gets Bombi. He also gets cursed again.
Yeah.
Wow.
Another very defensive curse. We haven't seen an offensive one yet.
Yeah, it's been very one person. They look over at the Timber again. He's hexed up. BKB, that's forced. Cuckoo's Halberd is also taken out. They get the kill on a Cuckoo, and now they're going to try and fight this with the BKB Popeye Zephyr. They got themselves the Winter's Curse. This one's a little bit offensive, but it's only on one hero. They get the kill on a Bombi. They take out the Winter Wyvern with the BKB Popeye Carl. They're going to chase after Hung. Hung's BKB was already used in this fight. They're going to look over now for Jackie, who's used this Wukong's command. It's only going to deter the side of 496 from going in. Storm, he's got his BKB available to commit. Only 9 charges on that Bloodstone. Roche is available, and without the Disruptor, without the Timber, it doesn't look like they're going to try and defend on this.
I was very confused by the Timber chain in from Cuckoo there, because he has a sentry down. He saw they put a newly planted Observer Ward there, and he still chose to chain in. Got immediately blown up, and you can't really fight without your Timber, you know? Then White One out of position, gets completely blown up as well by the Storm. It's a very tough Disruptor game now, because the Storm will just always be on top of you. Also purchasing the dust for himself, something not a lot of core players do, or not enough, I should say. Good by him as well. This could be a massive combo once he finishes his Aghanim Scepter on the Storm Spirit. If he pulls 2 or 3 heroes and they get cursed or hammered, a team fight can just turn around instantly.
Be over so fast.
Yeah. So much damage potential, so much combo potential as well.
Have we seen the Disruptor commit the Thunderstrike onto the Monkey King yet? Because he's got the shards.
Have not. Because he dies first in pretty much every fight right
so
now.
I'm interested to see if that changes the fight at all.
Plus 50% movement speed is so much.
And the 75 attack speed too.
Wait, 50%? That's literally just 175 movement speed.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's so much.
And
oh
it's
my god.
once every 2 seconds, right? Yeah. Okay.
That is...
What does Aghanim do on...
Feels top tier.
Increases charge of darkness, move speed, and reduces cooldown. Okay. Is it really that good? I guess we'll see.
Oh, he's got it coming out.
Oh, Bombi again!
Yeah, getting caught. And now Cold's Embrace. BKB from Carl is committed on this. Balance Strike finishes off Bombi. We saw the Ags on the Storm earlier today when the Morphling was playing, or on the Spirit Breaker earlier today when we saw the Morphling playing with the Spirit Breaker, and it just didn't feel
Does it give you
effective
magic
enough.
immunity as well?
I don't believe so.
It doesn't, right? Okay. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. Spell Prism picked up for the Ember Spirit. Shadowblade OD.
Interesting.
So he's looking for those cheeky initiations from the side, because, as I said, in one hex, they can blow up a hero.
Yeah, for sure.
This Monkey, even he will die from full health if he gets hexed. And this Earth Spirit level 25 almost. He's having an absolutely phenomenal game. It's actually crazy how much he has done this game. What talent? Rolling Boulder stun duration, probably. I mean, you can see, man, ever since he finishes BKB, he's such a nuisance in those team fights. Smoke up by Radiant, Bombi, respawning, and 1. They do have Aegis on Dire, they have to be careful. They have to kill
This
OD
is a
twice.
tough fight to go into.
Yep. Shadowblade activated, looking for a pick in the backline. No one's presenting themselves though. You see the Treant's bottom lane? This greater Treant is just forcing like every lane to be pushed in so damn quickly. It's definitely one of the shots I think we'll see everybody pick up like all the time.
Yeah,
it's too
it
good.
feels like a standard item.
Yeah, way too good.
And Earth Spirit, level 25.
Tower is under attack.
God, so much experience on him. He's got the Geomagnetic Grip targets allies.
Yep, so he has a little save now.
Hung Invis with the Shadow Blade. Sentry's down, though. I believe they caught vision of him. They're going to come over. They'll look in. Hustler there. Hex is out onto the Spirit Breaker. Static Storm is down. That's going to silence up the Earth Spirit, but they don't have the kinetic field to lock them in with BKB Popeye hung. He'll look over, charge away. BKB's been Popeye DPB. They look over at Jackie, who's just TPing away. They got the kill quickly on a Whitemon, though.
Very unfortunate. Wyvern wasn't in range, didn't have Blink Tag off cooldown, otherwise he would have cursed the Monkey King. If Monkey King dies there, no buyback, game is actually over. Very, very close. They have to be really careful on Radiant here. This OD is an absolute menace right now.
Yeah, and now he's just able to Shadow Blade sneak up on you.
Yeah, it's like one of those horror movies. Where is he going to appear?
Which horror villain is he?
Don't know.
I think he's Jason. Comes out of the woodwork, you don't know he's coming, and once you see him, you're dead.
Or not. Just
no,
run.
if you ever see Jason, you're dead.
Not just run, bro.
It's just a matter of time in the movie.
Yeah. Oh man, that brings back a lot of bad memories.
I watched a scary movie. I'm scared.
Might get Hex down here. Has Lincoln's though.
Lincoln's pop, but it's gonna have the Hex anyway. Now the Sanity's committed. They've got Red coming down with the BKB pop. They've used the Abyssal Blade onto Venetia's Prophet. They look over as Carl's about half health. They've got the Magnetized down. Red's gonna drop first. Wukong's doing enough to deter this side of 496. They also got the Aegis out of the hands of the OG with the BKB pop by Jackie. They're gonna start to chase on a Hung. Hung pops his BKB, looks over at Cuckoo. Cuckoo now hit with the Electric Vortex. They've got the Remnant forward. Carl trying to get a kill on the Storm Spirit. They get the kill on the Cuckoo. They've used the Winter's Curse. This locks up the Ember. Do they have the damage? They've probably got themselves a Remnant to pop him, but the Remnant away. Hung's got that kill on a Zephyr. That's 3 dead, making a 4th. Just one more right click from Red kills off Carl, and he's got no buyback.
Whitemon as well getting caught out.
Oh, full team wipe from 496.
Monkey King bought back, but no BKB, no ult to work with. They might be able to get high ground. Oh man, this fight was it looked so good.
Yeah,
and
it started so good.
Yeah, they suddenly just got blown up.
It's the second life on the OG though. They fought into that.
Yeah, they chose to fight into that. Disruptor, Monkey. They know Ember has no buyback. He has it in 16 seconds though. Game is not over. Game is not over. 16 seconds. They might lose one Rex. But if they lose this Prophet on the retreat, it could be a big problem. Buyback available in 5. See if they choose to expand it. They will probably want to defend mid Rex with that.
Depends on the pressure from 496. They have to focus Red, right? He's been a lot of their damage output. He doesn't have buyback. If you can kill him off,
he has to die
a lot of time.
Yes, yes. But they have a lot of save for him. Astral, Embrace. And it's almost up again.
Overload attack bounce again, but Storm does have the shard. He's got Electric Rave.
Okay, they just got 2 racks, 14k lead suddenly.
Not buying back.
Do they want to force the second? Do they want to force the third side? If they lose the Prophet, it could turn very badly very quickly. They have to be absolutely careful here. They definitely want to force out the buyback. Give themselves some more winning conditions, you know, but they have to be so careful. He's going to buy back for sure.
If he was going to buy back, I would have done it earlier, right? Now he's going to buy back. The charge comes out. That's on a Hung. They've got him stunned up as well as the OG coming in from the Spirit Breaker. They look over the OD. They've got him locked up with the Bashes. Now the Abyssal Blade comes through. Hung is gone. They'll look over at Bobby with the Cold Embrace. He stays alive for a little bit longer and might end up dead. He finally falls. 80 seconds on the sidelines. They both got buyback on the OD as well as the Winter Wyvern. They look over at Hustler, who's going to be able to get out. But the charge is coming in on the DPC. Gets away from Carl. DPC out of mana, but out of the range of T1.
Yep, and Prophet is not the one that died, so he's going to keep up the split push pressure, top lane. They will have to respond to that. He can easily stall the game for 70 seconds. There won't be any buyback needed from the Ember, from the OD or the Winter Wyvern.
I've got Whitemon here, but that's it. I don't know if he can be the one who saves this. Carl with the sight, trying to clean up as best he can.
You see those big treants, they're so brutal.
Raindrak's gone.
Yep, and he didn't, he chose the talent. 2 times 3 HP and damage. The big trees are rocking 3.3k HP and 200 damage.
216 damage per greater treant.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh my god.
Look at these. Oh, 142.
We've done math wrong.
How, actually? It's not double then. If it's 108 and times 2, should be 216.
Well, the little ones are 68.
Yeah?
And the bigger ones are 142, so maybe it's...
But they were 108 previous to the talent.
I'm not going to try and do math. I've struggled on this stream enough with my math.
100 times 2 is 200, so there's some wording wrong, or we're absolute packs, or both.
Yeah. For me, both. I already know.
I mean, definitely you, but, I consider myself quite a smart human being.
Bit of a mathematician.
Wouldn't go that far.
I got decent grades in math, but here in Dota math, it all falls apart.
Dude, I know.
8K lead, it's not even a massive lead for 496.
Yeah, it's not a lead.
But it's just the really buildings that are the big problem. If they go against Mega Creeps, and you're going up against the Nature's Prophet who can push in so easily.
5 wrecks down, and Nature's Prophet on the enemy team. All Dire has to do now is play the really slow game. They cannot lose if they play a really slow game. There's just too much lane pressure at all times. Smoked up here, but it's really obvious they're smoked up because they're not pushing out the lanes. Don't get caught here. Oh my god.
Charge. That's going to land as he ends his roll, but OD's coming in. No jump forward. Astral Imprisonment. That's going to be safe, but they hit the balance strike, and now they'll look over as the Witcher's Curse is going to be used onto the Ember Spirit, who got the BKB off, but the ulti comes out from Zephyr, as well as the bash onto Hung. They get the cone to the OD. He's going to be dead for 100 seconds. The Static Storm is around onto the Storm Spirit, as well as the Nature's Prophet, but Cuckoo, he's in deep and not going to be able to survive if he stays in right next to the Storm Spirit. They'll get a kill onto the Timber. They'll take him out. He buys back immediately with the Remnant away from Carl. They get the kill on a Hustle. They've taken out 2, and he doesn't have buyback. DPC as well as Red and Bombi now on the run, but look at these Treants. They're pushing in. They're creeping forward. You need to be careful if you're T1 how much time you spend out of the base.
It was rough though. Odie had to expend a buyback, and Earthspirit does not have one. Roshan is up. I don't think they're going to commit to doing this Roshan. It's just way too risky. Oh man, this buyback on the Odie is going to be a big deal. They found a double damage rune though. I don't think they should commit to this.
They don't have Witcher's Curse.
So scary.
The question is T1 going to make a move over there? And it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. They're all the way over bottom and not moving towards top at all.
Okay, just a free Roche then. No worries, no worries. Cheese Aegis on Dire.
T1's courier spots it, but it's just too late. Aegis on Hung, who bought back, and now you've got the Cheese. Scotty on the Monkey King. The only buyback available for the side of the Radiant is from Spirit Breaker. Not really much of a reinforcement.
Monkey King is very scary now. His Wukongs applies the slow from the Scotty. It's gonna be tough. I think Dire needs to, you know, choose the fights more wisely. Like, he just rolled up high ground there while all of them were missing. Nobody was really pushing out lanes. You have to be careful when you show yourself like that. Especially if you don't have buyback. But also, Size of Wise picked up now on the Earth Spirit, an additional source of hex.
Multiple hexes could be a problem.
Yep,
They're trying to deal with it as best they can, but it is so tough. Yeah, Satanic on red, he's the one who's been bullied a lot, and for the right reasons, obviously.
Yep, and Odie's going for the Lincoln Sphere. Obviously looking to block that Abyssal Blade. And we have yet to see a good Winter's Curse.
Yeah, it's been like one, two, maybe 3, but 3 defensively, not really with the rest of the team following it up.
Yeah. He has been getting pressured a lot by T1. The Spirit Breaker is always on him, as well as his Ember Spirit, always jumping the backlines. It's not an easy Wyvern game at all.
No. Not in the slightest.
Carl, no buyback for 3 minutes. Cuckoo also expanded his buyback. Monkey King, no money for his buyback either. I feel like if you want to force the issue, you should do it right now. You have Aegis Cheese advantage, and they have no buybacks on any of the cores. Refresher or purchased on Ember. That means double BKB, possibly 10 remnants, which is equal to like 3,000 damage.
Wow.
That could potentially blow up anyone. Even this Prophet, he can't tank through that. If he gets caught out without BKB, he's dead.
We've seen the bashes be lucky for the Spirit Breaker. The question is, does it continue or does it run out?
He didn't even skill the bash chance. I would have skilled the bash chance.
His 17% though has been enough.
Yeah, but what if it's 37%?
Yeah, but 17, 37, they both equal 100. So
that is true.
Doesn't matter. Whatever the percentage is. But yeah, I agree. 20% more would have been nice. What did he take instead? He's got the other town, which is 650 health. Okay. Remnant forward.
Hitting the Rex now.
Yeah, now they're hitting the racks. It's not just a passive push from the Nature's Prophet. The roll in, that comes through from Hustle with the BKB popped by Zephyr. They're going to charge and hit this Earth Spirit. They've got the Static Storm down with the Kinetic Field. They look over Carlos, taking a lot of right clicks from Hung. BKB did pop as well as the Wukong's command coming in. They get the kill on Hustle. He's going to be there for 100 seconds. So buy back. And now, can they go for anything more? They committed the Wukong's command. That's a lot of commitment coming in from T1. But now, with another life available on the Earth Spirit, they can reset, go again, and now you don't have the tools that you used in the previous engagement. Here come the Treants, here comes the aggression, they'll look over, Remnants forward, looking over at Red with Ball Lightning going to the back lines, trying to get on top of the Disruptor. They've stunned him up, they might be able to kill him off. DPC pops the BKB, but Whitemon gets Invis for a second. The Abyssal Blade's used on the Storm Spirit, can they get the kill? Timber Chain as well as the Chakram, but no, the Ball Lightning away from DPC. They've got the glimpse back into the hands, and Cold Embrace comes out just in time with the Hex on a Zephyr. Hung trying to fight, Astral Prism, Mew with the Ball Lightning comes in from DPC. He's trying to escape, but he's out of mana. Chakram right on top of him, he's eating the Jesus, gets away, but they look over the Winter Wyvern. Bobby's dead for 89 seconds, he's got buyback. Is he going to use it? That's the question. BKB popped by Red. He's going to TP away. Nothing to stop it. No, first they bash! Oh, Red, you unlucky man. You get bashed up, you get killed, and you'll leave with 120 seconds on your respawn timer. Now they found themselves Hung with the charge being so fast. They've got the ulti coming out from the Spirit Breaker with the BKBs being popped by Hung. Sanity's Eclipse gets dropped with the Static Storm as well as the Kinetic Field around on the OD as well as this Storm. They get the kill on the DPC as well as Hung. They'll take out Hung's little buybacks around the horn from the side of 496. They look over at Red. Nature's Prophet's gone and dead. He just bought back. He's dead for 2 minutes, and there's no way he's coming back into this one. The Treants will come forward, but it's not going to be enough as everybody's alive for the side of T1, and 3 heroes with 100-second plus timers dead on 496. They still have to push through a tier 2 mid, but this is an opportunity.
Yeah, might be a game-ending opportunity. They have to go all in mid fast. I don't know if they can get to the throne. They still have a glyph to work through.
Need to be careful. The second the Nature's Prophet comes up, he's probably pushing in and trying to take your throne.
Yeah, 90 seconds left though. I can't really gauge how fast they're going to be. This might be game over. This might be game over. Storm will have to stall, and he has the tools to stall.
But if he gets caught,
Creep Wave has been missed.
The glyph was used.
Yeah. One more chance. But if he dies, he just bought back as well. It's very scary to roll through those creeps. He's doing it right now. Wave dead. But he is out of mana.
Saved him.
But he's out of mana.
Some of those creeps survive. They're going to go for the tier 3 and then on to the tier 4. So they're already setting up for it. They want to finish this game. It's just the Storm as well as the Winter Wyvern. You need the curse to save your life, to save this series for the side of 496. They look over at Bombi. They're going to have the charge, but the blink away. He gets back towards the well. They've dusted up. They thought he went invis, but that's not the case. Zephyr coming all the way through with the glimpse. Static Storm all locking up this Winter Wyvern. Is going to be enough with the ulti from Zephyr. They'll get the kill. 4 heroes gone. Now the tier 4s, they're rocking low. Storm needs everything to go his way, and it's not looking likely. T1 are on the way to win the series, but there's the Electric Vortex. That comes out of the 3 with the BKB being powered by Jackie, who also used that Abyss Blade. No mana left on the Storm Spirit. He's getting low, trying to survive. Backdoor protection, not gonna matter. T1 take the game. They take the series, and 496 just not enough to hold on with this victory. That was so close from 496. What a defense from T1. That was insane.
Yeah, the last 2 fights were very sloppy. You know, they were going all in on the Drax, and they should have just left the OD. Nature's Prophet bought back, TP'd back into his death again. If he's not dead, he can split push forever. You know, there was just overcommitment. They thought they had it, slipped right through the hand, and now down to 1-3.
Yeah, 2-2 is in their hands.
Yes, it is a brutal spot to be in now. Ah, man, it was so close. So close.
It was almost an upset over T1, which would have been massive.
But I feel like, you know, they had it in their hands. They were just a little bit too excited. Whatever happened, it's a loss that stings.
Yeah, for sure it stings, and one that 496 are going to have to think about as they need to come back and start winning these series to have a chance at the major. It's a lot to break down. Luckily, we've got a great panel to do so. We throw it over to you guys. Take it away.
Well, I mean, what a game, what a performance, and what an absolute arm wrestle this final game was between these two teams. And in the end, it is T1 that take the victory. My goodness, what a series and what a performance. Guys, thoughts about this game?
Never doubted it. Easiest prediction of my life. What can I say? Never doubted T1 for the win in this last series, in this last game. Yeah, the game was crazy. I saw one weak point in 496's draft. It's this position when BKBs come online on T1, you don't truly have enough damage through it besides Red. If Red itemizes well, which he definitely did do with the Orchid AC MKB, then you can deal and stall the game a little bit further, maybe even win it. But yeah, just stellar performance from T1 in the end to take this game.
Oh man, 496, they can't catch a break. They lost the game, the one that they had against Boom Esports. They should have won that game, in my opinion.
Games,
the third game, and now losing like this after securing the mega creeps, it's just something that it should not happen. Like, you can feel some inexperience. They just want too much stuff to happen, like using those buybacks straight away. I kind of feel bad for this team, you know, because I see a lot of potential in them, and now they're sitting at 1-3, so kind of not a
Seems
spot
unfair,
to be.
doesn't it?
But they were our favorites. Like, if you asked us after the first few days, what teams we were looking forward and expecting most out of 496, were like up there. Bombi, man, like Hustla, Red even. I became a fan.
Play into the camera. Love a bit of that. Love a bit of that. But yeah, I mean, 496, you know, they got 2-1'd by Neon, they got 2-1'd by Boom, and now they get 2-1'd once again by T1. It really does start to sing. But, you know, at least they're giving us competition, and at least they're showing us that this team is a team to be feared. But my goodness, T1, what a performance from them. You know, they hold on. They really do fight. They take every single opportunity that is given to them to try and turn this game around, to try and catch that in the end. They make the mega creep comeback happen. I mean, that doesn't come around too often. These moments in Dota where you make that mega creep comeback is so rare. It's a pleasure to see it when it does happen.
Yeah, it is. It's just T1 is taking these opportunities, like, yeah, sure, we'll use them. Thanks for that. And still, this team has some things to work on, but definitely better showing than their first series, that's for sure. Like, the itemization on their part was real good. Like, just seeing Timbersaw with the BKB feels, you know, like they know what they're doing. You're playing into pretty much what they have is straight up magical damage. There's some right clicks from the Nature's Prophet. That's pretty much it. So I kind of love the way they itemize throughout this whole game. And not just game, but throughout this whole series.
The fact that supports could pick up the way that maybe some cores have dropped. Ember Spirit on that mid lane didn't really have a great time, but it still didn't matter.
Mid lane? I think when you check the Dota buff, it's going to be jungle.
Timber as well, realizing before that BKB that he's the one that needs to soak in all the aggression so that this lacking Ember Spirit can dish out the damage and be a nuisance in team fights. He was constantly in there. Timber might have died a couple of times early on, but he did make that difference. Monkey King itemization was on point. That Blade of Alacrity, okay, stayed in the inventory a little bit longer than necessary, but he realized, I can't go Aghanims, I need this BKB, so he went for it. The Spirit Breaker with the Aghanims as well, one of my... you can't even click on him. He just charges you.
Like, we're watching the game in our green room, and I'm like, man, what did Dota become? You have Spirit Breaker charging, can't even click on him. He's like, gone, stunned, like, what? And then, like, 10 seconds after,
and he does it again. That's
bye then.
So
see you later, buddy.
The first team that I saw doing this was Viking GG. They played a lot of position for Spirit Breaker, and that's why I knew the potential for it. This Aghanims build is really good.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. And our MVP for this game is going to be Whitemon. He is going to be our MVP for this game, number 3. Playing on the Disruptor, the captain. You know, in games like this, right, the calls matter, the captainship matters. And Whitemon definitely leading from the back on this Disruptor with some fantastic ultimates, catching the heroes out here and there. But I think more than that, the glimpses were sometimes a real game changer in this match.
Yeah, like, whenever you have Disruptor, you want to have good vision in front. Spirit Breaker provides you with that vision, you know, just the charge. But overall, he will be there. He's tanky enough with the Bulldoze, the status resistance, Timbersaw. You know, Timbersaw I didn't feel like he was doing that much. It's a tough matchup for him playing into the OD. Like, itemization was okay. It's just a tough game for Timbersaw, but, you know, he's still providing vision for that Disruptor to be able to glimpse people back.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, it's time for the interview, and for this series, we have our series winner and MVP. We have Whitemon on the line. Firstly, Whitemon, congratulations, huge win for you guys. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling great. So tight, the game.
Very tight.
The game is so hard.
Very tight game. Were you nervous at all at any point? Were
What?
you nervous?
A bit, I think.
Reasonable. So, what were your team's expectations coming into the league? Where did you think you would come in the league?
I think we expect we qualify to the major. Yeah, I think at least top 3. Yeah.
And what is it about your team that makes you guys different from the rest?
What is the difference? I think it's just. I don't know.
They're just better,
Yeah.
man. There you go. Congrats on the win. I just have one question. Who was making the shots in this last game, the last 5 minutes? Was it all just, were you all just screaming, calling for nature's prophet rats, or were you all cool and collected and calm?
Oh, the last moment is everyone just scream. Yeah. So the communication is like, yeah, the communication so rush and everyone just scream.
Talk to me about like the techies game. You guys don't feel very comfortable playing into techies. Is this something you come up quite a lot in your scrims? You don't have to name any names, but do you play against techies a lot in the scrims?
No, we never play against techies, but I think we already know how to against techies. Yeah, how to play against techies.
Absolutely. Alrighty. Well, last question from us, and that would be: what player do you individually look up to the most in your region or in another one?
I think in this region it's like the Zhao Noel. I think he is like the most post 5 unique because yeah, he just picked the troll post 5 and win the game.
Yeah, very good stuff. Very interesting stuff from him. And very good stuff from you, of course, our MVP for this Game 3. And, of course, the winners of this series. And we hope to see you again doing these interviews and winning some games in the DPC. Congratulations and thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, thank
Congrats,
you.
good
Bye-bye.
luck.
Congrats.
And he cheered me up, like...
Seems like a lovely fella.
Yeah, exactly.
What a nice guy. Yeah, Whitemon, our MVP, position 5 of T1. And just seemed happy to be here, happy to playing Dota. And in the end, that's what it's all about, being happy to play and even happier when you do pull off that win. And they certainly should be happy about that win. T1 do just manage to squeak out, but it was so close to being yet another upset. And that would have made the standings look very, very interesting if 496 had taken the win here. But in the end, we have T1 taking the victory, and that means the standings look like this. Neon Esports up with 3-0 after today. Fnatic at the 2-0, and T1 they get their win. So they lost the very first series of the tournament, and now they've won the most recent one, putting them at 1-1. And poor old 496 with the 1-3. Oh dear, it feels like they don't deserve it, but at the end of the day, you know, you make those mistakes, you get punished for it, and this is where you end up. And those small mistakes have ended up costing them so much. That team will be down near the bottom, and going to be a challenge for them to really get to qualify for the major.
Same for TNC, right? 496 and TNC, they have a very difficult road ahead of them to get out of those last 3 positions and perhaps get the fighting chance to go to the major at least.
Yeah, certain things need to start going their way pretty soon, otherwise that might become an impossible task. Alrighty, gentlemen. Well, we are now winding down from our day of SEA Dota. It has been a long journey, a marathon day, every single game almost going over the 40-minute mark with 2 absolute marathon performances. From the end of the day, is there anything which you have changed your mind about from this morning? Maybe Pos 5 Troll?
Yeah, it's doable. You know, there is potential. I like the way he itemized. If he went for like real position 5 items, he wouldn't be able to do 10% of what he did. And we can see, you know, other players looking up to him just because of what he did. And this is what I like to see. You know, players who think outside of the box and you know, just overall good performance, man. SEA Dota is just chaotic. Like,
it's great, isn't it? Like, we don't really have a box anymore. Everyone's jumped out already like 3 series ago, and we're just running around all over the place.
And the first day we had drafts that had no carries, and it's followed suit every single time we are watching SEA here. So
Fuck carries, exactly right. All right, we have ourselves, of course, on social media, #DPCSEA, and you guys have been getting involved. Man, I wish it wasn't almost midnight here in Australia and I could scream with excitement at the fact Neon Esports just took down another big team in the DPC, and people are still underestimating them. Mark my words, they will go to the major and make a big splash. And that is from, of course, Fluke, who's been commentator and hosting some other events as well, so good to hear him chiming in on the region. TNC.
That's a good one.
DPC, yes, yeah, that is
that's good.
That is fantastic. I don't even know what that bird is, but he looks like a funny little guy. That was good. Oh, give it a rating, Lacoste. That's what you're here for.
That one's really good. Yeah. It's 10 out of 10. Hard to get. I'll rate this one 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10.
That's really good. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to give people something to aim for, of course.
Yeah, that's one. Like
If
we
you give it 10 out of
instantly
10,
laughed
yeah.
after seeing it. The reaction is honest.
Alrighty, guys. Of course, at the end of the day, we've had many predictions, 6 different games. Any guesses at who the prediction king may be?
Lizzie, is that you?
Perhaps it's you.
Let's have a look.
There we go.
Is. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Prediction King, Lizard, you are our Prediction King of the day. Congratulations, buddy.
What is that hero?
Bring me
Monkey
some water. Monkey King.
You guys didn't get that? Gosh, you are slow.
All right, I'll take it. I liked his Raid King a little bit better, not gonna lie.
I mean,
Fussy bunch, aren't you? Fussy bunch.
Monkey has been winning the whole day. I've been winning with my predictions versus you, plebs and black. So yeah, it's good enough.
Oh, monkey business.
Alrighty, well, that is going to just about do it for today's Dota, and it's been a wild journey, sailing the seas of SEA, wavy and turbulent they may be, but we're enjoying every single minute of it, and don't forget to tune in on February the 3rd, as we have ourselves Fnatic versus Boom Esports, and Execration versus Vice Esports, and as we've learned, it's worthless saying these series are going to be close. We know they're going to be close. They're always close. Vice have been struggling a little bit, but there's nothing to say there's not going to be an upset. So make sure you tune in then. And of course, tomorrow there's going to be some more Chinese action here at the PGL Studios. So we are going to be saying goodbye for today. We shall see you tomorrow for more Dota 2 action. Adios.